was going to do. But yeah, welcome in everybody there on YouTube. We got John Jacob up here. I think this is the second time you've been up here, right?
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
sure it is. Yeah. And uh, so your question was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were wondering if my point was that Marcion was the first person to mention Jesus. You were wondering if that was my talking point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's the first to mention him. Well, yeah.
Um, and is that based on like manuscript evidence? Is he the first that has reliable manuscript evidence
No,
from that?
as far as manuscript evidence goes, we don't. The earliest thing that we have is from the Gospel of John. But if we were just going to do that, then John would somehow be first, I guess. And that doesn't
Yeah,
even make any sense because of the four canonical Gospels, Mark was the first. John was
right.
actually the last. It's just that we don't have any earlier fragments of anything else other than John. But the point is, um, the way that we get to that is we take a look at the content itself. We take a look at who during what period talked about Jesus. How reliable is it? You know, is it taken from a prior source? You know, that kind of thing. And we see that realistically, there's no church father or anybody else who talks about Jesus prior to Marcion. And the only two that people suggest every once in a while would be Ignatius and Clement. And unfortunately, even you have even Christian scholars today who take a look at that and say that Clement and Ignatius were actually in the mid to late second century. And so that would be post Marcion. Marcion is quite literally the first one to do this kind of thing. And it wouldn't really make sense if he wasn't, if we're being honest, because like the Gospels, if the Gospels came out in the late first century, around the time that like scholars are placing them, or consensus is, or popular opinion is, that places Mark anywhere like in the 60s, around 70 or so. But that would be ridiculous to actually have the Gospels around like 70. I think Matthew they date to about 80, 85, Luke about 85, 90. It would be ridiculous to have Luke in 85 to 90 and then Marcion come out like a good 60, 70 years later saying, oh, hey, here's the correct version. And it's the same shit that you had before, but with pieces that taken out of it. Wouldn't really make a lot of sense.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a little hazy on my church history, but Marcion is, according to Orthodox Christians, was ruled a heretic because
Yeah.
he viewed that there was an Old Testament God and a New Testament God. The Old
Yes.
Testament God was this vengeful, terrible
Yep.
person, and the New Testament God is this loving, type thing. And
This was
ultimately, he
actually
was
a
ruled as a
fairly
heretic.
common thought at the time, by the way. From the
Yeah,
middle of the first to like the middle of the second, that was a fairly common thought. It was that the God that created the universe was just a creator, and then you had to seek the God who actually gives a shit about you.
right, right. So, from what I remember, is it because none of his surviving works actually made it. It's all his stuff with, is it Tertullian or Irenaeus that they have the written
It's
debate.
Tertullian, Irenaeus, and or Irenaeus and Origin, but that's not to say that we don't have anything from him. Let's see. We actually have the appropriately named um, P69. That is a lot of fun to have to search for.
Nice.
Let me see here. Okay. So this manuscript, let me pull this up here. P69. It is, there's actually a picture of it. Hey, cool, cool, cool. All right. So let's see. Scholars have debated whether its text is a witness to the Gospel of Marcion, that's like Evangelion or Evangelion, or the canonical Gospel of Luke. They don't know because it's the same shit. So they're like, could be either one. We may have pieces of Marcion's Gospel. We just don't know. We don't know.
Um, so from my understanding, there's two theories about Marcion and kind of the Luke, because one theory is Luke, the Gospel of Luke as we know it really is just a rip off of Marcion's Gospel, and then the other theory is the Marcion Gospel is just a rip off of Luke's Gospel. Am I understanding that correctly?
I mean, kinda. It's like a big question until you actually take a look at the evidence. And then it's pretty quickly proven that Marcion would come first. Doesn't make any sense the other way around.
Okay, it wouldn't make sense that Marcion. That okay? Could you expound on that for me?
Yeah, do you want a verse that proves it, or would you like just logic that proves it? Would you like statistics that prove it? Would you like data science that proves it? Which one?
Data science is going to be beyond my depth, but
Okay.
anything that you're willing to explain, I would appreciate.
All right. Well, logic tells us that something that's smaller would come before something that's bigger. That just makes sense. That it's easier to
Okay.
add to a story than to take away certain parts and present it and say, hey, this is something new. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. But adding to that text and expanding upon it is something that you could do, especially if you're adding primarily to the beginning and the end of it, which would be much easier than adding to the middle.
Okay.
So that's logic. As far as statistics goes, we actually have the let's see, the synoptic problem. Let me see if I can pull
Yep.
this up. Is this the? Oh yes, this is it. Okay. And of course, the synoptic problem, correct?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay. So when we take a look at this, we can see pretty clearly that the older a gospel is, the more likely it is or sorry, the less likely it is to have information that is unique to it and only found in it, because it has been used by the later gospels. The gospels that come later, they would utilize earlier text. Does that make sense?
Yep. It
Yeah.
does.
So we have, like, for instance, the Gospel of Mark has only 3% that's unique to it. Then you have in Matthew, you have 20%. And then finally, you get over to Luke, and, based on these numbers, it's 35%. So
Mm-hmm.
if you were to add Marcion's Evangeline in here, 100% of Marcion's Evangeline would be used elsewhere. 100%.
Okay.
And just in Mark, Luke, and Matthew alone, if you were to add that to the mix, 100% of it was used elsewhere, with 0% of it being unique to Evangeline. So just
Okay.
following statistics, it would be earlier than potentially even Mark. Now,
Okay.
if you want to take a look at a Bible verse, my
Yeah.
favorite example for this is Luke chapter 4, verse 23. At the beginning of Luke, it's the testing of Jesus where he's in the wilderness with Satan. Then in verse
Mm-hmm.
14, he goes to Galilee. Verse 16 goes to Nazareth, goes to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, reads from the scroll of Isaiah,
Okay.
reads a lot, and people are really like impressed. They said all spoke well of him and were amazed at the gracious words that came out of his mouth. From his mouth, they said, "Is this not Joseph's son?" Now here's the verse that's very damning. It says in verse 23. He said to them, "Doubtless you will quote to me this proverb, 'Doctor, cure yourself,' and you will say, 'Do here also in your hometown the things that we have heard you did, that we have heard you did at Capernaum.'" So in other words, he says, "I bet you want me to do miracles like I did back in Capernaum." He hasn't even been to Capernaum yet. He goes to
Mm-hmm.
Capernaum in verse 31. He hasn't even done any miracles yet. This also starts with going down to Capernaum in verse 31. He doesn't he hasn't done either of those things yet. He doesn't do them until later on. But in Evangeline, which is the only other place that verse 23 is found, this verse is not found in, let me highlight it here. This verse is not found in any gospel other than Evangeline and Luke. It is not found in Matthew, Mark. It's not found in
Mm-hmm.
John, anything else. It is Evangeline and Luke. And in Evangeline, Jesus descends out of heaven or comes down. Tertullian says that means descends down in Marcion's theology. It says he descends or comes down to Capernaum at the very beginning, literally verse 1. and then he does his healing that's talked about there in Luke 4, and then he ends up going over to Galilee and to Nazareth and reads from the scroll, and people are impressed. And he says, "Oh, I bet you want me to do miracles like I did back then." So it makes sense in Evangeline, but not in the Gospel of Luke, because the Gospel of Luke wanted a birth story at the beginning. So it has him. Um, it talks about John the Baptist's birth there in first Luke 1, and then in Luke 2 it talks about Jesus' birth, and in Luke 3 it talks about the baptism of Jesus and then his genealogy, and then Luke 4 it starts pulling from Evangeline.
Interesting.
And it has this verse in the wrong spot it just doesn't make any sense. And if you're thinking, oh well, don't worry about that, he's not really trying to make it in order, which I've heard that bullshit before. No, he explicitly says that that's
Right.
exactly what he's gonna do.
Got you. Well ordered account.
Yep, because
Um,
people have written before him. And I'd also
interesting.
like to point out that Theophilus, a lot of Christians try to say that that means, because the name means God lover, that this was just a vague term for all God lovers or something, like an umbrella term. But the reason they do that is because there's not a Theophilus that makes sense at the time of Luke. The best Theophilus in the first century that this could possibly be, and it's not even remotely close, he dies sometime in like the 40s or 50s or something like that. And he's
Yeah.
like a high priest named Theophilus, like a Jewish high priest. But when Luke comes into the play, or it comes into play, like within Christian tradition, it would have been later than
Yeah.
Theophilus's high priesthood and whatnot. So it really doesn't make any sense, which is why Christians pivot and say, "Oh, that just means all God lovers." But there's two Theophiluses that are actually mentioned in the middle of the second century. One of them is a bishop of Antioch, and another one is a person who lived in the 150s, 160s, who Eusebius says was a well revered person. So it actually lines up perfectly with those people. And I
Right.
think that certain Christians actually recognize that that is fairly damning, and it's more of like a timestamp, because what we end up with in the Diatessaron, which is a collection of all the Gospels, like
Hmm.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it actually removes the part that dedicates this to Theophilus. It removes that part.
Mm.
And so it's Luke, but without that part added. So it's pretty clear that Theophilus is yet again another timestamp for this particular text, and it's coming out in the middle of the second century. And we haven't even obviously gotten to the data science, which is just the absolute nail in the coffin, that you don't even really need. That just confirms that the Gospel of Luke is absolutely utilizing what Marcion had prior in 144.
Okay. Solid. Okay. I appreciate that explanation, man. Um, do you think that Luke 1, 1 through 4 could be a later addition?
What do you mean?
So,
I mean, it
like, for
is to
example,
Marcion.
sure, sure. I mean, I guess what my question would be, like, just like, and this is a little bit different, but like, because this is a much later edition, but like John 8, 1 through 11, oh, it's a much later addition to the book of John. Like, some would say, even arguably, like a ninth century edition to the book of John. Do you think that Luke 1, like, let's say the book of Luke is written um in, like, let's say the late first century, which I think even like evangelical Christians would probably say it was written somewhere in the 70s and 80s. Um, but that maybe this 1 through 4 was maybe added somewhere around the mid second century, like you're saying. Do you think that's a possibility? I'm sorry, am I echoing?
No, I just don't know what you're asking, because it sounds like you're saying what I'm saying. Like, it is written in the middle of the second century. It's
Okay.
added to Marcion to make the Gospel of Luke. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Like,
cool.
the chapters 4 through 22, roughly, are going to be Evangeline. And then someone comes around later and says, let me add a little bit to the beginning of that. Let me add a little to the end, like some slight edits in the middle, and present it as a Gospel of Luke. It's yeah, and it's presented specifically to people who believed that Marcion was like a heretic. So it's
Right.
taking from him and it's just adding on top of it.
Got you. Okay. I appreciate that clarification. Um, So, with your argument that Jesus didn't exist, do you think that this is just oral tradition that has just been added over time, over the course of 60 years, that like it just got more and more, um I don't want to say flamboyant, what's the word I'm looking for? Mm, like with the miracles and everything else, like there might have been somebody, but or it might have been taken from a Greek or Roman character or some type of Jewish character, and it just got added over time, even with the character of Paul.
That Jesus was?
Yes.
I mean, he does get added to over time, but the first time we get any stories about him is in 144 from Marcion. That's what I'm saying. Like you're
Okay.
saying what I'm saying, but like just shift it to later with Marcion being the first one to publish the story or create the IP or publish it and say put it out there and say, hey, here's this like universe. If here's this cinematic universe kind of, here's this novel, here's this story, here's this concept, and then people take that later on and eventually go, yeah, Marcion was fucking crazy. You should read my version of the story.
Got you. Okay. Well, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that feedback. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. Thanks for coming back up. That was John Jacob, everybody. All right. Let's see here. There's someone in the chat. Something he said. All praise be to Yahusha, which pretty much guarantees that he'd be somebody who would want to come up. I mean, quite frankly, if you see somebody in your chat that calls Jesus Yahusha, they are dying to come up onto a panel to talk about it. Mute or rebuke? Maybe. Someone named Zan, I guess, is in the chat. Who's Zan? Here, I'll mute or rebuke them. That's fine. Zan, if you want to come up, yo, wash your ass. Zan, if you want to come up, you can. Not running or anything. You're just muted in the chat, but you can come up. We do have somebody here named Holy Living. And by the way, if you're on YouTube, welcome in, welcome in. I take guests on TikTok. You can click the link that's in the chat there. If you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to come over, you can send a super chat and I will read it, I promise, and I'll respond to it, just like we already got. So $4.99. Thank you very, very much. They're from Madam Storm. I think I know who you are. Says Dr. Ajim is the Q source. Yeah, kind of. It depends on your word or what you mean by Q. And hashtag Queef for Christ. I love queefs. Okay. All right. Well, we've already started this day just beautifully here. Oh, look at that. We're just finished at fucking 5. Look at that. All right. Literally the first super chat of the day already had 2 of them. And then $2 there from helping Maggot deconstruct. What a wonderful Monday to Queef for Christ. I just need to keep a marker with the lid off and everything. Fucking ridiculous. 2 super chats so far. Already 3 queefs. Ridiculous. All right. Holy Living. Holy Living.
Hey
What you
man,
got?
how you doing, man?
Doing good. Doing good. What you got for us, man? Oh.
No, I mean, I was just scrolling through TikTok and I saw the live come up, and I wanted to just hear a little bit more about your overall perspective on like what you mean when you say like the totality of what you mean when you say that Jesus and Paul never existed. What is the whole totality of the point you're trying to make? And then like outside of that point, what then would you try to convey to people in the sense of like, do you even believe in a higher power? Do you have any like, you know what I mean? Like, what is your take on it? You see what I'm saying by that? Like that differentiation?
Is that what you're asking me? Like, what is my take on religion or something?
Yeah. So the first question I'm asking is, what do you mean when you say Jesus and Paul never existed?
Oh, I'm
And then
saying that even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist.
okay. So then Christianity is non-existent to you, not actually a thing.
Well, I mean, Christianity is exist. It's a religion.
Right, but if Jesus and Paul never existed in the well, that's what I'm asking. Like more so, like what when you say that Jesus and Paul never existed, or let's just stay with Jesus. When you say that Jesus didn't exist,
Mhm.
what are you meaning by that? Like, are
I'm
you
meaning
saying
that
like,
the natural Jesus and Paul that's presented by the New Testament didn't exist. It's a historical claim.
okay, and so Christianity majorly got derived from these sources that you're claiming don't actually substantiate Jesus being real. And so, therefore, that's what I'm saying. So, the religion of Christianity, in and of itself, believing that Jesus Christ did exist as a human, as presented by the Gospels, you're saying that that's not the truth. That's not something that you, in your data science and in your own worldview, can confidently say is reality.
Well, it depends on what you mean by Christianity, because the earliest Christians did not have this story of Jesus. So if you're
Okay.
talking about just Christianity in general, like in all shapes and sizes, then
Mhm.
no. But if you're talking about Christianity in the way that the vast majority of Christians, like almost virtually all of them today, would explain their religion, like belief in Jesus, I would say, yeah, that Christianity doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Basically, there was a mystery cult that at a certain point had a mythology, um, and they just decided to rally around this mythology. The sect that produced the best material or certain material for it just ended up surviving, and we're now seeing like the evolution of religion or evolution of thought that comes from that sect of the religion. Um,
Okay.
Other offshoots just kind of died out, but some since then that have come off of that main branch have survived, whether it be what we call Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox, Assyrian, Oriental, um, Coptic, Protestantism, all that kind of shit. Like it's just offshoots of that one particular branch of Christianity,
Right. 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 Right.
which
Okay.
we would call, me and my data science co-partner, we call that proto Catholicism. But they still
Okay.
weren't the first Christians, and they weren't even the first Christians to have the story of Jesus. They're just one particular branch that had certain texts that they rallied around, and were
Okay.
primarily focused in seeing Rome as the headquarters of Christianity.
Right. Okay, perfect. So then I guess that leads into my next question because obviously, like, just by just a simple assertion of saying that Jesus and Paul never existed, there's so much more behind why that is the belief. Where it's like just reading that as one sentence, it's super loaded, right? There's so much behind it. So that's why I'm trying to like, what is behind that? So if you feel that way and that's where you stand, then yeah, I guess my next question is what then is your take on religion, or what is your take on a higher power? Do you believe in that? Do you
That
not
doesn't have
believe in that?
anything to do with history.
Right. I'm not necessarily saying that it has to do. I'm saying like I'm just asking from your point of view, how does
Why is
this
that relevant to the conversation? I mean, no offense, but that's irrelevant to the conversation. I
well,
don't know
okay.
your religion either. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you want to share it, you can share it, but it doesn't matter to the conversation. We're just trying to figure out if people existed.
Okay, cool. Okay. Um what then is your so the reason why I asked this because I thought that I heard that you weren't necessarily like even in what you just explained, there seems to be like almost like there's a right way to view Christianity and a wrong way to view Christianity, rather than you just fully rejecting Christianity in general. Like there seemed to be a differentiation
I'm
there.
not really rejecting Christianity. Rejecting Christianity, no. Again, if you are saying Christianity in the strictest sense of the word, in all technicalities and everything like that, Christianity survived for I what I would say is about at least about 150, maybe even 200 years before the Jesus story was even something that they wrote. So I don't. I mean, I'm not up here saying, "Ooh, Christianity is false." I'm saying Jesus and Paul never existed.
Okay.
If you are completely incapable of removing Christianity or separating Christianity and the belief in Jesus and stuff like that, like if you think that Christianity has to have the belief in Jesus, if that's
Mhm.
how you view it, then yeah, I guess I'm believing it to be untrue. But I
Mhm.
mean, hell, if you believed that everyone who is a, I don't know, like a Mormon believes in Spider-Man. If you for some reason had that belief, then I would also say Mormonism isn't true. But I'm not up here
Right.
necessarily saying that any particular religion is right or wrong. I'm just simply I'm making a historical claim about Jesus and
Yeah.
Paul. Yeah.
Got you. Okay, so we're trying to stay 100% historical on the matter.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
the the
Yeah.
the reason why it's like it's hard to stay strictly historical is because I mean I think you can even recognize that the claim in and of itself I don't think can be purely historical in the truest sense of the term
Oh, it
because
absolutely
it's
can.
it's
Because whenever Jesus is presented naturally in the New Testament, even setting aside the supernatural things, even the
Mhm,
natural stories don't line up with each other, let alone reality and like what we know about history. So, from a purely historical stance, Jesus,
mhm.
the way that he's presented in the New Testament, did not exist. I'm
Okay,
not. We're setting aside the theology. We're setting aside the
right.
morality. We're setting aside
Mhm,
the
mhm,
supernatural
mhm.
elements, the magic, all that kind of stuff. We're setting it aside. I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about Jesus, someone who, like, say, Bart Ehrman's Jesus, the agnostic slash atheist scholar that a lot of people know about.
Yeah, yeah, I know
The
Berman.
guy who supposedly has a following. He's from Nazareth. He gets crucified, baptized, and this following goes around to say that he resurrected and stuff like that. I would say that that guy did not exist. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
100%.
Yeah.
And I get this would be the last question that's like overarching, and then we'll get more into that
Hmm.
like claim.
Sure.
So because you said you're not denying Christianity, but as you know,
Yeah.
most
I
Christians,
mean,
as you
yeah.
said, attribute that.
Sure.
So then what
Yeah,
would be
because of what it became. But like,
right?
I'm
So then
fine with like if someone wanted to say, "Hey, I want to go back to like the original version of Christianity, the oldest form of it."
mhm,
Depending on what they decided, I may say, "Okay, knock yourself out. That's perfectly fine. Welcome to
right.
like a weird like Greco-Egyptian religion." But okay, like,
Sure. So that's why I was asking that more theology question at the beginning there is because I wasn't necessarily asking like I phrased it wrong, so that's on me. It wasn't really necessarily that the question was like, what's your religion in the broad sense of the term? It was more so like, okay, what is your version of the quote unquote correct Christianity that you could accept? Like in the way you just said, oh, I could accept that. Like what then would be the version because we know that it's been progressed so much to believing that
the
Jesus as
earliest
the New
form would
Testament.
be a worship of Christ's deity. If you wanted to center it around like Isis, or if you wanted to center around Serapis, that's fine. But like, okay, that's all that it really is.
Okay. I don't really know much about that, so could you break down more so of what like the proper view of Christianity should be in the sense of
I'm
what you're
not
saying?
telling you what it should be. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not going to come up here and say what religion you should be or what a religion even should really be.
Okay.
I'm just going to make historical claims about what the
Gotcha.
religion was or is, that kind of thing. But we're not.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what it should be.
Got you. Fully understand. Okay, cool. That actually like lays a super good grounding to understand. So it's a historical claim that Jesus and Paul, as presented through the New Testament as
Hmm.
your primary
Yeah,
source
or
material.
the I'll even accept Book of Mormon or Quran if you really wanted to. But sure.
Okay, well, okay, wow. Okay, so you'll go outside of okay. So because primarily I hear people use the biblical sources of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? And maybe other
Yeah, I
books in the
mean,
Bible. Do
if
you
you want
also
to
go
argue
to the
through the
Quran?
no, no, no. What I'm saying is that I'll also include that. Like, I'll include that. Well, I'll accept that as part of that same group. Like, I
Okay,
would
cool.
say
So
that the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, the Quran, and the Book of Mormon, did not exist. Oh my God,
okay, and I saw
Jesus
you
Christ!
what the heck is that?
It's a it's a stupid sound thing that TikTok now has. It's absolutely
Hey
ridiculous.
yo. Um hey yo. No,
Yeah.
it's not okay. So
Anyways,
perfect. Okay, so you're okay. That actually clears up a lot of like because like I said, it's not yes, it is a historical claim, but there's so much around it.
it's
Have you
not that
also
complicated. Like, it really isn't. As TikTok said, or as Naz said there on TikTok, it's not a complicated claim. Like, it is purely historical. Jesus did not exist. What version of Jesus do you want to say existed, or what version of Jesus do you want to talk about, or where did you get your concept of Jesus? And then we'll approach it from there. So If you want to get into the conversation, let's get into the conversation. Either provide evidence for Jesus or ask me why I think that this Jesus didn't exist. Which one would you like to do?
That was what was my next question I was going to
Yeah,
do, is
no
why
problem.
you think that it doesn't exist. But the question I was going to ask before that is, have you, because like I said, you use biblical sources. Have you also pulled from studying the Quran and all these other sources that you're saying to have? Because you
Yeah,
were
because
disproving a biblical
the
thing.
Quran is based off of Christianity. Like it just
Right.
is.
Right.
So as a result, getting talking about Jesus roughly 500 years after he supposedly existed, it's not suddenly going to give you like it's not suddenly going to be good evidence for his existence. That's not how that
Right.
works.
And you remove the divine inspiration or
Well,
revelation
yeah,
part from it.
if I let you appeal to magic, or if I had appealed to magic, or if I let anybody from any religion appeal to magic, then then their religion is the best. Like it
Yeah.
just
Right.
automatically, and it's not how any of this works if we're looking at it
Yeah.
historically. But anyways, what
Cool. Okay.
either
So yeah,
either
the
ask
question
me
is,
how I get
what is
to
your
how they didn't.
I'm getting there.
Okay,
So then yeah, the next question is, why, like, what is the
anachronisms,
belief behind that Jesus has
anachronisms.
not existed?
Anachronisms. There's a
Okay.
number of things, but anachronisms are pretty damn good. These are
Okay.
elements of a story that are out of place in time. If I told you a story about someone in the 1960s texting on an iPhone, you would know that that story is bullshit, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So likewise, the stories of the Gospels have anachronisms in there. Some just 40 years later after Jesus supposedly died, some about 100 years or so later. These are elements of a story that show that the story is a fictional story. There's other things as well. We can get into that, like third person omniscient style of writing, which is indicative of fiction. There's other things such as like geographical errors, like contradictions, things that are pulled from prior works, that kind of nonsense. But nevertheless, anachronisms are a very good way of knowing whether or not something is a true story. That's how we know the Book of Mormon is not true, because there's Joseph Smith and his cronies are writing a story about something that happens 2000 BC or 600 BC, and that it just doesn't there's elements in it that are fairly modern or fairly close to his time. So it's just
Right.
stupid. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. What is the, because I'm sure there's probably, with what you were just saying, there's probably certain examples in the New Testament that are stronger than the other ones. What would you say is the strongest anachronism that you're saying to disprove this? Like, is there a single
I
glaring
mean,
strike that you kind of refer to,
there's
or is there
multiple
multiple?
that we tend to point to. Rabbis, where the first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai in 70, as written by the Mishnah, which is rabbinic literature. Rabbinic Judaism starts at the fall of the temple in 70. There's literally no mention of the word rabbi on any fragment, any manuscript, any text, any inscription. There's no mention of the word rabbi in the Torah, the Tanakh, Jewish Apocrypha, Intertestament books. Nothing from Philo, nothing from Josephus, who fucked off over to Rome in 70. There's nothing that says the word rabbi until 70. That's the point. But Jesus in Matthew 23 points out rabbis, and the Greek New Testament, like the Codex Sinaiticus, goes out of its way in Greek to use the Hebrew term rabbi.
Mhm.
If it was just talking about just a general teacher, it could have used a Greek term for teacher or one of the multiple Hebrew terms for teacher that actually did exist, and not rabbi. And he's even talking about the position itself, like where they sit in the synagogues and how they dress. It is very clear that they're talking about the position of rabbi, which doesn't appear for another 40 years after Jesus dies.
Okay. And that's giving you grounds to say that Jesus
Yes.
never existed.
What it's doing is it's showing me that the story is anachronistic. It is filled with stories that couldn't possibly happen, and so I'm saying that Jesus that's presented in the New Testament did not exist. It's other anachronisms and whatnot that also appear in the text. I mean, it's very intellectually dishonest for you to ask me like, oh hey, what's your argument against it, and then I name a whole bunch of different things, and even in one particular category like anachronisms I mentioned that there's multiple, and then I name you one of them and you say that's why you think Jesus didn't exist. That is very dishonest.
No. So wait, why do you say it? What do you mean by
Because that is
dishonest?
one example of one category that I gave.
Right.
I gave multiple there are multiple examples in that one category and multiple categories. So
Yes. No.
no,
I.
to
Yeah.
say that like, oh, just this one problem is why this guy didn't know. There's a lot. That is just one example of the category of anachronisms. There's also geographical issues. There's also contradiction issues. There's also third person omniscient style of writing. Prior sources for the supernatural, the natural, and the teachings listed.
Yeah.
The dating of
Well,
the actual text, the lack of evidence for it, like a whole
so
bunch of different
yeah,
stuff.
right. Well, the thing that the thing that's that the reason why I ask that is because it's like
Mm.
weird because it seems like there's almost not a conflation in and of itself, but like if that's the case, it's almost as if you're saying all of those anachronisms, the geographical issues, the contradictions, all the things that you're saying are all Jesus centric. So meaning like, why not say that everybody in the New Testament, all these other writers and all these other people named were also not false.
You're
Like
wondering why the guy with a
there's
background who says Jesus never existed is focusing his argument on Jesus?
I'm asking why the guy that is having Jesus never existed is using claims that can be used towards the overall sense of the book of the Bible, but there seems to be some pinpointing on Jesus, right? Because you're
Well,
using
it's
Jesus and
because the
Paul. Why
quote
not
comes out
Peter?
of
Why not
Jesus's
all these other
mouth.
people?
The quote
Right,
comes out of Jesus's mouth. On top of that, Jesus is the main character and Jesus is the point of the live. I would also say that, like, very clearly, I also say Paul never existed, but Paul's not in the Gospels.
right.
But I mean, obviously, if Jesus didn't exist, he didn't have disciples. So I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. I
Oh,
don't know
okay,
what to
okay, okay.
tell you there. Like, that's like me saying Paul Bunyan didn't exist, and then giving you a whole bunch of evidence as to how Paul Bunyan didn't, and you're like, but that could also apply to Babe, the big blue ox, and I'm like, okay, well, if Paul Bunyan's not real, there's not an owner of Babe. I don't know how to tell you that. Like,
Right. No, no, no,
yeah,
I got you. So then the actual claim is that just the
the
people
actual
of
claim is
the
that Jesus did not exist. And since Jesus is the overall main character of the text, the people who are like peripheral to him, who we
Mhm.
also don't have any evidence for, would just go the way of the buffalo as well. It wouldn't. I, I don't feel like I need to make a background that lists out every single one of the characters of the New Testament who don't
No, of
exist
course, yeah,
when
no, that's
Jesus
not what
is
I'm
the
saying.
main one. The reason I include Paul is specifically because there are texts later that are supposedly written by this character. The other characters that supposedly write are people who are connected to the gospel story. Paul's not connected to that. The other people who are writing in the New Testament that are not connected to Paul would be, or a gospel, would be Jude, who is connected to Jesus, supposedly, Peter, who is connected to Jesus, supposedly, in the gospel, James, also connected to Jesus in the gospel. That would be it. I mean, so it just kind of like if you take out Jesus and the people who are only connected to this character, like Babe is only the big blue ox is only connected to Paul Bunyan. You take
Right.
out Paul Bunyan to take out Jesus. You take out all the peripheral shit in the or connected shit in the Gospels. Paul is the only one who's potentially left. And some people have even tried to say, like I know, like Richard Carrier is a mythicist who believes that Paul is the one who invented Jesus to some extent. And so Paul's kind of independent of Jesus, if you will. And so I would also
Sure.
say that Paul didn't exist. That's why I attacked these particular 2 points and not
Right.
all of them. But anyways, do you
So,
have any evidence that Jesus did exist? Let's try that train. What do you got over there?
well, I mean, I'm not gonna. There's so many different like angles, like you said, that we would to actually go through this and flesh this out. It would take an incredibly long time, more time than either of us would even
No,
want to.
no, probably not. What do you got for Jesus?
So I'm not gonna deviate from what I just said. Not in the sense that obviously I would have to use my Bible. I just don't actually have the time right now to actually flesh into it because I have to leave
You
soon.
would
I'm
have
still
to
at
use
work.
your Bible to prove that Jesus existed.
Well, no, no, like the claims against the Bible that you're making, like this isn't it. Like there's so much. I don't have everything readily available that you would just naturally say. That's why the point of this is not to really go back and forth that much. The point of this is I just want to
That's the
hear
entire point of this, is to go
overarching.
back and forth.
Right.
But yeah, in Matthew 23, it explicitly says the word rabbi.
Right.
Goes out of its way to talk about these rabbis and even like how they dress and everything like that.
Sure. So do you also reject all of the Old Testament?
Okay, a bit of a pivot there, but no, not necessarily all of it. It depends on what you mean by all of it. But I would say that when we take a look at the Old and the New Testament together, I would say, and I would struggle to say, about 1 to 2% is real. About 1 to 2%
Of the
of the
overarching
entire,
narrative about
you know,
God's
over
all
the entire
existence,
Bible, about one
one
to
to
two
two
percent,
percent.
1 to 2% would be historically accurate, and I struggle to say about one.
Wow.
I would grant you about 1 to 2%.
Okay. And you're deriving that percentage from where?
The
All of the
text.
anachronisms, all the stuff that you're saying?
Yeah, I mean the claims that don't line up with history. I mean, starting with Abraham domesticating camels 1,000 years before camels were domesticated in that area. Moses dealing with certain things that very clearly didn't happen over in Egypt. Joshua dealing with Jericho when Jericho was a place that the Israelites would have found already destroyed because a Pharaoh destroyed it a good number of years before the Israelites even made it that far up into Canaan. I mean, a whole bunch of different issues. A whole bunch of different issues.
Yeah. That's
Eventually,
exactly why.
maybe at best, what we get is some possible allusions to David later on the Tel Dan Stele. But other than that, it's hogwash. And then when you actually dive into the actual text itself to determine when it was written, me and my data science co-partner, our current project is over the Old Testament. And we see that the Old Testament is written sometime in about the 3rd century BCE. So to say that they're getting some information correct for things hundreds of years prior is asinine. Like, it's just
Unless there's some
asinine.
spiritual aspect to it, but
Cool,
that's
but
just
we're not just going
naturally.
to grant magic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. We're not going to grant that. See that. So this is exactly why. Like this is furthering what I'm saying, and I'm fully understanding where you're coming from now. Where it's like if you, and this is why I said the claim and the things that are being said, if it's stripped to purely a historical point of
Yeah, that's
view,
the point,
well
man.
then
It's
it'll
been that the whole
never
time.
be. Yeah, it'll never be able to.
Yeah. So, yeah, and
That's why it's like there's more to it.
once you
That's why
add
I'm just
magic to it,
genuinely
it actually
asking.
gets worse because even though you can explain like why these people would have these stories because magic told them on it just overall depending on how you limit the magic, which you can't because you believe like not you but like or
Right,
maybe I don't know, but like
right,
Christians
right,
or religious people tend to believe that God is all powerful, so he's not capable of being limited. So if magic is capable of giving these people the stories to where they're able to like know them correctly, why
hmm
wasn't magic able to also preserve the evidence for them? That's
right,
stupid. Like
right,
the magic is powerful enough to tell people that the story happened, but not powerful enough to tell other people that it happened or show that it happened. And it relies on these people to have got it right and for us to just trust people. Like it
right,
seems really silly. Like once you add magic into it, it
right,
actually gets worse.
right.
But
And see what
so
you
I
just
try to
said.
view this from a purely historical
Yeah,
standpoint.
yeah. And what you just said actually gave me the clearest picture of where you're actually standing on it, because I think even in this short dialogue, and I genuinely would love to keep talking, but I do have to go in just a few moments. And obviously I'll try to come back. I don't know when you stream, but if I see it again, I'll of course pop in. I was like, this can't be limited. Well, I mean, I know you are limiting to it a historical thing, but you just said a lot of theological things that actually further reinforce the now historical evidence that you have. So
That doesn't make any
we can't throw
sense.
the baby
Those
out
were
with the
just
bathwater,
words.
right? Huh?
Those were just words. It was just a word salad. That didn't make any sense.
Okay, let me try to make it more concise. You cannot strip away any kind of theological framing of mind if you're going to make such a clear-cut historical claim, because in what you just said, you spoke.
That's not true. Like I can
Okay,
very clearly make claims about a book that tries to say something happened in history about whether or not it's like real, regardless of the theology of me or the writers or anybody reading it or anything like that. When the Bible says this happened at this point in time, we can go and see if that happened to that particular person or that particular group of people at that particular point in time. We can we
Mhm.
can we can we can do that. Like
100%. I'm
so
not saying
so
we're
it's
not.
not in no way, shape, or form does it require the theology. So again, I understand you have a limited amount of time. Please either give me the evidence for Jesus or we're going to have to move on to somebody else. I mean, you're not a Phil bro, which I appreciate, but you're kind of talking like someone who's quasi into it or something and keeps wanting to get into it, and I don't want to, because that's not the point of the life. Do you have any evidence for Jesus?
Yeah, so my evidence for Jesus would be the gospel accounts
Okay.
and a lot of the historical sources behind Jesus and the thousands and
Like
hundreds
what?
of years of well, I gotta be able to finish my sentence. This is where I said right now getting into all of this is
Mhm.
not gonna be an option, but that I'm going to use the biblical sources. I'm going to
Okay,
use
that's fine.
historical
That's fine. That's
people.
fine. How did you
So
determine that the Bible was historically accurate when talking about Jesus? How did you determine that?
I mean, I would just say studying. I'd say looking at other historical sources. I'd say,
Okay, like
like I
what?
said, I don't think that is a straight
Like
historical thing. I
what?
think you have to have
Like what?
faith.
Like when I mentioned David, I mentioned the Tel Dan Stele. What did you compare the stories of the Gospels to for when it talks about Jesus? What did you compare it to say this is a legitimate historical story? What did you compare it to?
I would have to define a singular story first because there's not
Literally
one
any of it.
overarching.
Literally any of it. What did you
Well,
compare it
so
to?
I went to school for biblical and theological studies. So
That's
it's like
fine.
I
So
would have
you
to
should be able to have an
pull up
example that you can
so
pull out
much.
just pretty easily. Just I'm asking for one example. What did you compare it to?
I'm not understanding your question.
Literally any example of anything that happens to Jesus in the gospel.
Hmm.
You compared it with what outside the gospel to confirm that it happened? Any story of Jesus.
I'm
Are
pulling up
you are you
document.
looking for it or did you go to school for this?
No, I did, but I'm again. It's like for different everything in the gospels there's for God for if you just use that Luke 4 example, right, or Matthew 4 when we're talking about the Satan tempting Jesus in the wilderness, all of these different sources have different places you can look to find information. Like there's not this one size fits all,
Sure.
like to
All right. That's
confirm
fine.
every single
For
thing.
this
So that's
particular,
what I'm saying, like I would need to
please give
first
me
be like
one
what.
example. You can pick whatever example you want. I haven't told you which example. I just want you to find any example of Jesus's life and show me the what you compared it to, compared the gospel story to, in order to confirm that the gospel was correct when it talked about it. Any example of Jesus's life.
um okay, so broad stroking we can use some of Josephus's.
For what?
Broad stroking we
For
can
what?
use your okay, this is
For
what I'm
what?
saying.
What
Now we're
example of Jesus's life? Or are you just talking Jesus in general?
yeah, I'm talking Jesus in general. That's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
Jesus in
I'm
general.
just
Okay.
keeping it
So
generalized
what does Josephus say?
about Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what does he say?
Well, I mean, there's so much things that he says about Jesus. Let's find one thing.
Not a lot.
I
You're
mean,
looking for Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3.
let me see.
Antiquities of the Jews, 18.3.3, buddy.
What section?
18.3.3 from Antiquities of the Jews, just to kind of give you a
Okay.
little bit of a head start.
Okay.
So, what does Josephus say about Jesus?
Let's see. Wise teacher, performed wondrous works, drew a following of Jews and Gentiles, executed by Pilate.
Mhm.
Let's just do that like a
So,
super
does he say he
bare
was the
level.
Christ?
but that's not the claim. The claim is he didn't exist.
No, it's fine.
So,
We're trying to figure out whether or not Josephus actually wrote that, though. Josephus was not a
okay.
Christian, correct? Is that a correct
I really
statement?
don't remember.
You you went to school for this. Surely you'd know who Josephus was, right?
I do know who Josephus was, yes. And when I say going to school, you can have emphases on church history. I didn't have an emphasis on church history. So, in just like the overarching. And again, this is why I said, like, in order to pull up and learn, I don't, it's not like I've retained all the information I possibly have in my brain, right? So
Right.
that's why I'm making it clear, like, this is the chapter we're looking at. This is what we're trying to go over.
Mm-hmm.
Helps me be like, okay, bet now that I know exactly what we're searching for, what we're looking at, then I can go into it. Not
Okay.
learning
Well,
in
Josephus
think
was
about how
not a
much
Christian.
biblical knowledge there is. There's so
Josephus
much.
was not a Christian. Would you agree with that statement?
I know that you have more knowledge on this.
You
than
can
me, so
Google it if you
I'm asking
want.
you.
Was Josephus a Christian? Go ahead and open a new tab and Google it. It's fine. It'll tell you.
Yeah, it says that he was not a Christian.
He was not. So that makes it pretty sus that there's a line explicitly in the middle of the paragraph I just told you to look at, which gives us the information about Pilate, like you said, or miracles, or the Christians, or the disciples, that kind of thing. Yeah, there's a line in the middle of it that says he was the Christ. That seems a little weird, right?
What makes that weird?
That a non-Christian calls him the Christ? A Jewish person would say that was the Messiah?
I mean,
I would like for you to point to any non-Christian who says Jesus was the Messiah.
I mean, I think it depends on what we mean by Christian, right? Because
literally anybody, because Christ means anointed, and Christ would be the closest word for Messiah in Greek.
So you're saying it's suspect that somebody that Google tells us, or I mean, obviously historical tradition as well, tells us did not believe in the divinity of Christ would
say that he believes in the divinity of Christ.
Okay.
That would be pretty weird, right? Someone who doesn't believe in the divinity of Christ says, I believe in the divinity of Christ. That would be really weird, right? Right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, right before that, when it says that he was a man, if it be lawful to call him a man, it's literally the first sentence of that paragraph. Mm-hmm. So in other words, he's saying he could have actually just been a god. Not just the Messiah. He's saying he could have been a god.
Two things, though. We're not talking about whether or not Josephus believes if he was a Christ. You're claiming that.
Oh, no. We are, because it is very telling that this has these particular terms that are used, or these phrases in this paragraph, because it shows us that Josephus didn't actually write that. It is something that is an interpolation from later on.
He couldn't recognize that he could be the Christ.
He doesn't say he could be. He says he was.
Yeah.
So yeah, because he's not a Christian, he would not say Jesus was the Christ. That wouldn't make any sense.
Do you not believe that some people, like, for example, in just actual human life, there's things or there's circumstances that we know could be true, but we still struggle to fully put our faith and believe in?
That is not a case. Name me one thing that you know is true, but you don't believe it.
Well, it's not that I don't believe it. It's just
okay.
Well, then there you go. With the belief of it.
No. He doesn't say I'm wrestling with this. He may have been. He says he was the Christ. He also says that it was lawful, if it be lawful to call him a man, suggesting the idea that this person, Jesus, was apparently a deity, possibly a deity. And then it goes on to say that he not only resurrected, but and that the divine prophets foretold it, but that the divine prophets had actually foretold this and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. Does that sound like a non-Christian Jewish person living at the Roman emperor's compound in 90, when the Christians say that they were being persecuted by the emperor?
Right. No, I'm with you. Definitely have a lot more to say, but like I said, I do got to dip now. But I definitely would love to pop in and have like an actual like sit down of like what Because like I said,
I do this every day, every weekday from, I started late today, but usually I go from about 9:30 or 10 Central to about 2 or 3.
Swag. Okay, bet. All right, brother, it was nice meeting you. I appreciate you breaking it down to me. It definitely gave me a lot of clarity. I was, like I said, I was not prepared to get into it because, like I said, I'm at work doing things. So it's like off the top of my head, there's so much knowledge that someone could possibly have. So I would rather be like, okay, what is one thing that we could look at and then break that down rather than just these broad strokes? Because if we just ask a simple question, how many different possible things we could talk about regarding the Bible, we would be here literally all day. There is a million things to talk about.
Sounds good. Well, if you got any, if you find any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come back up. I'd like to hear from you. Let's see. Super chats really fast. We've got $2 from Zena Lapudre, who says, sponsored by PF Queefs, some wind in your walk. I don't like that at all. I see the cleverness though. $5 from a Lope Note says, sorry, AI took my queef budget. Here's a sloppy, moist queef. What the hell? Pretty, please add that cross on the prompt. Trust me, bro. I'm not adding a cross on the prompt. I don't even know where you're talking about. Like maybe at the top. I don't know, because if I add too much going on, then it's too much shit. It's already too much just with this the marker board. If I add too much to the top, especially like even on TikTok, you can't even see it. YouTube, you can see it better because there's not a bunch of shit at the top of the screen, or some, but not a lot. And then $6.99 Canadian from Serenity Serpent, thank you very much, says a book, a website, a Discord. Yes, do have a book here. Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is available. It's just $3 for the ebook. There's a print version and an audiobook version as well. It's on Amazon. The link is in the bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube profile. Go check it out if you like. There's a website. The website is created by Gray Eyes, a friend of mine on TikTok. It is mythicism.web.app, and it gives a lot of amazing information when it comes to the talking points that I'm talking about here. Here's an example of the website. I need to refresh to see the updates. Okay. And it's got a bunch of different stuff. If you're like, oh, what about Josephus? Like you can click first century, click Josephus, and it's got a whole bunch. I mean, it brings the receipts and it talks about the things that I talk about and a lot of other things. 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. Yeah. But anyways, a very good website that you can have open and be able to talk to people if you're talking about like Jesus's existence, or if you yourself are curious about what I'm talking about and you want to just read it on a website as opposed to paying $3 for an ebook or something like that. You can definitely check it out. That's mythicism.web.app. You can either see it there. I'm sure somebody's probably typed it into the chat, or you can just rewatch this here on YouTube, because this is going on YouTube and you can watch it as soon as I'm done here on this live, and you can go check it out. It should be at about 58 minutes into the YouTube video. And then, yeah, Discord. There's a Discord. Check out Serenity Serpent's page, or I know Elizabeth Heretics has it. Lady Huggy has it there on TikTok, and I'm sure that Aaron might even be able to share the link for it. Check out the Discord. It's pretty good. If I do say so myself, I don't run it, so it's not it's not a me thing. I'm not like tooting my own horn here. So you know, but deconstructing chaos is what that's all about. W community, W mods, absolutely. Live, laugh, love, queef. Oh my god. Get them queefs out while you can. Absolutely, because I'm about to start fucking banning that word. May the giggles and queefs be with you. Queef? What? I don't know what the question was at the end, but the answer is no. 2 pounds. 2 pounds from Adrian. 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 There we go. People believing because they are afraid of God? Possibly. Yeah, I think people lots of times will just kind of say, hey, Jesus Christ. Put your mouth around it. Terrible TikTok thing. Anyways, the point is, I think people do tend to believe because, out of fear of what would potentially happen, because it's kind of beat into them, or just kind of pounded into their brain when it comes to the theology or that supernatural fear, which is sad. I've heard some people say that religion is child abuse, and I mean, I tend to honestly believe that. I don't really talk about the morality of stuff like that, but it absolutely at least can be very, very bad. Let's see, $4.99 there from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, "Let's talk about sex, baby. How about them queefs? Tell me more about Joe Feces." What is going on with Tracy? Good God. Good God, lady. Anyways, $4.99 from Hard Work says, caller, I went to school for this. Also, caller, I didn't go to school for this. That is true. That is true. But he was willing to have a conversation, so that's nice. $4.99 from Brun Rocks. I don't know, BR1 Rocks says, there are no examples in antiquity of contemporaries making up a fictional person and writing testamentary documents about them. Of contemporaries? There aren't contemporaries. I don't know what you're talking about. Contemporaries of a person? I don't know what you're talking about there. Because, well, no, absolutely not. Actually, there's fake letters all the time that go to fake people. So actually, no, you would be incorrect. We do have contemporaries. Obviously, if you're writing a letter to somebody, you must be a contemporary. We have letters that are written to fictional people or about fictional people. So that's not an accurate statement. An example of antiquity would be the moral epistles from Seneca. He's writing to a fictional person. So yeah, and testamentary documents, I mean, he's writing about him, so, or he mentions him, so that would be a testament to him. So no, what you're saying is demonstrably false. And also, I'm not even saying that they're contemporaries, because no one who was writing the New Testament stories, not even their grandparents were alive to potentially see Jesus. By the time these New Testament is written in the 2nd century, by the time these writings come out, no, there's no contemporaries of Jesus at that point, or Paul, by the way. So no, that wouldn't be the case. $2 there from a Lote Note says, "We will riot if you ban queefing for Christ." Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay. First up here, we got Walk on Water Jesus Christ. Walk on Water Jesus Christ is the next guest here.
Yeah. What's up, man? Just
Hey.
give me 1 second. I'm not in my room right now.
Oh, okay. I'm not really sure how long that would take, but Herb?
2 seconds.
Oh yeah, not a problem. I bet you're fine. But Herb, what you got really fast while we're waiting?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you all right.
Okay, awesome. Hey, I just real quick, man, I love what you're doing here and I totally support it. I have a quick question. So when I run this through ChatGPT or through Grok or something like that, the last thing I heard when it came back was Eusebius was interpolation. It was added.
Yeah, interpolated. Yeah.
Why do they say that? Why does AI keep coming back with the Eusebius part about him lying and that kind of thing? Why does it come back that way?
Could you repeat the question, because I'm not really sure exactly. What are you getting?
So when I run that through, when you talk about Eusebius and you talk about him saying that it's okay for him to lie for the sake of the truth, when I run that through, when I present that argument to AI, it says it was that portion of Eusebius was added. It says that was
to Eusebius.
Yeah, to Eusebius.
By who?
When I ran it through, it didn't say. I should have asked that, but I just, when it said that, it said it was added, and I'm like, well, when you present it, it's like that wasn't added. It was just normal part of what he was doing.
He's actually, maybe, I don't know. I don't really know where that's coming from, because it's a Eusebius's take on what Plato had said. Okay. So I don't know, because Plato had made the argument that like a lawyer is perfectly justified in lying for his client. So Eusebius is basically saying, yeah, so that means that it's morally justifiable to lie to compel somebody to do something that is good.
Okay, well, it's obvious every time I talk to ChatGPT and bring up the arguments. I read your book. I love it, man. It's really
Oh, thank
cool. The arguments are solid, but when I run it through AI, it has a historicist bent to it. It's obviously biased toward a
Well,
historicist bent, so it always brings back arguments against the mythicist person.
yeah. Well, that's because AI and the way that you're using it there it's basically a search engine on steroids. And search engines, all they do is just take a look at the most popular websites and kind of pull most of their responses from that, their primary responses from there. So AI is basically taking those and saying, let me grab a whole bunch of different like sources, or like some of the most popular sources, and then condense an answer in a way that seems natural. And so it's telling you it's telling you something that is coming from the most popular sites, which are going to be Christian like apologist websites as opposed to anything else. So I mean, it makes sense that AI is going to side on the side of like history or like historicist arguments, but I've never heard the idea that Eusebius was interpolated into. I'm not really sure where they got that. That seems odd.
I was surprised when I heard it. Okay, I'll do it again next time and see where they get that information. I'll dig deeper on it. But have you ever done, bro? I'd pay you $50, $100, or whatever to put on your chat to do an argument with AI, just to see how that response would go. But seriously, that would be dope.
I mean, I might. I know a lot of people have done like the Catholic AI or something. But in that particular case, it's very religious, and it absolutely has parameters set in to where it can't go outside of it. But for just like a normal thing, like a Gemini or something, it might be interesting to kind of do that one time. But I don't know. Like, I just know that for the most part, like, I can state a point, and then AI is going to just, in some cases, hallucinate, or in some cases, just pull from a bunch of stuff and just say like 2 or 3 big things, and I can talk to one of them, and it's just going to keep expanding it. And so it gets kind of ridiculous over time. It's not a very, it doesn't respect the like I've got 5 minutes, you've got 5 minutes kind of style of debate. Like, you say one thing and then it's going to talk about that in a huge paragraph and give multiple things to it, and then you gotta it would look very different. It would look very different from like a normal debate, I guess. But I might. It's,
well, I know that AI gives you Josephus. AI gives you Josephus, but when it comes to Tacitus, it kicks back with Tacitus because it says that the word Christ being used there, it says that the only obvious reference to Christ would be Jesus, because that's the time frame that it would be referring to.
I
so
would.
It doesn't allow Christ to be used for pre-Jesus or after,
well, that Christ there, in the way that the Tacitus's annals, as we have it today, that Christ is there, it would be Jesus. Like, it definitely would. It's just that the way that it's used there doesn't make a lot of sense that Tacitus would have put it, if that makes sense. And so it calls into question whether or not he wrote it. It's not so much like, oh, Tacitus is talking about Christ and it's a different Christ, but rather that it is something that is added later, as opposed to that's about Jesus but call him Christ, as opposed to he's using the word Christ and he means someone else. I know that passage is talking about Jesus. It wouldn't make any sense to not be, but it's just not written by Tacitus, is what I claim.
Okay. So you're saying it would be an obvious interpolation?
Yes, because he would not use the term Christ. He would use the term Jesus, especially since he calls the group the Christians with an E, which doesn't make a lot of sense that the Christians with an E get their name from Christ with an I.
Right.
Yeah, and there's a couple other reasons why. And since our book came out, we actually took a look at that text using stilometry and saw that it doesn't come up as Tacitus anyways, that little line about Christ and stuff. So, yeah. It's pretty clearly someone else who's just writing it.
Are you going to have a second edition of that book?
Yeah. Well, sort of, kind of. Our next book that we're actually working on right now and trying to wrap up, we actually go over a lot of the things about Christ before Jesus that some other questions that we didn't expect, or other things that we found along the way. We have a huge amount of anachronisms that we have found over the years since our book came out. Things that we have found, things that we didn't necessarily tackle in the first book, and then things that other people have found as well there in the Discord. So, yeah, a lot of
Okay,
new
okay. Can you
information
give
that
me
kind of
one
backs up.
since since I finally got you on here? Can you give me one of those new juicy ones that you don't normally point to? You
A new
point to the
anachronism?
Extremophiles and some of the other ones. Give me a new one that you normally don't talk to. Just one.
Well, there was somebody that pointed out, very rightfully so. I believe it was Jake and Zeno. I think they're in my Discord, or not my Discord. Well, my channel of the Discord. Anyways, the point is, it was the idea that so there's a group that is stationed, like a Roman military group, a legion that was stationed over in Judea. And they fought in the First Jewish-Roman War, and then were actually on the front lines of the Third Jewish-Roman War as well, the Bar Kokhba Revolt. And they had an insignia that they started using around that time that was a pig. It was a wild boar. That was their sign. And in the Bible or in the New Testament, it talks about how it has a story where Jesus drives demons out of somebody named Legion and into pigs. So what it's talking about there is it's using that kind of terminology and that kind of concept there, that imagery from that legion that wouldn't have been there during Jesus's time, and very clearly shows that this text is being written, especially around the 2nd century, because that's when we actually have evidence of them having the pig insignia, the wild boar. It's also interesting that they run into off the cliff into the river and drown themselves, because the only other imagery on this insignia is like maritime symbols, like ships and whatnot. So the insignia of Legion X is what they're called, Legion X or Legion 10. That particular legion, their insignia involved a pig and like ships. And so we end up with Legion having demons driven out of him and into pigs who end up drowning.
Okay, very cool. All right, thank you for sharing, man. I won't keep you on any longer. I just wanted to get on it and talk about those couple things, man. Appreciate what you do, man. Take it easy, brother.
Yeah, and not a problem. All right, thanks. All right. Let's see. We've got a walk on water. Jesus Christ, you're in your room now. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Legion X actually is a pretty.
I was
cool.
waiting on the super chats for a little bit. I went to the bathroom. Now I'm back.
Oh, the super chats? Oh no, I was just talking to the other guy. But I mean, we do have super chats though. $2 from That Real Riverside Foo, who says, "Put your queef around it." That doesn't even make any sense. How is that even possible? All right. And then fucking those songs. All right, $1.99 from BR1 Rock says almost all critical scholars say you're wrong. Nice. After I pointed out that your last comment made no sense and was demonstrably false, the idea of no examples in antiquity of contemporaries, you just decided to go, well, scholars just think you're wrong. Oh, okay. Well, just reading books shows that you're wrong, because considering the fact that we do have examples of that, and you just kind of said it there in the chat, and then you just decided to just go, well, you're wrong. You're just okay, whatever, dude. Fucking nerd. Get out of here. All right. Let's see. Walk on water, Jesus Christ. What do you got for us? What you got?
I got everything, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, what you got in relation to the topic?
I got that Paul and Jesus both definitely existed, especially Paul.
Yeah, not a problem. What's your evidence for it?
Well, the 7 letters that the vast majority of people would agree that were written by a real man named Paul.
No, the vast majority doesn't agree on 7. It's either 6 or 7. Depending on your view of Philemon.
Okay, that's a good clarification there. So how do you explain?
That also means that if there's 6 or 7 letters that are authentic, that means that there's another 6 or 7 in there in the New Testament that say that they're from Paul that aren't. Right?
I'll grant you that.
Right?
That's fine. Yeah,
So
right.
that means just
According to that
because it
claim.
says it's from Paul, that doesn't really mean it's from Paul. If anything, they're saying that this is coming from the same author.
Yeah, but you would agree that that metric that you're agreeing to would say that there's at least 6 or 7 letters that were
I am
written
not agreeing
by
to
a
that
real man
metric.
named
I am
Paul.
simply telling you what the scholars say because you quoted them wrong.
How did I quote them wrong?
Because you said that the vast majority agree on 7 and they don't. The vast majority
6
say
or
that it's
7.
6 or 7.
Okay, we'll go with
Yeah,
6. The
but I'm
vast
not
majority
agreeing
agree
to
on
their
6.
metric. I am simply saying that that's what the scholars say. If you're going to say something, say it correctly.
Okay. So what methodology do you use?
I use a more
Stylometric
advanced of
analysis?
what they take a look at, which would be stylometry, which dives into the text. That is exactly how these scholars say that either 6 or 7 of the letters of Paul are authentic, is by taking a look at the style of writing, as well as the content.
True. And that's the same reason why they say the other 6 or 7 are not written by Paul.
Yep,
So where
because
do
the
you divorce
style
them? Do
overall
you-
is different. And the reason why
Yeah.
they say that is because they take a look at the overall book. They take a look at the book level. When they take a look at the book level and there's multiple authors within them, they're going to taint their data. Garbage in, garbage out, as M. David Litva says. If you divide the text up into pieces, you will see that there's multiple authors. If you and I wrote a book together, and then someone wanted to find out if that was written by you or written by me and compared it to a bunch of writings from me and a bunch of writings from you, you're going to get a jumbled mess because it's not going to make any fucking sense, because you're going to have certain documents that say, oh, this is close to their book, and from me, and then certain documents from you that say, oh, this is close to their book. But if you divide our book out, like if I wrote 5 chapters and you wrote 5 chapters, if you split it up into chapters, you'll see the chapters that I wrote will show up with my books all the time, and the chapters you
I'm
write
getting
will
a
show
call
up with
from work.
yours.
I'm really sorry, bro.
So
I
that's
gotta
the
go.
problem.
I'm getting a call from work. I'm sorry.
All right. So that's how that is. If you have garbage data, you're going to end up with, well, garbage results. They're flawed. If you dive into the authentic letters of Paul, you will see that there's multiple authors in them. But all you have to do to dive in is split them up into pieces and then run them stylometrically, as opposed to running them as an entire book. That's the big difference there. Yep. If you're watching on YouTube, I take guests on TikTok. The link is in the chat. Or it's on the YouTube profile. If you don't want to make a TikTok, or you don't have a TikTok, or you don't want to hop over to use your TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Send a super chat there on YouTube. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. I promise. So even if you want to ask a question, make a statement about how you know Jesus existed, or just call me an idiot, that's fine too. But go ahead and put that there in the super chat and I will read it out loud. Over on TikTok, what do we got over here? Blair Simpson 165 says it's not garbage data. It is historically accurate that 7 are undisputed. That's not even close to true. That doesn't even make any sense. They are dated to 49 to 62. Well, I really want to hear that. I don't even know who you're talking. Blair, here, what we're going to do here, Blair, is we're going to do something called give me your sources. Yeah, M. David Liva, if you want just like a random source like that. But what I'm going to do, it's called mute or rebuke. I just muted you for the entire live there. You cannot comment anymore, but you can request up. I'm not running. I just want to have a conversation with you. And since you have your profile set to private, I can't send an invite to you. So you're going to have to click the invite button or the request button that's right there or down there, and I'll bring you up and we'll have a conversation. Other than that, I can't hear you anymore or read what you have to say. Pickle 77 is looking like they want to come up. There's an important poll in the top. Better not be fucking Humperdew. Oh my God. Why does God need so many foreskins? Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. All right. All right. Hopefully it connects. Pickle 77 there was requesting up. Oh man. Wrong type of poll. Oh my God.
You done messed up, Aaron!
I like turtles.
All right.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
All right. I don't know if Pickle 77 is going to connect. Now, to all you people out there, there's 354 people on TikTok. There's 341 people over there on YouTube. I need to remind you, or need I remind you? Let me ask you a question. Need I remind you that 1 Peter 3:15? I'll put it up here. I will put it up here, and I will read it word for word. At least this translation. I'm not even sure where Gray has got this, but it's a translation. 1 Peter 3:15 says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect." In other words, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you. Depending on the translation, it'll say demanded. And do so respectfully. If you don't come up here and give me evidence that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, when you die, Jesus will look at you dead in the eyes and say, "Depart from me, you devil. You skank-ass bitch." He probably says that. But anyways, he will say, "Depart from me. I never knew you. You didn't take part of your busy day out of your busy schedule and everything like that to give a defense of me and Paul 2,000 years ago. Pathetic. Sorry. If you don't come up here and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago and you're a Bible-believing Christian, unfortunately, according to the Bible, you let God down. Sorry. And when God gets let down, what does he do, chat? What does he do? He unalives a puppy. Yes, exactly. Everybody said it in unison. I know. He unalives a puppy. The same puppy. Twice. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Psalms. Sorry. All right. Let's see. We did have that person who was saying something, I think, about maybe Paul or something. I have no idea. They requested up, so I'm going to take a look at this. Vinny214 says, "Bro, this got to be rage bait. Are you Vinny214 because you're from Dallas?" Bitch. I'm sorry. Go west, young man. To Fort Worth. All right, Blair Simpson 165. What you got there?
Hi, how are you?
Hey, doing good. You were saying something, I think, in the chat about Paul or something.
Yeah. So let me just first off by saying I'm not like a Christian reading. I don't read the Bible. It's something like that. It's just I studied early Christianity and the rise of early Christianity. I'm not saying I don't believe in the Bible. I'm just saying I'm not like a Christian thumper or anything like that. So there's a lot of sources that pretty much undeniably agree in Paul's existence as a historical individual.
There's a lot of sources that...
There are sources. When I say a lot, I mean like compared to Jesus, for instance, as a historical figure, we have far more sources for Paul than we do for Jesus.
Okay, well, wait, hold up. Just... Because you pretty much hit the magic word, but just to make sure, you think that we have historical evidence for Paul?
Yeah, to an extent with this.
All right. Well, everybody knows what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Name me one person outside of Christianity in antiquity who mentions Paul. Come on, Blair.
Shit, sorry. Hello?
Yep. Name me one person outside of Christianity antiquity who mentions Paul.
Let me ask you this. Why would you use somebody outside of antiquity or Christianity when...
Hold up.
No, I'm asking, seriously.
Yeah, I will expand it to people within Christianity if you acknowledge that we don't have anybody outside of Christianity who mentions them.
Well, again, can I finish my question? I will answer you. Just, can I finish that really quick? Why would you use somebody outside of antiquity when he lived during antiquity?
I didn't say outside of antiquity.
You said outside of antiquity.
I said outside of Christianity in antiquity.
Oh, I thought you said and antiquity. I apologize.
No, in antiquity. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't name somebody outside necessarily Christianity, but the Jews.
So we have historical evidence for him.
Atheists. What?
Okay, we don't have any Jewish people back then who mentioned Paul, do we?
Paul was what was he, a Pharisee?
Do the Jewish people say that? Do the Pharisees
Yeah.
say that? Where?
Yeah.
Where do they say that?
Did the Jewish people? I mean, I guess, you know. I'm talking about scholars now, all agreeing. But
Well,
even
we're
atheists agree
looking.
that Paul was-
You literally just asked me why would we look outside antiquity, and then you went outside antiquity.
No,
So
I
within
backtracked
antiquity-
and I said, well, current. Okay. wait,
Well,
slow
within
down.
antiquity, do
Look,
we
I'm not
have
a
anybody
debater,
with?
so quick-
It's
give me
not
a
a
second.
debate. It's just answering a question. Within
What?
antiquity, do we have any non-Christians who mention Paul at all?
Did Josephus mention Paul? Never mind. People are just haters. All right, don't worry about it. I mean, because I agree with you to a very large extent in the sense of Jesus, but with Paul, because the majority of Christianity as
fine.
we know today comes from Paul.
Yeah, that's
doesn't come from
fine.
Jesus.
I mean,
his
I
teachings.
get it, but this is still a pseudonym. He's still a non-existent person. You're saying
Okay,
that we
well-
did have historical evidence for it. I wanted to confirm. You said some things that definitely sounded like that, and then.
Well, we do.
Then I
I'm
confirmed.
going all over the place. Give me one
But
thing at
but
a time.
but
Hang on.
yeah, and I'm trying to ask one thing at a time here. I'm saying, do we have anybody outside of Christianity in antiquity who mentions
we don't
Paul?
need to have anybody outside of
Yeah,
Christianity.
no,
to have proof of
please,
Paul as a
please,
historical
please.
figure.
And I said earlier that I will expand to that group of people. I will expand to Christians once you acknowledge that we don't have anyone outside of Christianity that mentions them. Once you acknowledge that, I
Yeah,
promise
and
you, we will start to get into
yes, I agree
Christians.
with you.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I'm
name.
not concussed. Dude.
That's that. What?
Anyways,
Anyways,
I'm concussed.
well, don't be paying attention to the chat. It's just you and me.
Anyways,
It's just you and me. Okay. So, can you name me a Christian who says, I knew Paul personally? Can you name me any. What? Sorry, I can't hear you if you're off the app. So you keep hopping off the app, and I think you're talking. I can't hear you. You can hear me. I just can't hear
no,
you.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not trying to get off the app. I have my kid with me, and they just. Anyways.
Not a problem. Can you name me someone inside of Christianity who we know gives a testimony or whatever and says, I know Paul personally?
Yes, I can. Hang on. I'm looking at my notes because I have it
Okay.
from early Christianity.
All right. Who from early Christianity says, I knew Paul? Like they knew him.
Didn't Clement of Rome?
So no, in First Clement, it does not say that the author knows Paul personally. It also doesn't say that the author is Clement. And the text itself does not actually get mentioned until 180 by Hegesippus or Irenaeus. In fact, Christian scholar M. David Litha actually dates it to about 150 to 170 because of this.
Okay. Well, then tell me what. Then teach me something. So tell me what do we know that we can disprove Paul?
Well, Paul, first of all, is a diminutive. It's not even a name. It just means the small one.
Well, his name was Saul and then went to Paul, right?
Yeah, there's only one text that says that. Never in the Pauline epistles does it ever say that he had another name.
Okay.
But that being said, the reason why they probably gave him a real name is because Paul is not an actual name. So in the story of his backstory and stuff like that, this is Acts, obviously, they try to give him a real name and a little bit more of a story. But even in that story, it's pretty obvious that they're taking from other people, seeing as his conversion story in Damascus actually has, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks, which is a line said by Jesus to Paul there during the conversion. But this is a line that is directly, word for word, taken out of the mouth of Dionysus in the play The Bacchae from Euripides, written in about 500 BCE. So
Okay.
that's really weird. Dionysus is talking to somebody on earth who was persecuting his church or his followers, and so he says, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. So it's pretty clear that they're just pulling from other texts.
Okay.
But that being said, Paul's first mentioned by Marcion, or first ever mentioned at all by Marcion. This is in roughly about 144. We don't have any mention of Paul prior to that. He's just a character in a like that's used as like a pseudonym, if you will, there in 144. In fact, if you
144. Okay.
roughly 144 is the first time that we get anything. So about middle of the 2nd century. When Marcion produces a canon, he calls it the New Testament. He's the first one to call a canon the New Testament. and it includes 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to this man named Paul. But even Christian scholars today say that there's only 6 or 7 authentic versions or authentic letters of Paul by their standards. So that would mean that there's up to 4 fake ones the first time that they're ever published. So it's pretty clear that this is not a great start there in the middle of the 2nd century for Paul.
Okay, so you're using, so then to say like the Acts of, what is it, in Acts of Apostles, that we don't, because that's a Christian source, that's not actually proof?
It's well, no, it's not because it's a Christian source. It's because we see that Acts is actually written in the 2nd century, because it's written by the same person who utilizes Marcion's Evangelion, again, also published in 144, to make the Gospel of Luke. And then Acts says, in my previous document, and he talked about, it's very clearly from the same author. So Luke has to come out after Marcion's Gospel, which is also after Paul, and then Acts comes after Luke. So it's very clearly something in the 2nd century written by someone who didn't know Paul or anything. And considering the fact that we can see where they're getting some of the information for like Paul's conversion, Paul's shipwrecks are also lifted from Josephus's autobiography, which was published in 99. So it's pretty obvious that they're writing historical fiction at best. And so with Paul, like with that being the best information for the biography of Paul, it's pretty bad. It's not that it's Christian, it's that it's just bad. It's not
Okay.
It's not any good. Like it's a fiction.
Okay.
Jared,
Well,
shut the hell up, Jared.
from what I understand, Acts is written and we have it dated to around what, like the 1st century, 89, 90 AD, right?
For Acts? So
Yeah,
that is the current consensus or popular opinion is about 90 or so. But unfortunately, Acts, it's starting to actually be written, recognized as being written in the middle of the 2nd century. We actually have a number of scholars using data science and not using data science that come to that conclusion, especially since they're starting to recognize that Marcion was the first one to publish a lot of this material, whether it be the Gospels or Pauline materials. So yeah, and that would be 144. So that's a pretty good anchor for where we need to date things. So there's just no evidence for Acts. Yes.
I'm sorry. Is
yes.
that more okay, see,
yeah.
I studied this a long time ago when I was in school. I'm not using it now. This is just what I know. So
right.
sorry for, being all over and trying to pull out my sources. But I'm very interested in this because I'm a big believer that Christianity as we know it today is from what we know of Paul, which could still be the case even if he wasn't historically accurate. Well, it's not Jesus, right? Because Jesus was, he was real, was Jesus was Jewish. He preached Judaism and
right. Yeah. But I mean, you're right, but in a kind of a weird way, you're actually spot on. So, by the way, who keeps connecting that guy? Whoever keeps inviting that guy or connecting that guy, I'm gonna take mod powers from you. Anyways, so the point is, the.
Let me interrupt.
Oh, what? Well, hold up, Teflon Don. What the hell is going on here? Anyways,
Please let me interrupt.
One second. So as far as I don't even know what. Yes. So Paul. So Paul is a pseudonym, but it's also probably just like a placeholder for Marcion himself. And considering the fact that Marcion is the first one to publish a gospel and publish these Pauline epistles and talk about Christianity in a text form, you're actually not wrong. But in a weird way, if Paul is like more or less just Marcion himself,
mm-hmm.
and Marcion does give us the first New Testament and first gospel, then yeah, Christianity would in effect come from Paul. So you're able to see that issue, and that's because Marcion is behind it. It's a matter of dating it and understanding that Paul's not real.
Yes, and absolutely. And what I was saying about Jesus being, if Jesus was truly a historical figure, and when I say a historical figure, I mean a man, a Jewish man, that's what we're going with. That's what we say, it's what everybody says. Again, we're going with what they're saying, not that I'm stating it's true.
Right.
But he was Jewish, he was a messianic, probably an apocalyptic rabbinic teacher. So he was a rabbi preaching about the end of times because that was something the Jewish people believed. There was a Messiah that was supposed to come, blah, blah, blah. So he didn't fulfill it to the Jewish people. Obviously, we know that. But also, that he believed in Judaism. He was Jewish, he practiced Judaism, all of the above. Christianity obviously doesn't do that, and it strayed from that, which is why I also connect that to Paul, because Paul went and said, I knew Jesus, but it was revelations that Paul claimed to know Jesus, right? That's not
Yeah,
knowing him.
well, yes, that's because the earliest version of Paul's letters that we have are the iterations that Marcion published, and we can actually reconstruct them. I would highly recommend going through because, again, recent research. But recent research has been able to reconstruct what he had, and so this shows us what the earliest version of Paul's letters had, and it doesn't say anything about like meeting with Peter and James and John. It just talks about him getting it through revelation. And again, if Paul is just a placeholder for Marcion, that is Marcion basically saying, the reason I have this gospel suddenly in the middle of the 2nd century about this story that supposedly happened over 100 years ago is because I just received it. Like, it just came to me. And so, yeah, again, what you're talking about is real issues.
So much nonsense.
But if you apply it to the 2nd century, it makes sense.
No, absolutely. And you have to look at the whole entire context of it, not just that one particular moment where it's just beginning, because the whole context is really what leads it to become Christian.
Oh, somehow he muted. What happened there? I don't know what happened.
Did I mute me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Yeah, keep going.
I did it. Anyways, I was just saying, no hate on Christianity itself, nothing like that, but I did study that and kind of trying to learn the authenticity of it, because there's a lot of contradictions in the New Testament, like a lot.
Yeah. Well, I would recommend sticking around. The chat is super knowledgeable about this kind of stuff. Also, if you're interested at all in like newer research and stuff like that and things that point to those things, I myself am not a scholar. I am just a data scientist. Me and my data science co-partner, we take a look at the Greek New Testament using something called stellometry. We determined that the New Testament was written in the 2nd century, which is what we've been talking about here. A lot of the issues that you're talking about are real issues, but just apply them to the 2nd century and you'll get like your backbone of like actually how it comes together.
For sure. I mean, you could even use like Greek language and translations from that. So just
but definitely check it out. The link to my book is in the link to our book is in the bio. The ebook is just $3. It's not like it's super expensive or anything like that.
Yeah, I will. And I changed my tune because I'm a historian, and that's what we can do when we're provided with evidence and backs it.
Oh, well, that's how that works, guys. Take notes, everybody. Take notes, everybody. But yeah, that was Blair Simpson 165. Thank you very much for coming up. And I want to get to some very impatient guests. So give me one moment here. So thank you very much for coming up. That was Blair, everybody. Blair. And I'd even say W. She made it through hard mode. She made it through hard mode. Hard mode can be very daunting for a lot of people and for a lot of reasons. Okay, we've got Truth Talker 1969. What you got?
No, I just want to know how you can claim to know more than like the majority of scholars about like when Acts was written. Acts is supposed to be between 62 and 90. And even the critical scholars put it at 90 at the latest, and you're talking about it being later than that.
No, they don't. I can name you multiple. I can name you multiple scholars who place it into about the 150s, 160s, somewhere in there. That being said, I don't care about what the majority of people think. I care about the evidence. What's their evidence that it's from 60 to 90?
Okay, so basically, you're not an authority. You just don't.
No, I care about the evidence. If you want to appeal to authority, that's perfectly fine and really cute, buddy. But that being said, what do these authorities actually point to for the evidence?
I mean, I don't claim to be a scholar. I look at
that's not a problem. I didn't say you were, and you're far from it itself. But that being said, what do these scholars point to for the evidence? What do they point to? What do they point to?
Like I said, I would have to know that.
Okay, well, unfortunately, you came up here with you came up with a full chest of confidence, and you're just appealing to scholars. Maybe reach out to the scholars and have them actually tell you. Maybe read what the scholars have to say. Maybe tell them to come up here and get their ass handed to them if you really want that. But nevertheless, you coming up here and just being like, hey, I lick the boot or the loafer of this professor and it tastes great. I don't care. I don't give a shit. If you've got any evidence or you'd like to provide what these scholars who you apparently have heard about would have said about the evidence, then that's fine. But otherwise, you just kind of came up here and just started impatiently making comments.
And are you going to just talk the whole time, or you want?
I'm going to mute you again. And the reason why you need to be muted is because you're an impatient bastard who decided to hop into a conversation you weren't actually part of. Please listen. At this point right now, Daddy's talking. So that being said, Truth Talker, if you wanted to butt in so bad, but you don't actually have any evidence, then I don't know what to tell you. I do want the truth.
fact.
I do want the truth. Give me the evidence for what you said.
I stated a fact.
Sure.
The
Give me
fact
the
is-
evidence.
The fact is that
Give me the evidence.
the majority of my
Fantastic. At one point in time, the majority of people believed that the sun went around the earth. If you had evidence for that, that'd be cool. Do you have any evidence that the majority of people, if it's so many people, you should be able to point to something they say? Please, enlighten us. What is the evidence that Acts is written between 60 and 90? What evidence do we have of that? What is this oh so elusive evidence? Do you have anything? Have you read anything? I sent you an invite to unmute. You can absolutely unmute, but I want evidence.
I can't talk if you keep muting me.
You can provide evidence. That's what I'm asking for. Do you have any? Yes or no?
My evidence is that the majority of scholars.
Yeah, no, you don't understand shit, do you? I've consistently asked you for evidence that these scholars present. I don't care how many people say something. There's 20 million people on this planet who believe that Joseph Smith was a true prophet of God and translated these golden plates that are now in heaven that were written on in Reformed Egyptian, a language that's not even real, that we don't have any evidence of. That 20 million people believe that he actually did that. I don't care how many people believe something. I really don't. I really don't. There's a whole lot more Mormons who believe Joseph Smith did that shit than there are scholars on the globe that say that, you know, Jesus actually existed or Paul actually existed, or that Acts was written between 60 and 90. That doesn't make it real. I don't give two shits, dude. All right. Walk on water, Jesus Christ. Are you back? Are you available? Or how'd you come back up here?
I'm back, man. I'm sorry. I'm at work. I'm not trying to dodge.
Oh, okay. Well, what you got?
So, I want to figure out why you're so skeptical. Like, why?
So skeptical of what?
Of why Paul and Jesus were a real person when...
I'm not necessarily skeptical. It's just a matter of they didn't exist. I'm not skeptical of Santa Claus.
And you ascertain that based on your...
Based on what? No.
Your stylogical...
No. So...
Algorithm?
No.
That seems to be what you're using as your...
That just helps back up the theory that's already there. But if you want me to... Yes, mythicist. But if you want me to make an argument of mythicism or for mythicism without even mentioning the word stellometry, that's fine. I can do that. Stellometry just helps back up the claims for authenticity of authorship or dating.
Yes. Okay.
Sounds good. So what's your question? Or what's your statement?
My question is, how is Christianity not a movement propagated by Paul and the apostles mentioned in the Gospels?
How is it not a movement?
Yeah. How is Paul not a real person? Do you think the apostles
Paul is not a real person because Paul's not even a fucking name. It's a diminutive. It means the small one. Even in Acts 13, the verse before the idea that Shaul starts going by Paul, which is the only book, by the way, that ever says that he has another name and says his other name or something like that. It literally says Sergius Paulus because Paulus, it means the small one. It's like a secondary name, like Pliny the Younger. That's how that works. That being said, on top of that, the stories for Paul presented in Acts are very clearly lifted from prior sources like the Bacchae or Josephus's autobiography Vita, which was published in 99. Not to mention, Acts is not written by anybody who could potentially have known Paul or anything like that because it's written by the same person who wrote the beginning of the Gospel of Luke. In the Gospel of Luke, we can see, even without stellometry, that it comes after Evangelion because it utilizes Evangelion as its primary source.
Utilizes what's
Evangelion or Evangelion is the Gospel that Marcion publishes in 144. That would make Luke post 144 and Acts post Luke, which would have to be after 144, which means it can't be written by anybody who knew Paul, because Paul, according to Christianity, dies in early 60s.
Luke and Acts are post 144, or just
yes,
Acts?
yes, and yes.
Luke and Acts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I mean, all the New
you're
Testament
like
is.
Next level. Can you run me back one more time? So besides,
You can check it on YouTube later,
or however you pronounce stylometry.
You just did.
That I did. Okay, good. Why is Luke and Acts post 144? I've never heard this before.
Again, because the Gospel of Luke utilizes Marcion's Evangelion or Evangelion, which was published in 144, for its main source. To the point to where Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen actually compare the two Gospels. And Irenaeus says that the Gospel of Luke came first, and Marcion took a penknife to it in order to cut out certain pieces, whereas he also says that the Marcionites, the followers of Marcion there in the 140s or 150s, believed that their Gospel came out first, and the Gospel of Luke added to it. So he creates a we said this, they said this kind of situation. So it's as easy as looking at the content.
So Marcion didn't copy Luke. It could be the other way around.
Yes, Irenaeus even says this. And so all we have to do is take a look at the content itself and see if the content shows that Luke would come first or if Marcion would come first. And there are certain verses that actually show that the Gospel of Luke would actually come afterwards. I mean, hell, it's dedicated to Theophilus at the beginning as well as Acts. And there are two Theophiluses who live in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s and the 160s, one of them a bishop. And Eusebius mentions the other Theophilus as a revered person in the middle of the 2nd century. So this is obviously a problem that is a timestamp on the gospel, which is why in the Diatessaron, which takes from the different gospels and kind of harmonizes them all, you have the Gospel of Luke with the part about Theophilus taken out of it. Yeah.
Man,
so
you're like the next level skeptic.
It's not that I'm a skeptic, it's that I understand that these things are 2nd century. I'm not skeptical of Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, where do I go with this?
You can provide any evidence whatsoever that Luke and Acts were actually in the 1st century. Good luck.
Can I prove that Christianity, Paul, Jesus, and the apostles were pre-2nd century?
Christianity, I didn't say anything about Christians were not pre-140.
So what's the origin of Christians?
Probably Serapis. Probably connected to Serapis. Serapis was a Greco-Egyptian god brought down from Sinope, which eventually was the hometown of Marcion, by the way, the first person to publish a gospel in 144, like I said. Sinope is where the statue of Serapis was brought down by Ptolemy I Soter down to Alexandria, Egypt, where it was worshipped. There in Alexandria, we also have a temple to Serapis as well as Isis. Isis, we actually have an inscription where Isis is referred to as a Christus, or anointed god. Now, on top of that, Philo of Alexandria writes in about 20, so before Jesus' supposed ministry, he writes about a group called the Therapeutai, which we have inscriptions in the Greek island of Delos that connect them with Serapis. They believe in healings and stuff like that, hence the name Therapeutai, like therapeutic. The later Christian historians, both Eusebius and Epiphanius in the 4th century, called the Therapeutai the first Christian monks, without actually thinking it through, because those people were mentioned by Philo prior to Jesus' supposed ministry. So that wouldn't make any sense. So apparently they saw the connection between these people who were affiliated with Serapis and Christianity. Not only that, but someone else noticed this, either someone writing in the 4th century or Emperor Hadrian himself in the 130s, because a supposed letter in the 130s from Emperor Hadrian down to his friend in Alexandria named Servianus, he said, and I quote, the Christians in Alexandria are worshippers of Serapis. A bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis.
Who said that?
Emperor Hadrian in his letter to Servianus in the 130s, according to the 4th century book Historia Augusta.
So Christians were from
Alexandria and Sinope. Alexandria and Sinope. Greco-Egyptian mystery cult.
both Sinope, Turkey, and Alexandria.
Yep, that's explicitly where
originally
Ptolemy
written
brought
to.
a statue from in order to bridge the gap between Greeks
So then
and
how do you
Egyptian
explain
beliefs.
like Clement if Christianity originated with Marcion
How do I explain Clement?
Sinope
The
and
fuck kind of
Alexandria?
question is that? What do you, what does that even mean?
Is Clement a Roman in the first
If-
century or no?
No,
No.
no.
Who's Clement?
Clement, like in general,
Clement.
like
Yes.
just in general, the only real evidence that we have of any potential, contemporary mention of Clement would be from the Shepherd of Hermas, who was writing in the middle of the 2nd century because his brother was Pope Pius, who served in the 150s, 160s, and he says that he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him. So that would be somebody in Rome in the middle of the 2nd century. And by the way, by the time that you get to the 1st century CE, you do have Christians or questions over in Rome. Hell, there's an inscription over in Rome that's in Latin that mentions questions that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. It is called CILVI 24944. That's its reference number.
Okay. So you don't think the letter of Clement's from the 1st century?
No, why would it be? It doesn't say anything. It doesn't even say Clement in it.
You don't think the 6 or 7 letters of Paul are from before?
No, why wouldn't they? Oh, why would I? Why would I?
Aren't you a big fan of stylometry?
What in stylometry would possibly show that they're from the 1st century?
I mean, Richard Carrier uses it to prove that there was a real person named Paul who wrote those 6 or 7 letters in the 1st century.
Cool. Well,
actually in the 50s.
Don't give two flying fucks. And also, there's no contemporary information for Paul, and there's no information whatsoever in the Pauline epistles that dates it to the 1st century. In fact, there's things in the Pauline epistles, even the ones that Richard Carrier thinks is authentic, that date to the 1st century BCE or potentially even the 2nd century, like the Erastus stone and the King Aretas III mention. Yeah. So no, I don't give two shits.
As a scholar, you don't really like him, do you?
Neither do the 7 women that he allegedly sexually harassed.
Yeah, I don't like him either.
Yeah, well, I don't give a flying fuck.
Closer to you than to me.
Don't give a shit.
Me neither. But
cool. Well, we can move past it then.
Man, you are.
Do you have anything else, or would you like for me to move on to somebody else with wrinkles on their brain?
I have wrinkles.
That's a good one.
Sounds good. All right, walk on water. Tell your mama said hey. All right, moving on to the person who said that they have wrinkles.
Thanks, man. No, I was just wondering. Everybody seems to start to talk about what they don't know. I just wanted to hear your explanation on the history of it a little bit more. I've only caught a little bit, so just want to hear it real quick if you can.
Like my what?
What your understanding of why Jesus and Paul never existed. Your proof.
Yeah. So as far as Jesus goes, I would say that the biggest issues are going to be like your anachronisms in the text, which show that the text is like historically impossible at times. So yeah, that'd be a big one. Like Jesus going to the pool of Bethesda that supposedly has 5 porticos and everything like that, or it explicitly has 5 porticos next to it where people would lay and under them, and they would wait to get into the water in order to be healed by some kind of healing property of the pool. This is something that would be more in connection with what we found whenever archaeologists studied the site and actually dug up an Asclepion, which would be a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius. And these 5 porticos are part of that overall facility. So the Pool of Bethesda is a place that existed prior to Jesus and was brought into the walls of Jerusalem during the time of Herod, supposedly around like early 1st century or so. But the point is, the way that it describes it in John, and it says it's currently doing that, like it's currently being utilized that way, that way didn't exist during the supposed time of Jesus.
It was after or before? Like something that...
It's after him. It's after him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about 100 years after him is when we get the Asclepion or Serapion added.
Okay. And this is just a devil's advocate type retort. What if, or suppose that there are letters written during Jesus's time, and they are rewritten, maybe even. I think who was it that you said wrote Acts and Luke?
As far as Acts and Luke goes, I'd be willing to say Polycarp, maybe Irenaeus, one of the two. But yeah, it'd be around that time with them.
So, I mean, could be a reinterpretation
Of what?
at any point in time of the original letters, the original books.
Well, that's just there's about as much evidence for that as there's evidence that Jesus was a velociraptor. Like you could kind of say whatever you want at that point.
Playing devil's advocate with this.
Well, it's not really devil's advocate. You're just kind of saying stuff. Like Henry Ford could have been back there too, I guess. Like it's just what do you want me to do?
Pushing it right there. Like,
not really. You're just kind of saying like there could have been other versions that we don't have. Cool. Well, that means that what we have today, we can't tell if any of it is legit. Like, because it could have 100% been changed from the prior material that it's based off of. Like,
we could say that about a lot of books, though.
Yeah. And if you want to just go ahead and toss all of history, including Jesus and Paul, out the window, I'll shake your hand virtually and we'll move on. But like, I don't think you want to do the slippery slope argument. And appealing to stuff that we just don't have as potentially evidence for your side doesn't really work. So I understand you're playing devil's advocate, but I don't even think the devil would do that.
Well, obviously, he probably would, according to Christians, but that's just something that I was wondering about. And then what type of data do you actually research on this? Like how
the book itself? Heavily. I mean, some of our biggest runs had over 2,000 different files. I mean, it's everything that we can get our hands on from in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century and the 1st century BCE. I mean, and comparing it to different chapters of the, I mean, it's very extensive.
Like writing styles, speech styles, everything like that.
Yeah, stilometry. Yeah, the speech styles doesn't really apply here per se, but it's still. I mean, if things were dictated to a scribe, then it would be speech style. But yeah.
Do you admit that people actually change their writing throughout their life?
I mean, they can, but considering the fact that Paul is the only person who supposedly writes over like a really extensive long period of time, or over the longest period of time, I guess is what I should say, and that's only 15 years. It goes from 48 to about like 62 or something. It's like 15-year period. It's not going to be that different.
Depends on when you started.
No, we were able to, we were able to actually analyze different people from about that time in Greek. We actually checked over a period of 50 years and we still got about 95% accuracy. And that's 50 years over the lifetime of the same author. So no, 15 years is not going to do anything.
Including people who have traveled, though.
It literally
You're talking
doesn't.
About a person who would have, well, as you travel, you gain more knowledge. Your writing style kind of adapts as you travel.
No.
You learn more. I mean, that's just a.
I mean, okay.
So like it can
still
change your style.
Yeah, no.
Change the style you're writing. Maybe not your handwriting style, but like the way you interpret and the way
we're not looking at handwriting. We're looking at most frequently used words. These are going to be function words. Function words wouldn't change. Like what you learn about, like the topics you learn about, and from meeting with people from different backgrounds and cultures and ethnicities and different history and historical things and topics and genres and stuff. That impacts thematic words, not function words. Function words are going to be like I, you, and the, but your most frequently used terms. If you were to actually sit down and literally like record everything that you had said within a day, do you have a significant other? You got a significant other?
Yeah.
Okay, your significant other would not even come up into the top 100 words that you use. It may not even come up in the top 500. The name of your significant other. And so ultimately, while yes, there was a period of time where you didn't have that significant other in your life, and there was a period of time where you did. Yeah, those things are going to change, but your function words, your most frequently used words, are still going to reflect you. We use them. It's scientifically proven that we use them in unique ways. They do not change that much over a period of 15 years. Over a period of 15 years, unless you're comparing yourself to when you were 5 or something like that, from when you started to like actually like write things, like say papers in high school or something, you're still gonna over the next 15 years, you're still stylometrically going to be you. And if Paul was writing things, especially letters to other people so that they could read them and stuff like that, he was very clearly old enough to do so. And 15 years later, it wouldn't have changed so drastically that we wouldn't have any clue as to who this was. I mean, hell, even Christian scholars acknowledge that the style itself is so vastly different from, like, say, the pastorals that it couldn't be him. So, like, even scholars recognize that even at the book level, differences like that would be indicative of not the same author or a different author. So we just dive in and take a look at the chapters themselves and see that there's different styles there too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's another point, is that in being different authors, you would have to explain why he suddenly, because of his travels and stuff like that, would write one chapter of a book one way, and then the next chapter he would write in this completely different way because he's been traveling or something. Like,
Different people, you would relate to him different.
Well, again, that's thematically. Your function words, his function words would have to change from like chapter to chapter, which doesn't make any sense. Like,
you're talking about, well, you kept bringing up I and you.
Yeah,
So,
those
like,
would be and those would be examples of
those
function words, the most frequently used words. I can't tell you how they changed, like just off the top of my head or something like that. But when we analyze the actual text, stylometry and these distance formulas, they rank words based off of their usage, and then they compare them with each file that you have to say, hey, this person is using them in a different way. It's using them in a completely different pattern. It's finding the fingerprint of that author and then saying this person is more likely to be this person, that kind of thing, because of how close that style is. That's the point. So, I mean, especially when we compare the Pauline epistles with other things, if we see a split, even when there's other things that are added in there, that's really bad. All of Paul should come up together when compared to a completely different author. And the fact that it doesn't just shows that, like, it's very clearly not the same person.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. But anything else? Anything else that you had there?
No, it was good. Just wanted to ask you a few questions since
Gotcha.
everybody else has kind of gone away.
Oh, well, yeah, it just kind of happens. Anyways, that was Joshua Hall, everybody. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for coming up. Some people have pointed out that I sound like Elvis, and I don't want to sound like Elvis. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. I don't want to. I don't want to sound like Elvis, because no, I'm not that Southern, or maybe I don't know. I'm kind of Southern. I have no idea. All right. Really fast before I get to the next few guests there, and let me go ahead and accept some of these people here. We've got some super chats real fast. Let's see. $5 Canadian from Matthew Gerwing says, if true, who wrote the fiction? For what purpose? Control? I wouldn't say that. I know a lot of people are really quick to say, oh yeah, religion's all about control. Christianity was all about control, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to say that. Intent is very hard to prove. Short of having a document that says, this is why I'm writing it, I don't think that we're really 100% able to say, hey, this person wrote this for this purpose. We can piece together things and have a pretty good idea, but it's tough. That can be a little debatable. That's more opinion there, or speculation. But so I wouldn't necessarily be really quick to say that it was for control purposes. I think as far as who wrote the fiction, I would say the best guess is going to be the Marcionites. They're at least the first people to publish it. They're in 144. What purpose? I don't know. I would say it's probably just like a mythological story that explains the origins of their religion or the origins of their mystery cult. It's not a real story, but yet it serves that purpose. It's like, oh, hey, we believe in healings and we believe in like really philosophical shit and we believe in the Eucharist and we believe in baptism and all this kind of stuff because this God descended out of heaven and gave us these ideas and these institutions and then just kind of fucked off. Like that's kind of the story, and then over time it becomes historicized and more shit is added to it. $1.99 there from Hardwork says Paul can't be real because no man would say he's small. Well, back then, fun fact, back then they actually like said, oh hey, it is actually good for a man to have a small member because if you've got a big old just Wampin Johnson, then that just means you're just a troglodyte. You're just like a knuckle dragon doofus. Like that was basically the idea. But if you really want to get into this, you should definitely be following my backup account because my backup account may end up looking a little different over the next week or so. And you might even want to go try to find Christina the Godless. Maybe, because we might be tackling some of this information. Anyways, but you definitely want to go follow the backup account if you want more information about dicks in the Bible. Anyways, $6.99 Canadian from Nick Graves. What's up, man? Said, I just looked up at the ceiling and asked, why do you only ever send the stupid ones? My son answered, Rump said it best, smart people hate me. That's true. That's true. Just like Trump, God loves the uneducated. All right, $2.79 Canadian there from Serenity Serpent says, say hi to your neighbor, Yvonne. Well, hi, Yvonne. Oh, I say hi to my neighbor. I don't know why I say hi. Oh, hi, Yvonne. How's it going? Hopefully you're having a good day. And I apologize for the dick comments. And then $2. I don't apologize. I don't apologize at all. I don't feel any shame at all. Okay, $2 from Elope Nope says, put a sticker of a cross somewhere, pretty please. Maybe. If I get around to it. Maybe. You might convince me. The 8th time you asked. All right. First person who's been waiting for a very long time was One of the Chosen. One of the Chosen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, One of the Chosen. What you got for us today, man?
I was actually curious about your position. Like, do you think that there's a God at all or no?
I apologize. I feel like that's a sincere question, but it's irrelevant to the topic because we're trying to talk about history, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, I mean, it's part of it. I'll explain how, but I'm just wondering if you do or don't.
Again, it's irrelevant to the question because, or irrelevant to the topic.
It was just a you do or you don't.
I understand. I understand. It's just irrelevant because as soon as I say it, as soon as I answer, I feel like your question is sincere. You truly are curious, but and it's a serious question. But as soon as I answer and say, "Oh, this is the denomination that I follow," or whatever, or the particular religion that I'm a part of. As soon as I say it, everybody in the chat's going to be like, that's why he believes what he believes. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
Well, who cares? Who cares? Just like I don't care what they think about my belief.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, but I care because I've got to then get to the rest of the callers and stuff like that. Once you disconnect, you're fine. So you can say whatever the hell you want to say. If you want to say that you believe in God or Allah or Vishnu or a fucking water buffalo, that's perfectly fine. But I've still got to deal with the people who come up here and say, oh, hey, you're this denomination, so I'm not going to talk to you or that kind of thing. And that's stupid as shit. So again, it's an irrelevant question. It's sincere, but it's irrelevant. So what's your next point?
Well, because it had to do with Jesus. You don't think Jesus existed.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And, I mean, we can make it as simple as this for everybody. Anybody can just Google, did Jesus historically exist?
Okay. Yeah, and what evidence would it? Yeah, what evidence would it suggest, and why do you think that evidence is good evidence?
Well, I think if there wasn't enough evidence to make the claim, then Google would never tell me every single time.
That doesn't make any
yes,
sense.
Jesus exists.
You searching on Google is just going to, at best, and even AI and stuff like that, that's just search engines on steroids. It's going to pull from the most populated website or popular websites. And the most popular websites that talk about Jesus' existence, by far, even paid by money in order to show up really high on the search engine or search results, are going to be apologist websites or Christian websites. So, of course, it's going to say that Jesus existed. That wouldn't make any sense. But if you have,
well, it doesn't go off of just that.
it does. That's literally what it
pulls
does.
Well, it's pulling data and information that's out there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
and
it
it's
must
going to
be
pull
more
from the
data
most
and
popular
information in
websites.
favor of
It's going
Jesus
to put,
existing,
yes,
right?
because the most popular websites are going to be apologist
Nice.
Christian websites. Do you have anything else? I mean, if you want to talk about what Google gave you, we can do that. But I mean, just appealing to Google is a really weird argument. But
Well, I mean,
what
I
do you
can
got?
Google 100 times, did Zeus exist historically? You know, don't ever tell me Zeus did. I can Google, did
Okay,
Spider-Man exist
that's fine.
historically? Don't ever
That's
tell me
probably
Spider-Man
that's
did.
probably because the most popular websites are not made by people who worship Zeus. And the most popular websites for Spider-Man are from people who understand that Spider-Man is fictional. If the most popular websites about Jesus were from people who understood that this is a fictional story from the 2nd century, then Google would tell you something different. Do you have anything else, or would you like to talk about the evidence that Google tried to provide, or would you like for me to move on to somebody with an IQ over room temperature?
Or IQ over room temperature. You know, the person with the highest IQ believes Jesus existed, right?
Yeah, I know. It's almost as if somebody who's homeschooled
Okay,
and just
cool.
like sucks at the teat of mommy all day just decides that Jesus is real because mommy said so.
So the guy with the highest IQ saying Jesus existed?
Yeah, he's also homeschooled and hasn't actually spent like a day in reality. But did you have
Yeah, but
anything
you were
else?
talking about IQ. I'm just
Yeah.
mentioning you were talking about
Yeah,
IQ.
sweet. Yeah, that's because I'm trying to cater to people that are pretty close to like my IQ. I couldn't tell you what it is, but it's definitely not as low as what you're presenting here. So do you
It can't
have
be that
anything
high
at all?
it can't be that high if you don't think Jesus
Sounds good. All right, moving on to somebody else. Young man 240789. What do you got?
Oh man, I'm on the stage. Hi there, how you doing today?
Hey.
I just wanted to, um, I only just encountered your YouTube live, and so I wanted to go on to TikTok and try to like converse with you, and basically ask. So, what is your so why do you think that Jesus is not an actual figure or an actual historical figure that healed the sick and all that kind of stuff?
You're asking me if why I don't believe in a magician?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just asking, where's your evidence that's saying that
Because
that
I'm
didn't
saying
happen?
that Jesus didn't exist. And by that, I mean even the
Okay.
natural Jesus that's presented by the New Testament. If you're, well, I'm not just saying that the Jesus that like makes money come out of a fish's mouth didn't exist. I'm saying like the guy who was supposedly born in Bethlehem, raised in Nazareth, flips over tables at the at the temple. That guy didn't exist.
Okay. Okay, so the people that I guess from my understanding of learning from just reading online and all that kind of stuff of people that weren't Christian writers, I guess during around that time they were talking about him or they were writing about him. Is that not the same Jesus that they were talking about? Do you think they were talking about someone else that um, that was, I don't know, someone completely else? Because I think people say that Jesus' name was pretty common around that time. So do you think they were just talking about some other random dude that fell in
No,
line with that?
I think that it's a mythological story.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
it's fiction.
Okay. Okay. Gosh.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
elements that come from prior sources, like some of the teachings of Jesus come from the wisdom of Jesus ben Sirach, which is a book in the Catholic Bible, believe it or not. It's written in Hebrew in the early 2nd century BCE and translated into Greek by the author's grandson. And again, the original author's name was Jesus. So it makes sense that if you're going to have a character that like echoes this kind of philosophical bullshit, it's going to be like possibly the guy with the same name, the guy's name.
Right. And so the more that they talked about this Jesus person, they thought it was just like the more they talked about it and the more it was like spread around, the more that
I mean,
that
kinda.
person
Kinda.
gains.
Yeah, kinda. But like the Jesus that's first presented in the first gospel published in roughly 144 by Marcion is more. He's just a deity. He's the son of God the Father, a previously unknown God that was separate from Yahweh, who comes down not to die for humanity's sins, but to die to be the last sacrifice to Yahweh, so that people could follow this like loving God that actually gives a shit about you and not Yahweh, according to Marcion. But over time, people took this IP, people take this story and they add to it. They historicize Jesus. They remove the other God. They say, no, let's just streamline it and just make Jesus from Yahweh and say that he's the Christ. And he didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And so over time, it becomes a more historicized story. Instead of Jesus being a real person who becomes deified over time, he is a deity who becomes historicized over time.
Yeah, yeah, I get the point now. I'm trying to like understand, because I mean, it doesn't matter because we're talking about straight facts and evidence. I do claim to be a Christian and all that kind of stuff, and I know ultimately it's just the. So yeah, I definitely am like more of a believer in all that kind of stuff, but
Well,
deep
why?
down,
What was the information that convinced you that the Gospels are correct when talking about someone 2,000 years ago?
yeah, that's being a Christian too. There's some doubt, and when I just
So are you
recently.
saying you don't have any evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago? You just kind of
Uh,
believed it without evidence? That's weird.
well, the thing is that yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that. I don't have any true evidence except
Well,
for
I mean, could you
when
at
I
least
speak.
admit that you should probably not do that? Like, that's not a good practice in life, is just to believe things without evidence?
Yeah, but there's a thing called faith, and
Yeah, but
the
faith
reason
is found in
there's
a whole bunch of different religions, literally all of them.
yeah,
In fact, if you
and
were to take all the people in the world who say they have faith, take a giant red marker and draw a big red line or a big red circle around the
mhm.
people who you think have the correct faith, the total number of people outside of that circle would outnumber the people inside. Faith, statistically speaking, points you in the wrong direction.
Okay, okay. Well, like
So,
what
I
would
mean,
be
just
well if
appealing
you
to faith would be very, very bad. So,
okay
let
well
alone is believing something without evidence bad, but saying, oh, hey, I have faith in it, that is statistically going to point you in the wrong direction. So, that's even worse.
Okay. But what if, someone that you've known, okay, someone that you know really well, someone that you trust, and you
Mhm.
put your faith in them, and they have,
No,
um,
no, you just said trust. Trust is literally the absence of faith. Faith is the absence of trust or being able to trust. Trust is based off of experience. It's based off of know-how. It's based off of knowledge. It's based off of evidence. Faith is literally the excuse that people give when they don't have good reason to believe something. So,
okay,
no, I would not have faith in someone who I trust. I trust them and I hope that they are going to give me information that is going to be consistent with the experiences that I've had with them. If somebody like my parent or something like that said, "Don't touch the stove; it's hot," and then I touch it and
yeah,
it's hot, look, I believe that they are going to point me in the right direction. All right, like they're going to not only point me in the right direction for for my own safety and everything like that, and for my progression in life, but they're also not going to lie to me. But then if they tell me that Jesus existed and I fall for it, I can understand why someone might, because someone you trusted told you that, but that does not mean that someone you trusted was actually telling the truth. The evidence for the stove being hot is heat. The evidence for all of these different things that your parents teach you should become apparent over time. Or it could, at least, if you looked into it, hopefully. But when it
hmm
comes to Jesus, the evidence is lacking. When it comes to Jesus, it's built on a house of cards. This whole thing is predicated on the idea that the early church fathers were not lying or duped themselves. The person who comes up with the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for the Gospels believe that Jesus lived to be 50 years old. No one even believes that anymore. The one of the first people, and literally one of the people who just about all of Christian history and a lot of other history too, like for the philosophers and shit, is funneled through. His name is Eusebius. He's an early Christian historian in the early 4th century. He is an admitted liar who says that he quotes Plato whenever Plato talks about how a lawyer is justified in lying for their client or on their client's behalf. And he says that
right,
lying for the advancement of something you believe is good, or to get someone to do something that you believe is good, is justifiable. And if you went back in time and talked to him and said, oh, hey, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the New Testament's written in like the late first century, right? Which is what scholars found today, or scholars generally agree on today. It's the consensus at least at the moment. Because we're actually finding out that it's later than that, but whatever. Even if you went back and said what Christian scholars say today about the Gospels, he would look at you like you're an imbecile. Because he said that the Gospel of Matthew was written in 41, when scholars today say it's about 80, 85. So, like, very clearly, these people are either lying, sometimes admitting to it, or they're deceived themselves. It's called pious fiction, where you believe that the end justifies the means, so you just write bullshit. It's silly.
Right, we're trying to fill in the spaces. And
yeah. Origen, writing in about 230, 240, he said he wouldn't hold it against you if you believed that the New Testament did not line up with history. He said God himself put in inconsistencies and contradictions into the text in order to make us believe spiritually rather than literally, which is such horseshit. Hopefully you can see through that logic. That's ridiculous. You want to be able to take a look at the Gospels and say, whenever they say this happened in history, that they got that right. Because if the things that we can check, if those things are wrong, what on earth makes you think that they got it right when it comes to things we can't check?
Okay. So like over all this time, then it's just you think it's just it's just a slippery slope ever since the beginning writers of the New Testament. It's just been a slippery slope because it's just it's
once
it's
it
like a big
falls
game of
into the hands,
telephone.
well, kind of, but the first gospel is published, it's like a mythology, and then over time people like the story, they make it more historicized and stuff like that. People continue to add a bunch of gospels and a whole bunch of different points to it. They continue to edit the text and whatnot, but once the 4th century comes around, it's lights out, because that's early 4th century is when Christianity gets the okay to proselytize. The Edict of Milan in 312 from Constantine says that all religions are legal, including Christianity, which means you can go out and spread it as much as you want. Fuck yeah, spread it. In 380, it becomes the official religion of the entire Roman Empire with Theodosius II. And that means it's lights fucking out. It's game over. At that point, if you're not Christian, you're unalived. And a certain type of Christian at that. It is bad. Very bad. So now we're living in not only a time of evolution from this belief, like with Protestantism and Eastern Orthodox and all these different schisms and different offshoots and denominations and shit, but we're also living in a time of a lot of historical revisionism. When we look back, we are only seeing things from the lens of what Christianity over the years has cleaned up and cleansed and purified and said, this is actually this history. And it's ecclesiastical history. It's church history. And that's different from reality.
Okay. Yeah, I see your argument here, and yeah, I'm just trying to grab all the pieces and everything. I'm just trying to. I think it's good for me myself. I'm just trying to understand uh, all sides of it, and even people that um, are trying to search for the truth, and even so, just trying to find the argument of if Jesus the healer the did all these miracles, trying to find the truth of it, or trying to find the fact that it's not real. um but yeah, I was trying to throw myself out here just to kind of like understand your point of view, and I think you throw a lot of good arguments here. I agree. I mean, I don't agree, but I
Why
think
not?
you
Where do you disagree? And are you just appealing to that faith that we talked about for your reason why?
I fault back to that faith, but I'm also trying to understand. Yeah, I know. I see you shaking your head. I'm just trying to understand. Also trying to see your point of view, because I think it's good to see all sides of things. I think it's and it's.
Let me ask you this question. Do you care? Do you care if what you're believing is actually true? Let me phrase it in a different way. If you found out that Jesus didn't exist, would you stop believing in Jesus?
Well, there would have to be some I would have to
I
see
said
something about.
if you found out that Jesus didn't exist, that this story is nonsense, would you stop believing in him? Or would you continue to believe even though you knew it was fake?
Well, I just could never deny that, and I think, yeah, I'm that person.
So you would continue even if you knew it was fake, even if the proof said that this was fake, you would still keep believing something. That means that you don't actually care about whether or not you believe the truth.
Yeah. Well, you got me there, I guess. I
We
ultimately
should
just believe.
as a society believe as many true things as possible or stop believing as many false things as possible. And the way you know that you're in a cult is what you just said. You should think long and hard about what you just said as an answer to that question. That should
Yeah.
plague you in the middle of the night
Yeah.
for the rest of your life until you recognize that that's a ridiculous response and you get out of there. Because only a cult would have its own members saying, even if there was proof that I was wrong, I'd still do it.
But there's no proof though that there isn't.
We haven't got
There's
into
not.
that. We haven't got into that. I didn't say, well, I mean, I have said, of course, up here that Jesus and Paul never existed, but we haven't even really got into that too terribly much. I just asked you a question. If I was to show you that Jesus didn't exist and give you proof that he didn't exist, would you stop believing? And you said no. You should
Yeah,
think about why you
that's
said that.
that's like, okay, so I mean,
I'm gonna leave it there. The conversation at this point is now over. I can't have a conversation with you anymore. I no offense, and I'd like to have a conversation later on, but you're gonna need to think about what you said and why you think you said that. Because
I know, but
I
can we?
simply cannot have a conversation with you anymore because
Is it okay if
you have admitted that what you did or what you are currently doing is believing something and not caring about truth. That you
But
admitted
wait,
this.
I know, and when you want to end off on that, but I just want to say it also stems back all the way back from the beginning. That question that you said. If that other guy said, he was like, "Oh, do you believe in God?"
Mhm.
And you're like, "I cannot answer that because then people are gonna,
Yep.
people are gonna, yeah,
Yeah.
people are gonna
I mean,
assume
my
like,
question of whether or not you care about the truth is that's not irrelevant to a conversation about history. I mean, it's a litmus test for whether or not we can continue a conversation as adults. Like that's the problem. Like if someone came up here and just said, "Hey, I want to talk about Jesus and Paul never existed." That's on topic. But if they're said, "I'd also like to speak entirely in Russian." Okay, we can't have a conversation. I know that what language you speak and whether or not you can speak English is technically irrelevant to the topic, but nevertheless, for the sake of communication, I can't continue that conversation. So, for the sake of
Should
communication
we?
here, you are saying you don't care whether or not you believe in the truth or not. So, you've got to think about what you said, and then you can request back up, and I'll have a conversation with you in the future. But I cannot have a conversation with you right now. I cannot. And again, I know it sounds like hyperbole. What you said should absolutely keep you up at night. It should eat at you that you said that you would believe something even if it wasn't true. That should terrify you. And if it doesn't, you should think about why it doesn't terrify you. And that should terrify you. It is not good. All right. Next person up, we got Timothy Skogurby.
Yeah, Skogerbo. What's up, man?
Skogurbo. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, so I mean,
Wait,
I'm sure
really
you
fast.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Your last name is absolutely Scandinavian. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's Norwegian.
Okay. Just making sure that it's like, okay, you understand your name is like Forrest
No,
something.
yeah, dude, I know I look
Yeah.
like a Kim, but
Okay.
I'm sure you mentioned this before, but what about Josephus, right? He clearly talks about Christ in first century.
What about him? I mean,
I
are
mean,
you
so
sure?
you're saying, so you're saying like his writings are just what, not true?
Yeah, they are when they're interpolated.
In what sense?
Whenever someone's writings are interpolated, that is inauthentic to the original author and calls into question its validity.
Okay, so in 90 AD, when he writes about Jesus, you're saying he's actually not writing about him?
He didn't write that text. What text do you know of that talks about Jesus? Please.
Well,
tell
so,
me
I
about it.
mean, So the Bible does, right? But I mean, Christians were just
No, we were
poor.
talking about Josephus. And by the way, let me go ahead and put down how many times somebody has brought up Josephus. All right.
Okay,
Please
so what about Pliny
continue.
the Younger then?
No, Josephus. You brought up Josephus. We're going to stick there.
Well, I mean, I'm not a Greek historian, and I mainly read.
That's
the
good
Bible.
because he's not Greek.
Right, he was a Jew.
Yeah. Well,
but he dictated things for the Greek, right? The Jews were, were colonized by by Romans.
I mean, sort of, kind
they
of.
not?
But anyways, nevertheless, what does this text from Josephus, written in the 1st century, say about Jesus? Supposedly. What does it say?
Well,
And really
I mean,
fast, just to make
doesn't-
sure, Josephus is not a Christian, right?
Right. Well, he's Jewish, and
Okay. So Josephus says what about Jesus?
I mean, I don't know if it's like good. So I haven't actually read the text. Was just referencing it because it's first century, right? But I mean, well, so let's move on to another historian then.
Well, what does he say?
Well, it's just the fact that he's referencing.
What does he
means that
say in this
existed,
reference?
though.
Are you sure
Right.
he wrote it? We can take a look at it. I want you to understand that he didn't write that, but please dive into what you brought up. Dive into
Okay,
it.
well,
What
so,
is
I mean,
written?
It seems like you. Well, so it seems like you know more about the topic than I do in terms of Josephus. So can you bring up why you think that what he wrote about?
I told you it's because it
correlated-
interpolated.
Right. So what does that mean?
Interpolation means someone later on has taken a text that was already around and added to it in order to make it sound like the person who wrote the first one was saying this new edition.
Right. So what is your proof that it was interpolated?
Not only data science, but also the fact that the first person who quotes this paragraph, the Testimonium Flavianum, literally says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then gives us the paragraph for the first time in history. Multiple church fathers before him quote from Josephus, some quoting from the exact same book. None mention that paragraph at all. No piece of it. Let's see. He's also an admitted liar, and on top of that, he uses
So these
phrases that are found in the
just,
paragraph.
Assumptions, though, right?
No, he uses well, data science itself shows us that it's his style of writing, but also the text itself from Josephus, it literally, the paragraph before it talks about bad things that Pilate did, and the paragraph after it talks about another sad calamity that befell the Jews. So if you remove the Testimonium Flavianum, it actually flows. It's not in the table of contents for each chapter there, or each book, as Josephus puts. I mean, it's really bad. In fact, in Wars of the Jews, he talks about the same stuff in paragraph before it and after it, with never mentioning Jesus in there.
I mean, it kinda makes
and
sense
it
that there
literally
isn't
says
that
he was
much
the
first
Christ in
century-
it.
Well,
Josephus
it kinda
apparently
makes sense
says,
that there isn't much first century writing about Christ because he came for the poor, and the leadership at that time were not Christian. So
okay,
I mean,
that's
you
why
only-
that's why the Gospels say that Jesus was preaching to 5,000 people on the side of a mountain. He was just like
Wasn't
a super
it-
famous, like not famous person. He was
Well, yeah, but-
famously not famous.
Right, but none of those guys could read or write, could they?
Really, 3 to 5% of the population could read or write. That means that of the 5,000 people who were listening to him on the side of the mountain, at least 150 of them could write about experience, or at least tell somebody, "Hey, there was somebody who just pulled what yellow card pulls in 2026 at at arenas, to the side of a
so,
fucking
like,
mountain."
I mean, come on. Well, the Bible wasn't even available to non-Christians until the 1600s. That's 1,600 years after Christ.
I don't even know what you're saying, because that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That being said, very clearly people could have written about this and they just never did. That's really
But what
weird.
if they didn't know? That's why it was called the written word, the gospel. Gospel.
So
means
literally
to-
5,000 people who know how to read or write went to go listen to him deliver a sermon and potentially give everybody lunch, and no one said shit about it.
I mean, who were the people? We don't know the census for that. For that when he.
I don't
gave
even
that
know what you're
sermon.
talking about. 5,000 people is roughly about like 8 to 10% of the population of Jerusalem.
Wait, host.
Well, where
host,
does it say
can I
there's
say something?
5,000 people though?
It says that in the Bible.
Okay.
Are you not familiar with feeding the 5,000?
Right, but that's a different.
That's
time.
that's a completely different story than him talking to the 3,000.
But you said side of the mountain. I thought you were
Yeah,
talking about
5,000 is the side of the mountain. The Sermon on the Mount
Yeah, Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah, that's 5,000 people, man. Have you not read the Bible?
Okay. I know. So now you're just like generalizing that. Okay, a couple
I'm
of them
saying that
should have written about a
naturally,
sermon
yeah,
that they heard.
5,000 people on the side of the mountain is a pretty big pull for
All right,
one
so
person.
Let's say you do write about it. How does that
Okay.
text make it all the way to year 2000? Right? Like, we don't even
Apparently,
know.
you think that a bunch of texts from the first century also made it to 2000 from people who saw
You
them.
realize that in Ethiopia the year is different.
I don't give a shit. You keep bringing up random stuff that doesn't have anything to do with
No,
this.
but I'm saying it correlates. Like the years, 2026 AD, but in other places it's different.
Cool, sweet.
So
Did
we
you know
can't
that
even
a
track
fish,
2,000 years of
cladistically
human
speaking, isn't a real thing? A fish isn't a real thing, cladistically speaking. Did you know that? Now that we're just kind of bringing up random shit that doesn't have anything to do with the topic. Yeah, it doesn't. It's almost like I probably shouldn't bring up shit that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus was written about in the first century. Because that's what we're trying to figure out here. I don't give a shit about whether or not the people weren't able to read the Bible until the 1600s. I don't give a shit about what they were reading in Ethiopia. I don't give two flying fucks. Sweet.
Right?
Well, in the Bible, it says he could. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, yeah. Well, he could read. I get.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
He was. Well, maybe he was speaking from the heart.
Nope, it literally says that he read. So I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, the literal year is Anno Domini, year of our Lord Christ.
Cool, sweet. Do you know that was first suggested in 550 by Dionysius Exiguus, a monk who just came out with the idea that we should probably base these things off of the birth of this person who we all tend to follow and believe is a real person?
With before?
It was correlated with 3 different things. That's the foundation of Rome by Romulus and Remus. I guess because it's on a calendar, that means that it's real. And Romulus did actually ascend into heaven after being sired by a wolf. But on top of that, or raised by a wolf. Number 2, it was based off the Olympiad, and lots of times it would say in the 140th Olympiad or the 3rd year of the 64th Olympiad. It's based off of the 4 years between the Olympics. And number 3 is it would be based off of how long after a particular emperor was reigning, which is why Luke 3. Before they had AD or BC, it says in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. We know this to be the year 29 because on the Gregorian calendar, Tiberius Caesar started reigning in 14. So that's how. There were 3 different ways that the calendar was used. The Julian calendar, mind you. However, the Gregorian calendar that we follow now is based off of the idea of AD and BC because Christians came up with it. It's not that hard of a concept to fathom, dude. But then again, for somebody who brought up things from the 1600s to talk about Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, it might be a little tough.
No, what I'm saying, you're saying that I'm saying the Common Bible didn't exist for people until the 1600s.
Sweet, yeah, that's irrelevant, and it's completely irrelevant to Jesus. And that was my point, is that it was irrelevant, and it still is irrelevant now. That being said, do you have anything else, Mr. Forests?
No, but I'm saying okay. Well, so you're saying that isn't important at all, as how information is decimated?
No, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the topic that we were talking about. We were talking about Jesus supposedly talking to 5,000 people, and you randomly just decided to just, I don't know, time jump 1,600 years and complain about something else. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, quantum leap? Like, what the hell are you doing?
Well, because I guess you don't want to go off faith or anything like that. So
it's almost like I don't want to appeal to magic as much as I don't want you to bring up irrelevant points. So do you have anything for Jesus before we go ahead and move on to Vinny, who has been patiently waiting and I'm sure does not bring up irrelevant shit?
No, I mean, so
no?
Okay, so you're saying is if it's not stated by some sort of historian within some sort of empire like Rome, then you can't trust it.
I don't think I said anything like that. I don't think I said anything that sounded like that.
So what about Pliny the Younger then?
What about him? What does he say? Surely you would know what Pliny says because you didn't know shit about what Josephus said. But please enlighten us what Pliny said. Enlighten us.
Wasn't he killing people that claim that Christ rose from the dead?
No.
He wasn't.
No. So never says that. Never says that at all. In fact, never says that the Christ that they worship had a life or was a man or anything like that or died. Doesn't say anything about how they rose from the dead. You were somehow conflating it with something else.
So how did he reference them?
He just said that the Christians, they get together on a fixed meal, a fixed day of the week, have a meal, and sing songs antiphonally to Christ as God. That is what it says about Christ.
Right, which is referencing the same person that Josephus is referencing. And
Nope,
these people
it
were
never
dying
says
for him.
anything. Never says anything about Jesus, and never actually says anything about how they're
But
connected to
these
Judea or
people
anything
were
from the New
dying
Testament.
for it,
Sweet.
right?
People died for all kinds of things back then. That doesn't mean shit.
For somebody referenced as Christus, right? Christ, the
Okay.
Messiah.
No,
could,
Christ does not mean Messiah. Christ means anointed. He doesn't mention anything about the Jewish people
Same
here.
thing, right. We're talking
It's not the same
language.
thing. Nope, Messiah is Hebrew or Aramaic at best. But
Guarantee
again,
those people
that's
that
not.
were dying for it were not reading from some text. It was written word. It was gospel. They heard it
That would
from
be
it and
reading
they
from a
believed
text.
it.
Then
No, they heard it.
you think the written word is something you hear?
Well, no, I misspoke there.
Okay, they're
people
not
at
reading
that
it from a
time-
text. They're getting it from the written word.
The people that were dying by Pliny the Younger.
Yeah, he doesn't
were
mention
getting-
anything
there was
about
no
Gospels.
written word at the time for them to even get.
Yeah,
it from.
correct, because the first gospel shows up about 3 decades later. You are correct. You're falling ass backwards into the truth, and I don't know if you know this.
I mean, even if they wrote the gospel, there was no printing presses, so
You think that in
who had
111
access to
the
this
gospels are
document?
not written? Most critical scholars today would say that the gospels were all written, at least the 4 canonical, prior to 111. You think that in 111 when Pliny was writing, they didn't have gospels? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but how many of them do you think existed at that time?
I mean, considering the fact
Like
that
5?
I mean,
Like
according to
100
Christians,
of them?
according to
You think
Christians,
that
a
they were
bunch of
walking
them
around
existed by
pocket
111.
Bibles? No, dude.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
what?
literally they were going off trust and the Holy Spirit activating within their conscious.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well,
Yeah.
you've happened to mention magic, and you mentioned like some kind of weird like consciousness
What
thing.
do you believe in, dude?
I believe that you're an idiot and you're about to get disconnected. Look at that. I'm a prophet. All right. Appealing to magic there at the end was a choice. All right. Let's see here. Vinny214, what you got?
What's up, man? How are
Hey,
you?
is that 214 because of Dallas?
Nah, but it's interesting you mentioned that.
Are you sure it's not?
No, I'm not from Dallas. I'm from Indy.
Really?
Yeah.
If I say blue collar, what would you say in response to that?
Construction.
Okay. If I was saying that it's half of a phrase. Blue collar
work.
Ah, damn it. Okay, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I thought maybe he'd. It was a test for Indianapolis fans or Indianapolis people. Okay. The correct answer was gold swagger. All right. Say what?
I say I'm not tuned into that like stuff, but I got some.
There's like 7 people in Indianapolis. How do you not tuned into the Pacers?
No, I mean I watch the Pacers. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I can barely hear you. What you got?
All right. Can you hear me?
It's pretty quiet.
Hello?
Yeah, well, it seems like you're kind of like shouting at it from maybe across the room or something.
All right. Hold up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome. So.
I think Bree must be here. Keep going.
So I noticed that you said that people died for Muhammad, just like people would die for this figure named Jesus, right? So that doesn't.
What? When did I say that?
Or no, okay. So, my first thing is I want to say that what everyone else has been saying has been pretty much like they've been kind of like half in, half out. Like what I've noticed is a lot of people are not giving you actual evidence for why Jesus was real.
Yeah,
And-
that's how I've been able to do this for over 2.5 years on TikTok.
But not telling you they're mentioning Josephus a lot, which is a historian from 140 AD. They're mentioning the polygamy of Rome or whatever. They keep mentioning Tacitus, right? And these dudes are all like not followers of Christ. They just so happen to mention, there's this guy named Jesus who's a historical figure, but we don't know if he's actually legit, and we pretty much believe these people were kind of just like, you know, religious fanatics, right? Is that what you think?
I mean, kind of, sort of. I'm confused as to what's your point exactly.
Yeah. So you said, just like, you know, your parents tell you not to touch the stove when it's hot, you're gonna listen to that, right?
Yeah, because there's evidence for it. Yeah.
Evidence of it. If you touch the stove, you burn. That's literal evidence for consequences of your actions. Just
Yeah.
like us, we're adults, right? And we follow Jesus. People keep saying, "Oh, you gotta have faith. You gotta believe that." But just like you, and I'm also kind of in your boat. I need to know why I have faith in this dude named Jesus, right?
Okay. Okay.
So I look at everybody. I listen to the extra biblical sources from Josephus to Tacitus to, you know, Polemy. I read Paul, his letters. I read the earliest manuscripts we have are prophecies about Jesus, right? In the
Okay.
book, Psalms, right? Right.
Okay.
Okay, so you probably heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Yeah.
So they mention three main prophecies about Jesus, right?
No.
You don't know that?
It's not that I don't know it; it's that they don't.
Okay, so the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, or the earliest manuscripts they have are from 200 to 300 BC.
Yes.
About 200 years before the reign of Julius Caesar.
Mm-hmm.
If we're dating it based on your
Yeah.
calendar.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
They all mention Isaiah 53, Daniel 7, Psalm 22, which predict that, you know, the Son of Man will come, you know, riding on a donkey, will be born of a Virgin Mary.
He does
All
not
that.
say that. It does not say that, actually. It doesn't say anything about Mary, and it doesn't say a virgin.
Okay. Well, okay. All these verses predate prophecy of who Jesus was, right?
Yeah, cool. Even if I granted you that they did, that still doesn't mean that Jesus existed. We don't figure out history based on somebody saying that it will happen. We base history or determine history based off of when people said it did happen.
Okay, so do you think would you die for your friend?
What?
Would you die for your friend?
For my friend?
Yeah.
Which one?
If he did something nice for you, right? And you were in
I just die for him.
No, if you went to war, right? Went to war.
What the hell? All right. Anyways, someone in the chat, who was it? Let's see. I think it was Crystal said, yeah, he rode on 2 stolen donkeys, to be fair. Does it say anywhere in the Old Testament about how Jesus was going to ride on 2 stolen donkeys?
Okay, well, basically in Josephus's Testament, have you read book 20, chapter 9, verse 1?
It's not verse 1, it's section 1, and yes.
Okay, so you know he mentions Jesus' brother, right?
Cool. And did you know at the end of section 1, or as you put it, verse 1, he says Jesus, son of Damnius, because he tells you who that Jesus is, and it's Jesus who becomes high priest in the early 60s, so not someone who was crucified by Pilate before 36.
Wasn't it in front of Caesar?
No.
Damn. Crazy. Actually, I actually think that maybe we aren't. Well, what about the 500 people who died for Christ, right?
Name one of them.
The 500 witnesses.
Name
the 12
one of them.
disciples. The 12
No,
apostles.
the 12 apostles are not part of the 500. Name
Okay,
one of the
well,
500.
12 apostles are the closest to the
Sweet.
account of Jesus, right?
I want you to give me any evidence that any of the disciples actually lived. Who is somebody who says they know one of the disciples?
No one knows them now. We can't.
No.
They're dead.
Name a Christian back then who said, I knew one of the disciples.
I don't know their names. They're dead too.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. You're just kind of appealing to people in a
only-
book. Ron
no, but-
Weasley and Hermione
yeah.
Granger, they're friends with Harry Potter, so I guess Harry Potter's real. Is that how that works?
No, you're right. You're right. No, you're actually right about that.
Oh, I
It
am.
sounds
Okay,
like
so Harry Potter is real.
No, he's not real, but.
Well,
did
yeah.
they
Well,
ever-
I mean, according to you, books about some kid chosen before birth because of some dumb prophecy, who grows up and does magic with his friends. Apparently, that's a real story.
No, but yeah, that sounds fake, right?
Yeah, it's because it's fake.
Yeah, it sounds like it's fiction, right?
Yeah, it's
Obviously.
because it's fiction.
But
fiction
Jesus-
tends to sound like fiction.
But okay, you're right. But if you're friends with a dude who actually died, say your friend got sniped, and then he somehow, got back up on the field of battle, you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with this dude? Like, holy shit. Like,
Okay,
this guy's
cool.
actually
Well,
real.
who is somebody who actually saw Jesus get 360 no scoped by Pilate there? Like, who's
It's a
somebody who actually sees
euphemism,
this?
brother.
Yeah,
It's a
cool. Well,
euphemism. It's a-
sweet. It's not a euphemism. That's not how that word
I'm
works.
tell you this, like, bro, the apostles saw Jesus resurrect. He told them, "I'm gonna get killed."
Name me
Like,
one
Caesar's gonna
disciple
kill me,
who
bro.
gives us his testimony.
Paul.
Paul is not a disciple.
No, okay, not Paul. Luke.
Luke is
John,
not a disciple.
Matthew.
Luke is okay. Where in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew?
Matthew 24. He said he recounts his the death and resurrection of Jesus.
Sweet. Where does it say it's written by Matthew? Where does it say it's written by Matthew? We're looking at Matthew 24. Cool. In J.K. Rowling's book about like how Harry Potter won a Quidditch match, does that mean that he actually did? I don't give a shit what you think this fictional story about Jesus' supposed crucifixion is. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It's just a story. Where does it say it's written by Matthew?
Okay. You're right. It's just a story.
All right then. Well, there you go. That's how fiction works. It's a story, and it's just a story.
No, listen. I'm trying to say, if Harry Potter's real, why aren't the people from the Harry Potter fiction not going out and dying for him?
You haven't shown me any evidence that any of the disciples who you said died for them even lived. We don't have anybody outside of Christianity that ever mentions them, and we don't have any Christians who say that they know them.
Didn't the early church fathers say that there were apostles who died and were persecuted for the death
Sweet.
of Christ?
And if I have a fan fiction book that says that Harry Potter had friends who died for him, that doesn't mean anything, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, well,
Like apparently, the mother of Harry Potter died defending the baby. Okay, she died for Harry Potter? Does that make him real because we got someone who supposedly died for them in a story? Cool. Do you have any evidence that these people even lived?
we have the books.
Oh,
of
Snape.
the Bible,
Snape
bro.
died for Harry Potter. Okay, yeah.
We also have
the
obviously
books of the Bible.
Josephus.
Sweet, but the books of the Bible aren't written by anybody who actually saw him. It never even says that.
They all saw him, bro.
Yeah, where? What verse does it say we saw him?
Jesus appeared to Luke and John.
When does he appear to Luke?
It's in John and Luke. They literally
You think
recount
that
their meeting with him.
Luke is not a disciple? I don't know how to tell you that. Luke is a traveling doctor according to Christianity with Paul, who also wasn't a disciple. Congratulations. You got 2 degrees of stupid.
Jesus Christ, bro. How do you not understand that there are actual accounts of people willing to die for this dude? Like, nobody wants to die for someone
Sweet,
who
man.
lies to them.
Yeah, that's almost, that's weird. You know all those people who drank the Flavor Aid down in Jonestown while following Jim Jones down to Guyana? The people who drank like the Flavor Aid and died? Does that mean that Jim Jones was real? Because you wouldn't die for a lie. You know all the people who flew into buildings on 9/11? That must mean that like Muhammad was real and was actually a prophet and everything like that. The 40 virgins, all that kind of shit. Because you wouldn't die for a lie, right?
Yeah,
you know, all those people who, like Joseph Smith came up with the Book of Mormon. He knew it was a lie and he still died for it. The people who were in part of his community during the Mormon Wars, which don't get talked about a lot here in America, where there were Mormons who were massacred in multiple battles, where the army was actually called in and fought against the Mormons. These people lived in communities where it was an open secret, according to the grandson of Sidney Rigdon, one of the best friends of Joseph Smith, that he and Joseph Smith had just kind of made it up. Like it was an open secret that they were dying for a lie, but they still died. That's how shit works. People believe things and then they die for it.
Right. People do fall for a lot of
Okay,
stupid shit.
sweet. So you can't use that argument anymore. Do you have anything else for Jesus or Paul? Because you haven't provided evidence of Jesus, evidence for Paul, evidence for the disciples, and you try to appeal to them dying for things. And even if they did exist, they can still die for a lie, and you just admitted it. So please provide evidence for Jesus or Paul. No, we don't have any testimony from them that say that they saw him. What testimony do you know of that is explicitly from a disciple who says, I saw him? Exactly.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, brother.
Mark and Luke are not disciples, and Matthew and John do not say that they're from Matthew and John. Matthew never mentions Matthew writing it at all. John kind of comes close to saying that whoever's writing it is using the testimony of somebody else who apparently wrote it, but Acts says that John can't write, so I don't know what to tell you. Acts 4:13 says that John is illiterate.
Okay, you're right. But guess what? The Muslims, they believe in Muhammad, right?
Cool, sweet. Well, the Muslims themselves are an offshoot of Christianity. The Quran shows up almost 300 years after Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So please stop using that. So do you have anything else before we move to somebody else?
What I'm saying is, like, the closest people to Jesus saw it happen.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Vinny. Vinny. Prove it. What text from somebody close to him says they saw him resurrect?
Matthew, Mark, and Luke, John, brother.
All right. Vinny, say hello to your mom for me. It's been a while since I've been with her. All right. Constant tuition. What's going on? Constant tuition sounds awful. Constant tuition, you there? You there?
Save. Wait, I'm trying. Oh, wait, can you hear me now? Sorry.
I can hear you. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to work my damn phone. Okay, just a second. Okay, can you hear me all right? All right, I think I got it. Okay, yeah, you cracked me up. It's Constitution, anyways. Okay, so.
Oh, tuition. Okay, it's a tuition.
Yeah,
I was like, that sounds awful.
Yeah, everybody thinks that, and I know, and it's not as clever as I thought it was. Constitution, like Constitution. Anyway, so I started looking into this, and then so I thought it was like super. I was stoked that I came across you because you're obviously super smart and have studied a lot.
I'm simply a reflection of the people who I hang around, and the people in the chat. My friends are much more knowledgeable on this topic than I am. But keep going.
Really, you do have, that is your book, right? You have I went to get it. I was gonna order it, and then I saw, you can download it for $3. But then, and I was gonna do it, but I remembered my phone is completely like full, so I'm gonna have to find some place to put it. But I'm gonna get it. I'm definitely gonna get it. Is all of this in there?
No. A lot of it is a lot of it. But if you want even more, I mean, obviously check out the book. The book is Christ Before Jesus, and the ebook is $3 for the ebook.
Yeah, I saw that.
But
then I can get it right now. But I'm gonna do it when we get done here. I just have to find storage.
Oh yeah, no worries. But there is a website though that is made by one of my friends, Gray Eyes, who, like I said, people in the chat are more knowledgeable than I am, and it's a ton of resources, including what we go over, and even more. And there's a website. It's mythicism.web.app. Someone will put it in the chat, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I will have to write it down in a short memory.
Yeah, no worries.
So, I don't trust anything the Catholic Church. This is what got me started, searching, trying to find out. And I went to a Bible college a long time ago, and I've been to a lot of different Christian religions, but I just want to know the truth. And so I'm finding out more and more that Catholic Church has had their hands in everything that we have, like the manuscripts and stuff. Is that right?
I mean, yeah, to some extent, yeah. Some. As far as the earliest manuscripts, the Catholic Church hasn't really had much control over that. Like the earliest Greek manuscripts and stuff like that. Those are things that we dig up.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the I get nervous when I get on loud.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
The Septuagint,
Mhm.
right? Isn't the Greek one? And that's just the Old Testament, right?
Well, the Septuagint's the Old Testament, yeah, but
In Greek.
there is Greek. There are Greek manuscripts for the New Testament as well, like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, Codex Picae,
yeah.
But these are things from like the 3rd to 4th century, 5th century, that kind of thing. But the Catholic Church didn't really preserve those. Those are things that we're finding. We find them.
Because okay, so how every time because I don't have a way to like go look at the original manuscript, so I obviously have to use AI. And every time I ask, they tell me something different as far as what.
Well, you can look at the
oldest
actual manuscripts, by the way. People upload them, like Codex Sinaiticus. You can look it up.
But it's not in English.
Well, yeah, it's in Greek, but you can actually like follow word by word, and it'll tell you what the word in English is. Yeah.
But I can't like date it. I mean, I'm talking about like I'm trying to find out because the last time it said even Josephus, well, the one I was reading that was the history of the Jews or whatever, that was rewritten, that copied, that the only manuscripts we have were copied by monks onto parchment.
Yeah, as far as Josephus goes, the oldest copy that we have, the oldest copies that we have of Josephus was from the 10th century. Yeah.
And they codified the Bible. I mean, they're canonized.
And I would even say that there are interpolations into that where people from the Catholic Church have edited those. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I think that if I'm sorry, but I hope I don't want to offend anybody. But I think this is why I've been really trying to figure out how to get to the truth on it. Because I think anything that the Jews or the Catholics had a hand in that is not they're gonna have like changed it, and so but then you don't really believe it anyway, so
right. Well, I don't believe the initial story anyways. I mean, to be fair, you do have, as weird as that sounded, you do have edits that we can tell the Catholic Church are putting into text, and we do have edits to even like the Masoretic text and stuff like that for the Old Testament. I wouldn't necessarily just go ahead and just lump an entire ethnicity into that, but nevertheless, we do have edits from things later on.
The Catholic Church was created, all it did, and I don't know if I can back this up or not, but I think I can, but the Catholic Church was created to control, and all they did was take their pagan religion and slap biblical names on it. Like, I mean, Mary, the picture of Mary and the baby, that's
later. That's later stuff. That's not as early as like all the artwork is much later on.
Yes, but they call Mary the Queen of Heaven, which is the same thing. Their god Isis. And Mithras.
Well, yeah, it's because it's a female who's associated with like the divine. Yeah, so it's like, or a divinity. Like it's going to be a pretty common trope. And it's not necessarily that they're copying like these previous things. It's that they're influenced by them. So these stories are gonna, yeah.
Because in that case, I don't know, because they were actually pagans, and he remained one until his deathbed, from what I have read. Oh, Constantine, sorry.
Well, maybe, sort of, kind of, but I mean.
Like, I think the whole thing was created.
There's depictions of Mary. I'm pretty sure prior to Constantine.
Is there?
I'm pretty sure the women maybe, I think.
So what are you going off of, or are you just, because I didn't catch the whole thing, or are you going off of?
Yeah, the earliest surviving art of Mary. I don't know about that. It seems a little weird. Maybe about 240 or so. Jesus. Okay. Anyways, keep going.
So what makes you like not believe it? Are you going off of the lack of like solid writings that mention him, or because I didn't catch the whole thing.
Well,
I
that
came
and
in a little
also the evidence that's found within the text itself, that
just the
shows that it contradicts itself and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. And then, well, like I said, well, what I started noticing is the translation. So they translated it into Latin, and I know this is way later and everything, but it's what kind of really got me wanting to search. Like they left the word Lucifer instead of translating it as if it were a name, and then they translate Jesus when like that wasn't even his name. Your name doesn't translate when you to another language, you know what I mean?
Right.
So that wouldn't even
Generally
make any sense.
well, sometimes it translates, sometimes it transliterates, but yeah. Okay.
Jesus wasn't his name though. Like as they didn't that's the Latin translation of the name. Well, actually, I read in one place that it would have been like Jason, but I don't know. I don't think that's the case. I think it was Yahusha or something like that.
Yeah.
But my main question is what you're basing things on, besides it just not making sense, like, but anything you base it on is still old writing. How do we trust anything? Like, how do we believe any manuscripts, like even about Rome or anything, because they could all have been made up or manipulated?
Because I'm not trusting manuscripts. Manuscripts aren't what I'm analyzing necessarily. I mean, I am, but like if not like the dating of the manuscripts per se, but like if you are saying that the content of the manuscripts could have been altered in the 3rd century, then I mean, that's the oldest things we have to go off of. So there's not really much of a way that we can do anything.
Prove it or disprove it. But if you're just saying you just don't believe him because believe the Bible because of the inconsistencies, that's not really a lot of proof either, is it?
I mean, it shows that the person that's presented is impossible. At the very least, what I'm saying is that the Jesus that's presented by the New Testament did not exist. And if the New Testament can't even line up with the New Testament, then he can't exist.
Well, because there's little, like, what inconsistencies are you? I'm just trying to find out. I'm not trying to argue with you or whatever, but what inconsistencies, like, do you base it off of? And like I said, I am going to get your book. So
yeah, like, for instance, Matthew says he's born during the reign of King Herod, but then Luke says he's born 10 years later. That's weird.
But Luke was actually came after the fact.
So did Matthew. Right? Yeah, they're neither one of them are there for his birth.
And it's not like they issued birth. I mean, that's not that like something to like throw the whole thing away over, though. I don't think. But like I know
it's saying that the natural Jesus that's presented by the New Testament didn't exist. So you'd have to pick which one.
Was Herod real?
Yep.
Do you believe that?
Yep.
Yes, that is a historical character. Okay, this is the other thing I was going to ask you. Is there any record of any of there being any churches in like, you know, Thyatira or however you say it, and you know, all the 7 churches that supposedly Paul had started everywhere?
Are there evidence of? No, there's not evidence of them per se.
Of the Bible.
Not exactly, but church just means community. Like where there are people, yes, but I mean,
but in
it just kind of depends on what you mean.
Talking about specific churches that Paul started, like
there's not
in Corinth.
There's not necessarily evidence, but like that's not really that big of a or bad of a claim or crazy of a claim to just say there's people in this area that believe something. So I mean, there's enough evidence to suggest that there were groups of people or communities over in those areas, yeah.
That were Christian, but nothing saying anything about Paul
or Jesus, yeah.
Or Jesus?
Yeah, Christianity doesn't necessarily have to start with Jesus; it has to start with a Christ deity.
Oh, and there was. See, I didn't catch all of.
Yeah, and Jesus is just a mythology within Christianity.
But But you're basically telling me that you're basing that off of inconsistencies that you see. Here's the thing. You said if you found out for sure it was fake, would you not believe? I would have to like. It would be like, when you're something's pounded in your head from the time you're little. You're gonna go to hell. You're gonna go to hell. You're gonna go to hell. Don't question God. All of that. It's really scary to just like not believe, because it's like put in your head when you grow up in.
No, I mean, I
in
understand.
church.
I understand. But that's why reading about this topic and, diving into all this information and resources is very valuable. It's very valuable. But that's what
Yeah,
I would
and I'm
recommend.
trying to, but it's hard to know who to what you can trust. Like,
Well,
because think about it, like even if it's only 200 years later, like how much would we really be able to write about 200 years ago? Because honestly, and if it wasn't written by someone else already, you know what I'm saying? Like we it's lost. It's not. We weren't there, so I mean, it's a pretty big separation, even 200 or 300 years. So
yeah, I mean, you just got to keep digging. You got to see, hey, what is the evidence that actually supports this person's claim? You can read a claim, that's fine, but dig into that claim and see if there's actually evidence behind it, or if they're just kind of making it up or relying on other things that they don't have any evidence for in order to try to prove it.
one more question. I heard you guys say
Yeah,
that,
because I do want to get to another
Tacitus
guest, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Just real quick, Tacitus Josephus or whatever. I heard you guys say it was like 144, but he was there writing with Titus when he sacked Jerusalem. At least that's what it says. In 70 AD.
No, Josephus was there, but he wasn't writing during this time. I mean, maybe sort of, but that would be for Wars of the Jews. That's not. That doesn't say anything about Jesus.
Yeah, it has one. It says one thing, but I think
not Wars of the Jews. That's Antiquities of the Jews. That's in the 90s.
The one where he's Wars of the Jews, where he sat when he went with Titus, and Titus sacked Jerusalem and tore down the temple in 70 AD.
Yeah, he didn't really. Kind of went with Titus, kind of, but that's. I mean, he's there because he was a commander of the Galilee.
It does.
But that's Wars of the Jews, and that doesn't mention Jesus.
It does. Yes, it does in one place, and it says something like, it might be, I can't remember what it's in reference to. Maybe it's in reference to the Christians, and it says, Jesus the man.
No, that's Antiquities of the Jews, not Wars of the Jews.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, if you could call him that, because the things he did.
Yes, that's Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3.
And you think that was added to? Because, like, how much weight do you give those?
Yes, I do think it was added to, but even if it wasn't, that's from the 90s, not the 70s. The 70s is Wars of the Jews. 90s is Antiquities of the Jews.
Antiquities of the Jews came after Wars?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was before.
No.
All right. Well, so do you think that? Because see, when I found out that it was rewritten by monks, I just stopped reading it. Like, because I'm like,
I mean, yeah.
Like, so how much weight do you give like those writings?
I mean, when we analyze the text and we see that the style is pretty consistent, except for occasional things like the Testimony of Flavianum, which is that paragraph that talks about Jesus, we can trust most of it, but that part we can toss out because we can see it's from a different author. That's how we're able to determine that kind of stuff.
Okay, and one more time, what is that myth?
That website. Mythicism.web.app.
Mythicism, MYTH?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna have people put it in the chat there for you there.
Okay.
But
yeah,
yeah.
I figured they didn't. I missed it.
So, yeah, no, they'll put it in the chat. Yeah, I'm sure. All right.
I'm gonna get your book right now. Too, so
all right.
Can read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Not a problem. That was constant tuition, not tuition. It's Constitution. Constitution.
Yeah.
Constitution. Everybody. Thank you very much for coming up. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we got Saint Brian. Saint Brian. Always look on the bright side of life.
How you doing, sir?
What? What's up? Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing much, just chilling. Letting y'all know that, Jesus love you, whether you believe it or not. But what intrigued me the most was your confidence and your zeal in disproving something, or trying to get people to see things how you see it in the midst of all things. And you're very well rounded in your scripture and your
Is that a fat
knowledge.
joke?
Yeah, I'm at work. I actually wish I could have got on earlier, but she was going on for a little, so I could have. But I only got 10 minutes. But yeah, I just wanted to have a genuine dialogue about why, if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, would you invest so much of your precious life that you only get one of into disproving him? Like, why not invest it into something
Because it's something that
more
I
fruitful?
feel like taints society quite a bit. We should believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. And this is absolutely a core of the main religion of the society that I live in. I'm in North Texas and I live in the Bible Belt, obviously. And so if there was a bunch of people that got together each week and decided that they were going to worship Harry Potter because they believed that Harry Potter was real, and they were going to not only talk about Harry Potter with other people or amongst themselves, but they were also going to believe in it. They were going to act and live and speak in a way that they think that Harry Potter would have them speak. They would vote every year when they go to the polls based off of how they feel like Harry Potter would have them vote. Then I would get on here on TikTok and YouTube and tell them that the boy who lived didn't.
That was good. That was really good. But what I would have to say to go like to push back on that is, as a Christian, I can be 100% honest about it. There's not a really good rep on Christianity, especially right now in life, how things are, and not everybody carried it or went along it in the ways that they were supposed to. As you see, there's multiple different denominations. Everybody believes some sort of different thing in some way, shape, or form. So the unity, even of, you probably hear that bike in the background too, but the unity of Christianity in and of itself is it's not unified, honestly, and that's something that me as a Christian, I really don't like. And I do understand how you see on the outside how people take it and use it and warp it, and it's usually in negative lights and negative ways, because
Right.
the
Well,
Christianity,
I'm not interested in the morality necessarily of Christianity specifically. What I'm
no, but
what
I was
I'm
getting
concerned
into.
with is the history and whether or not somebody can actually take a look at whether or not what they believe is actually grounded in something that is true. Because the Bible doesn't just say, "Oh, hey, here's this fictional character who wants you to, be a good person."
Okay,
Hey, it's not just a book
no,
of philosophy. It is
no,
attempting to be a book of history.
I
And
see
if the
what you're saying.
history is wrong, I don't know why anyone's looking to it for their philosophy.
No, I see what you're saying. I wasn't finished landing my plane, my bad. But
Right,
like
but like
I was taking the morality. Hold on,
yeah,
I'm gonna land it
you're
real quick.
taking the more of the morals side, and
No. If you would let me land my plane, I would show you how I'm not
well,
taking
go
the
ahead, go
moral
ahead,
side.
go ahead.
I brought up the morality because if it was taught and went about and done correctly, just like actually, you know what? Let's scratch all that, because I think we have to converse a little bit differently. Do you feel like everything that has been true or was true has been written down?
That doesn't make any sense. No, not at all. But anyways,
No, right? So
no.
no. So no, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how could you, with it being the biggest religion, with it lasting over 2,000 years, having the biggest following in the world, changing people's lives for the best, how could you say that that is something that,
Plenty of
from your
people's lives were
understanding,
changed for the worst, literally
from
died
your
because of
understand?
Christianity. So no, you
Hold
can't just
on,
say
hold
that
on,
in general.
hold on.
Dude, look, whenever you say something demonstrably false, I'm going to cut you off. All right. And you
No,
said that it's,
that's not
well,
how a dialogue. You can wait till I
unfortunately,
finish. And then,
unfortunately, if you continue to cut me off, because I'm the host and I'm going to jump in whenever you say something demonstrably false, I'm not going to let you build on top of a faulty foundation that's going to waste everyone's time. I'm wasting time just explaining to you how a faulty foundation is bullshit, and I'm not going to let you do that. Even
no, that's
Jesus
not what I'm trying
himself,
to
if you
do.
believe that he's true, said that you should build your house on the rock and not the sand. And just
Yeah, you know
because
your
you just
scripture.
decided, yeah, cool. So my point is, You appealing to the size of a religion does not mean anything. There was a religion prior to Christianity that was the biggest in the world, and you don't subscribe to that one either. You appealing to the age of a religion doesn't mean anything, because those are religions, plenty of them, that go back further, and you don't believe in those either. What I'm saying here is that Jesus and Paul didn't exist, all right? This is not based off of how many people there are who believe it. It's not based on how long the story's been around. It's based off of the content itself. I am saying that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. If you have any evidence to the contrary, please present it. If you want to hear my evidence for my stance, I'll tell it. Just ask. But we're not just going to sit around and, do dick measuring contest about how big someone's religion is.
That's not what I was doing, but
well, it
as the
is because
host-
you appeal to the size and the age of a religion.
No, that wasn't my point. But you were building on a faulty foundation. But since you're the host, I just
What was the faulty?
and then
What did I say that was incorrect?
everything.
Sweet.
At this
So
point,
please attack one of those things now. Go ahead.
What I'm gonna say is, and I'm gonna choose my words really wisely.
Uh-huh.
Because I gotta get back in. I wish we could.
All right. Well, I'll just go ahead and help you there. All right. Well, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to negotiate with terrorists. Not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present my evidence or ask you for evidence, whichever you prefer. If I say something that's wrong, please point out specifically what I said was wrong and give the evidence as to why it was wrong. Go ahead. Greater than? I think that's your emoji kind of thing. Yeah, greater than. What you got?
I'm kind of turning to the more like agnostic view.
Okay.
And I was just wondering your take on either
You
determinism
say like
or
agnostic on like God or Jesus or
just if they're
anything.
like more Christianity, more like or because I don't know if there is or isn't.
Christianity? Christianity is a real thing.
No.
What are you agnostic about? God or Jesus or both?
God.
God. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because I don't really talk about God. Like that's not what I'm talking about more about like Jesus. I mean, if you have a quick question, I might be able to answer it, but if it gets too into the weeds on something that's not history related, I can't really speak too much to it.
I was just curious on your take on like determinism or predetermined destiny.
Oh, I don't.
You don't think it's true?
No, as in like I don't have a take on it.
Okay.
Like if there is one thing I hate more than someone who comes up and wastes my time circling around the topic but never actually addressing the material like the guest before you, it is philosophy. And I just in the words of Dave Chappelle, giving the words of Charlie Murphy, giving the words of Prince, this bores me.
Okay. No, that's okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries, man. I mean, it's all good. But did you have any questions about the topic?
No, not really. I'm sorry for.
Oh no, you're fine. It's just it's people see the topic or whatever, and they think, okay, that means that like you're talking about God or a whole bunch of different topics. It's fine. It's all good. But if you ever have any other comments or questions or anything like that, specifically to Jesus or Paul or history, let me know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Let's see here. By the way, if you're still in the chat, you should definitely check out. Let's see, for philosophy. I would recommend Amadeus Almighty, maybe for that kind of stuff, or the Bible Guy. If you're maybe talking about predeterminism. Oof. Who else? Maybe Solovino. Solovino would be a good one. Trying to think about people who would talk about that. Maybe Joel Reed's Bible would get into that a little bit. Maybe. Ian would maybe be a good one. Yeah, allegedly Ian. Okay, everybody's saying Ian. Ian would be solid for that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'd go Ian. Good luck in line though. But if you want somebody a little bit more approachable, I would say Joel Reed's Bible, Solovino, Amadeus Almighty. They would talk. I feel like more about that kind of stuff. Ogar is another one who would talk about that kind of stuff. Mezzo just volunteered. Mezzo would. Does Mezzo get into Mezzo? You're in the chat. Yeah, you get into predeterminism. I guess I don't know. I tend to think, for some reason, I tend to think of Joel and Mezzo as being similar to me and just being like, ugh, philosophy. Like, but I think maybe they're much more like, hey, philosophy. You know, like they're just more. They're much more tolerant for that kind of stuff. I'm just like, get it, fuck out of here. Like, nah. Like, if I talk about anything other than reality, for like 5 minutes, I feel like I need to be lobotomized. Like, it's it's terrible. It's oh man. Mezzo says, yeah, I'd shit on it, but I'd talk about it. No, he wasn't a Phil bro. He wasn't a Phil bro. I think he had a sincere question. It was just something that I don't really get into. He wasn't a Phil bro. He sounded sincere and like a good guy. It was just more philosophical kind of question. Justin's more like you. He doesn't like philosophy. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But definitely make sure that you're checking out like Mezzo and stuff like that. He'd be much more in tune with that kind of stuff. And I don't say in tune simply because Mezzo is into music. And I don't say he's into music simply because his name is Mezzo. In fact, I found out that that has nothing to do with it, which is stupid. It's stupid. Mezzo. No, I can't say you're stupid. I can't bring myself to joke like that. All right, Kellen Goggins. Wait, what you got?
Hey, I know I was up here like a week ago. We talked about Shroud of Turin and all that. Turin, but an atheist guy. I don't remember his name, but
was his name Mezzo?
No, he has like dirt bikes in his picture, and he's like an atheist guy.
Definitely Mezzo.
Oh, it is?
No.
Oh, definitely.
I think Mezzo's picture is him like on shrooms or something. Anyways, what you got? What you got for us today?
He told me he's like, have you actually read the Bible? I'm like, not a lot. So he's like, well, you got to go read the Bible before you come here.
That makes sense.
Like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you read the Bible before coming here?
No. No, but I read 1 Corinthians yesterday because I'm still a noob. But it said in 1 Corinthians, I know you're saying it's from 144 AD, bro. I know. But in 1 Corinthians, it says, of the 500 witnesses, some of them are still alive.
Cool. That's not in the 144 version. That's added later.
What version is that from?
Something later.
So you're saying that there's an earlier Corinthians?
Yep. 1 Corinthians 15 in 144 does not include any kind of appearances at all.
So do you think the original, the first one's from like 50 AD or no?
No, the original's from about 144.
So it lies when it says that some of the 500 witnesses are still alive.
It doesn't say that in 144. The text that says 500, that one lies, sure. But like 144 doesn't say anything about 500.
Whatever one I read the NIV version, and it said that some of the 500 witnesses are still alive.
Yeah, that's because the canonical version is the version that comes after 144. It's the version that has the added lines.
So what year is the one I read?
I don't know. I can't tell you that. It's just post 144.
So it lied.
I mean, sure. But the whole New Testament is a lie. I'm not saying the earliest manuscripts have it. It's the earliest iterations of Paul's letters, because the earliest iterations of Paul's letters show up in 144.
Okay. And then I got in a debate. Do you know Equality? Is his name? He's an atheist on here.
Oh, I was like, I know of equality. We have not reached it at all, but sure. No, I have no idea who that is. I don't think so. Am I supposed to know who that is, chat? Am I supposed to know who that is?
Equality.
Also, a super chat, $2 there from Zeno Lapudre says, this is for Jake, a gentleman of perfectness words. Also, $2 there from Zeno Lapudre says, this is for Dr. Ajim, La Reina de las Esquifis. And we got to put the little fucking thing over here. Stupid.
Some of your chat knows them, but
Anyways, by the way, if you're on YouTube, you can request, the link is in the chat, or you can send a super chat, and I will read it out loud like I just did, and respond to it, even if it's calling me a douchebag. Bonus points if you can say something about mezzo. You know what? Any mention of mezzo today is going on the board. We're putting M. There we go. M for mezzo. Oh, here, let me see. This is a little harsher. There we
George
go.
Washington.
Yeah, there's a George Washington on there.
That's funny.
Anyways, leave me the F alone. No, any mention of mezzo in the in the super chats, I will put them on the board. Okay. Let's see. Elope note, $2. Put your hat back on, bro. Cross sticker, no quick for Christ. Nope. Not gonna be able to do it. Sorry. Okay.
But I was the guy with. You said it sounded like an owl or something in the background. That's the wind outside, but.
Are you still outside?
Yeah, I'm outside again. I thought it wasn't so windy, but sorry.
Looking for some more like fresh alpoon or something?
So equality, a lot of your chat.
Notice how he didn't deny it, chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
He literally just said yeah 3 times. Still not denying it.
Looking for the owl, yeah. All right, so I ain't gonna fucking owl. All right.
This time.
So I told Equality, I said, do you believe the Shroud of Turin is real? He says, no, it's from like 1200s. He said it was made in France, it's fake. I said, well, it has, the face of it has soil from Jerusalem on it.
No.
You're saying no.
No.
And he said, you need to cite a source that's not a Christian source, that's non-biased, that says that there's soil.
And were you able to do it?
I haven't looked into it yet.
All right, sounds good. Well, here's what you should do. Whenever someone says, read the Bible, whenever you're like, oh, hey, I talked to an atheist, he said, read the Bible. Then I came to you, I haven't read it. I talked to an atheist and he said, give me a source for this particular claim. I haven't found anything. And I came to you. What the hell, man? Okay, well, we've already talked about 1 Corinthians. Anything else before we move on to somebody else who doesn't fuck owls in the forest?
Dude, you're funny as fuck. All right, man. Take care.
He's gonna choke out there in the forest, and an owl is gonna give him the fucking like Heimlich or something like that. Be the first time that an owl got behind him. The hell is wrong with this guy? All right. Anyways, we're gonna. Yeah, he still never said no. We're gonna go ahead and move on to somebody who isn't like getting sued by PETA. All right. Talk to you later. Oh, weird. All right. Oh my gosh. I was just kind of joking about that mezzo thing. But $4.99 there. Hey Bay says, would you please give us quick synopsis of your opinion and why you believe they didn't exist? Very interesting. Thanks. Well, thank you for the $4.99. And also, I would say that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist because of the fact that I'm actually going to run through all the reasons. Let's see, there's anachronisms. There's things in the text that are out of place in time. Like, just like if I told you a story about somebody in the 1960s owning an iPhone, you would know that story's bullshit because the iPhones are anachronistic. They don't show up for another 40 years. Just the same, we've got things in the Gospels, Acts of the Apostles, the Epistles, that are anachronistic and show that the stories are written much later, and they're not really historical at all. It's written in third-person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls. How were the disciples able to know what Jesus said when they were asleep, when he's praying in the Garden of Gethsemane right before he gets arrested and unalived? Unless you appeal to magic, there's no way to do it. So yeah, it's third person omniscient, which is indicative of fiction. Let's see. Next we have geographical mistakes. Mark says that Jesus came from the city of Tyre down to the Sea of Galilee, which is southeast of the sea of Tyre, and he said he went through Sidon, which is about 30 miles north of Tyre, and you have to actually pass a river and a mountain to get to it. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So there's that. So geographically speaking, it doesn't even line up. Let's see. There's contradictions. So you'd have to actually carve out what version of Jesus you actually want to go with. Even the natural stories, like his birth and shit like that. Matthew says that he's born a minimum of 10 years prior to when Luke says he's born. That doesn't make a lot of sense. There's just timing problems in general. Like Luke says that he's born during the census of Quirinius, which we know happens during 6, but then it says that he starts his ministry at 30, and if he dies a couple of years later, then that would mean that he's dying sometime after 36. Unfortunately, Pilate was removed from office in 36 and dies in Rome in 39. The first gospel we actually see is published in about 144. That's about 114 years after the supposed death of Jesus, published by a man who didn't think that Jesus was a human being. This is Marcion. Prior to that, Christians are mentioned, but no Jesus or Paul goes along with it. Historians like Josephus or Tacitus are usually alluded to or pointed to and stuff like that as evidence for Jesus, but we can tell using modern technology and stuff like that and modern analytics and stuff like that when it comes to literary stuff or literary analysis that these things are not actually authentic to these authors. So no, they've been interpolated into where a later Christian tried to say something. We actually see an inscription that uses the word Christians, which Tacitus uses to mean Christians, and is found in the earliest codex for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus, which comes out in the 3rd century. We see the word Christians being used in an inscription in Rome that's called CIL VI 24944 and dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. Acts says that they were first called Christians in Antioch in the 50s. What else? And Philo of Alexandria, who mentions the Therapeutai in roughly about 20, which is before the supposed ministry of Jesus, regardless of what gospel you want to go with, that says that there is a group Philo of Alexandria mentions in roughly 20 that there's a group living near Lake Marotus in Alexandria called the Therapeutai. That's the name of their group. This group is affiliated with Serapis, based off an inscription on the Greek island of Delos. And later Christians said that those were the first Christian monks, which doesn't make a lot of sense because they're, again, before the supposed ministry of Jesus. That's really weird. Oh, yeah. It falls all apart. Falls all apart. Did I miss anything, Serapis? Stone-faced as usual. All right. There's other stuff, too. I would check out mythicism.web.app for more information, or check out the book Christ Before Jesus, which goes over me and my data science co-partners' data science findings on the Greek New Testament and the dating of the New Testament and all that jazz. Okay. Let's see here. Really going at $3.11 there from an Async Network that says Mezzo is so good at this atheism thing. That is a mention of Mezzo. Again, you should definitely check out Mezzo. If people aren't checking out Mezzo, you are missing out in life. Mezzo does 3 things. Number 1, he talks about religion, specifically more about Christianity and stuff like that, but other religions will pop up every once in a while. Number 2, he makes music. He makes beats. He makes them live sometimes. They're pretty good. They are very good, actually. Much better than I could do. What am I talking about? The third thing that he does is apparently he will actually kick a football dummy in his backyard all the way across his backyard and pretend that it's me. It's terrifying. If the question was, did Jaren piss his pants when he saw Mezzo attack that football dummy that he said was me? The answer is yes. All right. $2 from Zeno de Pudre says, this isn't for Mezzo because he said to be left alone. Well, that's another Mezzo mention. That isn't a Mezzo mention. $1.99 from the prototype 1619 that says mezzo queef. Oh my God, I gotta count all those. Okay, that's 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then another. Jesus, fucking. I'm not even counting those correctly. Okay, all right. $2 from Elope Nope says, "What's a mezzo? Mezzo is greater than 4 queefs on the board." What? No. Okay, a mezzo. Okay, that's how many? Okay, that's 2. That's 2 mezzos, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Wait. No. Wait. Well, oh, God damn it. Why did I do that? Okay. Anyways, there's 3 up there. Okay. $2 from Robert Summers says, "I must be quick." Okay, there we go. A tally for Mezzo. There it is. Mezzo is mentioned. I hope Mezzo's in the chat. I hope he's in there. $2 from Alphabet, the child, that says, "Miso soup." I feel like you probably misheard me when I said mezzo, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what people call him or something. Kind of like I didn't know that people called Born Again Atheist Boma. So everyone's coming up Boma. I thought it was more that Aaron shit where he says Bofa all the time. I was like, Boma? Boma Deuce? And then I didn't know. I didn't know. Which, by the way, check out Born Again Atheist. Definitely check out Born Again Atheist. She is, como se dice, hilarious. And also taking over Reddit. Has anybody seen her on Reddit? She's on Reddit. Like, a lot. Like, a lot. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm not saying it's crazy. Go check out Boma. All right. Anyways, £4.99 from Has Mezzo Made an Album? Can't get that turn Yahweh out of my head. I don't know. Has Mezzo made an album? Has Mezzo ever made an album? Rude. Both. Has Mezzo ever? I assume he has. I assume he's made a lot of albums. I know who has made an album, and that is Joel Reads Bible. Joel Sings Christianese. It has 27 different tracks. Well, one of them is all of the tracks all put together. Joel Sings Christianese is available for $10 Canadian or more. So definitely check out that album. It is really good to use for some lives, deconstruction lives. Let's see. And then we have really fast. What's the next one here? $1.99 from Cocard that says, "Theory that Herodian's Saulus and Josephus is Paul." I have heard that. It was brought up not long ago. The answer is no, it doesn't line up with the time. But if you want to say that that's where they got some of the influence, then that's fine. But it's not the correct guy. It's not the guy. Again, kind of like I talk about a Jesus in name only. If you want to point to somebody named Jesus and say, "This is the evidence for Jesus," it's like, well, no, that's a Jesus in name only or a Gino. This would be a Pino or a Sino, I guess. A Saul or Shaul in name only. A Shino? Shino? Maybe? I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyways, but yeah, I have heard that idea. $4.99 from a Jim says, thanks for all the queefs, y'all. 2 words in the like. And you're welcome from the queefs. Queef for Christ, queef for CBJ. So let's see, 3 of those are in there already, and so that's only 1. Hey, look at that. All right. Thank you, Jim. $2 from Helping Maggie Deconstruct. Mezzo's favorite pastime is queefing for Christ. Jesus. Okay, that's 4. All right, let's see. $4.99. Thank you. This is from Heybay. What does it mean if they didn't exist? Does it mean that the Bible was undermined by outside forces, or that there's a different truth? It just kind of means that the Bible, like the New Testament, is just mythology. And it's fine. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's some kind of outside truth or anything like that. That doesn't mean there's an alternative. That's like, no offense, but that's kind of like asking, if there's no masters, then whose slave will I be? It's like, no. You don't have to have an alternative truth. It's just a story. Like, there's not an alternative to Clifford the Big Red Dog not existing. It's just a story. That's just kind of how it goes. I'm not telling you what religion to be. I'm not telling you what religion not to be. I'm just asking you to please, for the love of all that is holy on this planet, which isn't much, please make sure that you believe things that actually have evidence behind it and can be supported by evidence. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just simply saying that what it means if they don't exist is that it's just a story. It's just a story that people liked, I guess, in a mystery cult that just got lucky. But that doesn't really mean much else than just that, I guess. $3.11 there from Async Network says, we call mezzo meat sauce. That's what I was thinking. Just FYI, hi, mezzo. That is 2 mezzos there. And there we go. And the prototype, $19.99 says, anytime a gem. All right. Well, thank you for the super chats again. If you send a super chat on YouTube, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it, even if it is calling me a douchebag. Please do not call Mezzo a douchebag. Mezzo is not a douchebag. That was not just some attempt to try to get you to say Mezzo is a douchebag. He is not a douchebag. He's a cool guy. That is the most that I think I've ever said the word douchebag in about a 20-second span. What is going on? Samuel Bergerson. Joel.
Hello.
Yeah, how's it going? What you got for us?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good. How are you?
Jag hörde bra.
You kind of answered it in one of the last questions, but
Continue. Is he talking to me? Is he still talking? What is happening right now? Samuel, are you there?
I'm you.
Okay, yeah,
using
you're there.
earbuds. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Samuel, I can't hear you.
That what he's okay. Well, that's what you can go on the next caller. Then if my earbuds aren't working, that's okay.
Well, like, it sounds like there's some crazy, like, delay, and also you go silent for, like, a good, 5-10 seconds. It's really weird.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi's not working super well.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that'll be better. Yeah, poor connection, switch to a different network. Sorry, it's been cutting out on and off as I've been waiting. Is that better?
Maybe. But what you got for us, man?
Yeah, I mean, I've just as far as I've ever been educated, or even seen, he's one of the most well documented people in the world and completely changed.
Why wouldn't he be? It's literally the biggest. It's the biggest religion. Why wouldn't it be the most documented person?
Have you heard of the so that's what I'm saying. So to give the case that he is not an actual person, I've never heard someone argue from that angle before. So I was curious. I mean, I know you just gave a couple sources on the call before this one, just because that to me seems like a really weak angle to try and get people to leave Christianity. By
I don't give a shit if you leave Christianity at all. He's not a real person, but I mean, the earliest Christians didn't have the mythology of Jesus, so you can be a Christian and not believe in Jesus.
How are you gonna? No, that's a lie. You've obviously never been a Christian. You don't know about Christianity. We had Christology in early Christianity. The Jews record about Jesus in the Talmud, and the Muslims.
And when does the Talmud? When does the Babylonian Talmud get written? When do they get written? When did they get written? When did they get written? Sweet. When did they get written?
Part of Christianity.
Cool.
Where Christianity comes from.
Sweet. So when did they get written?
No, you just sound stupid when you say.
All right. Well, you sound stupid when you can't answer a question. The Babylonian Talmud is written between the 3rd and 6th century, and Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire before the end of the 4th. So, I mean, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that it was just written in response to Christianity, especially since the Babylonian Talmud literally calls Jesus the Nazarene and never actually says anything about Nazareth. It continues to call the Christians Nazarenes. Very clearly, it's not anything or anybody who comes from Nazareth. So they are pulling from the Gospels as opposed to talking about a real historical person who they dealt with in the first century. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense anyways. And the Quran is an offshoot. Well, the Quran relies on a lot of information from like later Christianity, most notably the parable of the seven sleepers and the infancy gospel of Thomas. So yeah, it's pretty obvious that it's just an offshoot of Christianity and not really evidence for Jesus or anything like that. And they're not really that hostile towards him. Not really. I mean, like the Quran is not really hostile towards Jesus. I don't know really what you're talking about. But Samuel, anyways, please continue before we were really interrupted by somebody who thinks that a former missionary was not actually a Christian.
Yeah, well, so I'm a bit. I must have lost your intention because I thought I heard right before you brought me on that you, by the name of all that is holy, did not want people believing in Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, I don't want people to think that a person who didn't exist existed, but that's not necessarily me saying that you shouldn't be a particular religion.
Sure. So, but that's where I'm again back to the same point of I understand not believing in any kind of divinity or holiness being attached to him in particular, because there's no shortage of people who don't believe in that. But to say that he wasn't an actual person, that's so out of left field.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that he was a real person?
I mean, the entirety of the civilization that I come from is built around.
No, the entirety of your civilization that you were around actually is built off the back of the Romans, who built off the back of the Greeks, and they believed that like Poseidon and Heracles and like Zeus were real. Were they real too?
I mean, I would say as spiritual entities that if
I didn't ask that question.
Philosophically,
I didn't ask if they were philosophically or spiritually real. I asked if they were real. Heracles is supposed to be an actual human being who becomes a god, like he's a demigod.
I agree with you. It's built off the backs of the Romans.
Sweet. So I'm going to ask you this question again. Do you believe that Heracles, which eventually is Hercules in Roman civilization, because again, they built on the backs of the Greeks, do you believe that Heracles was a real person, that he actually existed?
I have never looked into it.
Okay, and that's fine. But overall, most people would say no. And in this particular case, you are saying that because of the civilization that is built around this religion, that means the religion is legit. That's not how we determine whether or not a religion is historically accurate.
I'm not saying legitimate. I'm not saying specifically for I'm just saying that the mass testimonies of saying that he physically was a person.
What testimony do we have from anybody who saw him as a person?
So as you just said, the civilization that built the one I.
We don't have any testimony from anybody who says that he was a real person.
From the Romans?
We don't have any testimony from any Romans who saw Jesus, or even were contemporaries of Jesus.
So you agree that the Romans have built the foundation for the civilization that we share?
Sure.
You just said that. Okay. So then the Romans have dedicated 2,000 years, or just under 2,000 years, to specifically continuing to build I'm just like, this is hundreds of millions of people that's all built around Rome.
I don't give a single fuck, man. I literally was trying to say earlier that does not make the religion true. I don't. What you're talking about doesn't make any sense. It's not going to get you anywhere. That dog won't hunt. Do you have anything else?
I'm not saying the religion. I'm not saying anything about the religion itself being true. I'm just being an actual physical
Okay.
person.
Well, what we're trying to talk about is whether or not this religion that you think is just etched into society and essence through your civilization is somehow feeding you bullshit or not. That you try to use the argument that because civilization is built around this story, that makes it real. That means it's real. But it's really just based around a religion that gets passed on through the edge of the sword and the end of a gun. So that doesn't mean anything.
Well, I'm happy to talk about the religion being real or not if you want to. But
well, I don't really. Well, again, the religion itself is trying to say that Jesus existed. That's what we're trying to talk about. Yeah, and I'm ultimately trying to talk about whether or not Jesus existed.
Right, and so I'm saying that's at the center of the Roman Empire, which is.
That doesn't mean that sweet. That doesn't mean that it's real. What is your evidence that it's real?
Well, so that's what I was asking you for. Is this is like hundreds of millions of people collectively built a civilization
Okay, if you say the word civilization again, you're going to get dropped. I want to have a conversation with you, but you're going to have to get that word out of your mouth because you seem to be hung up on the idea that because civilization believes something, that it's real. What is the evidence that it's real?
Right. So, well, that's why I was asking you if you had any evidence about that, because I've never heard
Evidence
anyone
about what?
Jesus not being an actual physical person.
Yeah, if you read the text itself, you see that the text doesn't even line up with its own text. The Jesus of the New Testament doesn't even line up with the Jesus of the New Testament. You can't be born 10 years before you're born. And Matthew says he's born a minimum of 10 years before Luke does. You can't be crucified at 9 a.m. on a Friday and still in court at noon. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. There's contradictions in the text. We can see a lot of where it comes from.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's about all I had to say. That's about all I had to say. So, well, I appreciate your time, man. Have a good day.
Vad är det sker? All right. Let's see. We've got $2 from Tilting Windmill over there on YouTube. Says, I do love me some mezzo, aka meat sauce. Meat sauce. $2 there from BVP666 that says the hair on the shroud is vertical. Hilarious. Jesus had a mohawk. Confirmed. All right. If you're on YouTube and you think you've got some evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. The link is in the chat. I take guests on TikTok because YouTube doesn't allow for that ability. But if you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come up on TikTok or have a TikTok and want to use it, but you can't figure out how to use it because you need a certain amount of followers in order to go live, don't worry about it. If you send a super chat, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. If it's a question, if it's a statement about how you have proof of Jesus, or even a statement about how I look like a douchebag because I rep the Cardinals or something like that. I don't know. Pick on something normal. But anyways, point is, send a super chat or come up on TikTok. Check it out. Or if you're interested, Christ Before Jesus is available. My book is available. Me and my co-author's book on the New Testament and dating the New Testament. The link is in the bio, and the ebook is just $3. Don, what you got?
Hey, I won't spend too much of your time, but I recently bought your book, the paperback.
All right, Don, what you got for us?
If I emailed you or something, would I be able to get a PDF version which I can read on my PC and like make notes as I go along?
You can. Oh, they're for the print version or whatever.
Yeah, because I've got the.
Maybe it just kind of depends. It kind of depends.
This right in front of me, and I've been going through it pretty slowly. But like, if I could get like an electronic version, is that possible?
Possibly. We every once in a while we will send them out, but usually it's for people who are having some kind of issue, like if they're in another country where they can't get it or something like that. Generally speaking, since it's a $2.99 ebook that you can read on your PC with like the Kindle version and stuff like that, we generally just kind of point you back over there. I know that sounds greedy, but it's $3, man.
Oh, but I've got the paperback right here. Like,
yeah, I know, but like. We try not to just send out PDFs to everybody because that ends up getting placed onto pirate websites, which generally I'm not like too terribly opposed to, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I've messaged you here, but it's probably going to be in your requests.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It just kind of depends. But what was your point of bringing it up like on a computer? Like what exactly were you going to do on the computer with it that you wouldn't be able to do just reading it?
Yeah, so when I'm like going through it, I want to actually like make notes Obviously, I can't just be writing all over like the book itself.
Why not?
But if it's electronic, it's easy because you just load it into something
On a
like Notion,
PDF?
and then you can, yeah. If you have the electronic version, you can make notes like line per line almost, basically. Like with Acrobat, you can annotate everything and then go through it. It's just easier to track on a computer.
Right. I mean, I guess that makes some sense. But message us. I'll talk to my co-author to see if they're cool with that.
Yeah, because I'm sure you guys send this to like critics, right? Who like want to actually like review the stuff.
Nah, they can pay $3.
Well,
we literally priced it as low as we possibly can on Amazon before they start like docking us for certain things, and like, so I mean, it's $2.99, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if a critic wants to read it, it's $2.99. If we were selling it for like 15 fucking bucks, or like a Richard Carrier, one of Richard Carrier's ebooks is like over $20. Like, hell, one of the books that I mention every once in a while is The Letters of Paul in their Roman Literary Context from Dr. Nina Lipsey. Her ebook is like 110. So like, I understand like how you wouldn't want like, or you wouldn't want to have to buy that if you were a critic, but like,
Oh no, look, it's not a money issue either. Like,
well, then go ahead and grab it.
Like, it's easy.
Go ahead and grab it.
Obviously, for my own like study purposes, it would be amazing if I could actually have, because that's how I read this stuff.
Right.
I have like a whole setup, like custom, that I've put together recently.
Right. Yeah.
There's a book you always mention recently by Benjamin White.
Accounting
his
Paul.
Book is like, I want to get that.
Yeah, it's probably another expensive
PDF.
one.
It's like $100 if you want like the paperback. Like, it's not accessible at all. So I do appreciate that about your book.
Yeah. I mean, we literally priced it that low. That way, people can take a look at it, and yeah. I mean, that's what we want to be able to do.
Why is everyone saying go buy it? I bought it. I have it.
Well, I understand, but yeah. Anyways, was there anything else that you had, or?
No, because I'm gonna go through it, and then maybe I'll come back another time when I've gone through it.
Yeah.
But I hope I can get that copy, because that'll be dope. It'll be way easier for me, like to go through properly.
Right. Gotcha.
Anyway, I understand.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you very much. That was Don, who looks like he's standing next to some kind of a Lamborghini or something. Maybe. I don't know. What are you standing next to in your profile picture? What is that?
That's my car. Yeah, it's a Lambo.
It's a Lambo. Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, have a good day. How do I exit?
I don't know. Try the butterfly doors.
Oh, it's got the regular doors on this one. It's not the Aventador.
Okay. All right. Well, I will see. I'll see you later, Don. I'll see you later. I got you. I mean, you know what I mean? Put a 1 in the chat if you know what I mean. All right. All right. So, Sordo, how's it going?
Dude, good. You had me on earlier, and we
spoke
about Just Fist.
I did?
Which is
Sordo? Sordo, you there?
No, I'm up.
Oh yeah, you are up. Yeah. Was that a mistake, or did you?
Mistake, yeah.
Oh, okay. No worries. Okay. Thanks for coming by, man. All right. There we go.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay, there we go. So back to Timothy. I was trying to touch. Sordo came up first, and I didn't know if he had.
No, you're good, dude.
Okay, so Timothy, wait. What you got, man?
Well, so have you heard of the Didache?
Yeah.
Well, why does that make you laugh so like that?
Because
it's
such a random
writing,
question.
is it not?
No.
You're wanting something. How is it? It's dated back to first century. How's
No,
it
it's not. Evidence. What evidence?
Well, how are they dating things?
What we have to do is we have to work off of what we can know, and considering the fact that the the first collection of Paul's letters are first put out by the Christian theologian Marcion in 144, and his New Testament canon, the first one to call first canon to be called New Testament. No, listen. Has 9 to 10 letters of Paul, none of which are the pastorals. Then we can tell that the pastorals are after that, especially if we can even tell that the canonical versions of the Pauline letters are after that. The pastorals are definitely after that, especially since 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, and Titus are the pastorals, by the way. 1 Timothy mentions Antitheses, which is a book from Marcion, which explains his theology. You can look up M. David Litva for more information on that. Definitely a good read. In the same verse, it mentions Gnosticism, which is, again, a 2nd century concept that Christianity had to deal with. So it's definitely in the 2nd century, pretty far into the 2nd century, and definitely post-144. 2 Timothy mentions Crescens, which is the scribe of Polycarp, who is mentioned 3 fucking verses later at the end of 2 Timothy as somebody who has the author's cloak. And this is, as Dr. Patricia Rosenmeyer says in her letter, Epistolatory Fictions in Greek Writing, and in her book about the epistolatory fictions, about how letters, like fake letters, were written. They actually give an example. She actually gives an example of a Greek writing that was a fictional writing, but the author said his own name at the end cleverly, like creatively, by saying, "Go get my cloak from," and then puts his name. So considering that Polycarp and his scribe Crescens, who died in 180, is mentioned at the end of 2 Timothy, we can definitely see that the pastorals are absolutely mid to late 2nd century. And guess what the Didache fucking quotes? 1 and 2 Timothy.
Well, what's the hold on.
So I don't give a shit about whether or not you think it was written in the 1st century, unless you have any evidence to suggest that it was written in the 1st century, then that's sorry.
What is the quote, though? What is the quote? I mean, because
what is the quote? What are you talking about? Yeah. If it quotes 1 Timothy, sorry, it's gone.
How did it quote it?
By quoting it.
I know, but what is the exact quote? I mean,
go read the Didache. We're not pulling up the Didache.
I know, but you're saying that.
Yes, it quotes 1 Timothy.
1 Timothy, but then you don't say what the quote is.
Go read it. I'm not pulling up the Didache to go read it. If you wanted to do research earlier, you did. You hopped off, or at least I cut you down. But that being said, do you have anything else? And the Didache wasn't going to do anything. Do you have any evidence to suggest that it was in the 1st century?
Yeah.
What do you have?
All right. Well, so churches, 1st century churches.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, first off, for people to build a whole establishment, right?
That's
based
it?
Upon somebody that rose
it mentions churches in the 1st century? That's it? That's your evidence?
No, you could look up churches that were built in the 1st century.
We don't have any evidence of any physical buildings from the 1st century that were Christian.
Yeah, dude. There's
no, we don't.
Place in India. There's a whole community of people
Sweet,
in India that were
dude. You think
by Thomas?
Oh, you think we have 1st century? You think we have 1st century buildings founded by Thomas in India?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a group of people claiming that Thomas came.
Nah, we're not even. Yes, I understand that there were people who claimed that Thomas went over to India. There's no evidence whatsoever of Thomas living, let alone Thomas going to India, let alone Thomas going over to India and starting a physical church that we can date to the 1st century. I'm not even going to entertain that. All right, we've got someone up on the panel. This guy does a ton of modding for a ton of different groups. And by a ton of different groups, I at least know one. Dig Construction Junction. This is Benny Boy, not to be confused with Bunny Boy, who
is there a Bunny Boy?
Well, I mean,
I'm also. You can call me Bunny Boy. I just wanted to come up to pitch my new book I'm researching. It's called Jaron Before Christ Before Jesus. It's actually it's in writing right now. I have about $50,000 in venture capital
Jesus.
to write this book. It's based off this new science. It's called vibometrics, and yeah, basically what I'm setting myself out to do is to prove that your book was not written by just you.
You could read my book. Where it says it's not written by just me. And by the way, if you do that, and you see that we say in our book, and by our I mean me and yes, me and Matthew, if if you go into this book and see that it is actually, not only does it have two people here, but we actually run stellometry on ourselves and show that it's written by two people, you would, and this is true, be light years ahead of the research of Richard Carrier, who says that we're possibly just one person saying we're two.
See, I'm running a vibometric analysis on you right now, and I can actually tell you that you are lying. And you aren't even saying this right now. You actually wrote this like 50 years ago.
I'm 34.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, everybody buy my book when it comes out. It's called Jaron Before Christ, Before Jesus. So everybody, just look out for my book. I'll be making sure that everybody gets a copy. Thank you.
Why is it that you're doing your best Joel impression? You know that that's a Joel impression, right?
That's a Joel impression?
You're doing it now. In fact, I bet you're about to drop just randomly before I even touch the button. That is the most Joel thing I've ever seen in my life. So that was Joel Reed's Benny Boy. Joel Reed's Benny, found on YouTube, along with Mezzo. Jesus Christ. That was absolutely, and that was actually a pretty good Joel impression. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. That was actually pretty good. Okay. Will it be peer-reviewed? Benny Boy says yes. All right. Let's see here. Oh, thank you very much, Carrie Sage 4020, for becoming a member of the 35 Second Gang there on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. If you become a member there on YouTube and on TikTok, you get access to some pretty cool stuff. And by pretty cool stuff, I mean not only emojis and stuff like that you can add in the chat, but also a little branding thing that says 35 Second Gang. But also on YouTube, and we're moving it over to TikTok as well. There are some videos that are coming out where Matthew and I are going to do some slightly different things. I think the next video that we're doing is we are reading through some of our worst reviews on Amazon that we haven't even read yet. And we are going to review our bad reviews. We are going to read through them and do our best. We're going to explain why these people are nuts. Hey, you never can tell. Maybe somebody lodged super deep into the Amazon reviews actually gave us evidence, solid evidence for Jesus and Paul's existence 2,000 years ago. And we just never saw it. So we're going to go over it live. We're going to go over it live. You are going to see our real reaction to each and every one without ever going over it first. So yeah, there you go. So if you become a member there on YouTube or become a subscriber on TikTok, we're going to upload that video here before too terribly long. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So if you ever did want us to actually approach some of the conversations that people have had saying, oh, hey, you guys are nuts, or stellometry doesn't work, or blah, 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 and you actually wanted us to talk directly to that, definitely check that out. All right, $9.99 there from Hey Bay says, what conclusion are you pointing towards beyond Bible being mythology? What's the relevance of your name, Christ Before Jesus? Overall, I'd like to hear your own beliefs. Thank you for detailed answers. So as far as my own beliefs, I mean, I don't really get into that a lot on here. I do mention it there in the book on page 3. But when it comes to Christ before Jesus, what we're saying is there was a Christ deity that was worshipped before the Jesus mythology was invented by the Christians in the 2nd century. And what conclusion are you pointing to beyond the Bible being mythology? Not a lot. I'm just kind of up here just talking about whether or not these people existed or they didn't, that kind of thing. There's not a whole lot more that I'm going over. Let's see here. Okay. And $1.99 from the prototype says, you never take me to Bangladesh. You never cook me sausage on an open flame. Anyways, I love that song. I hate that song, but I don't even hate that song. I just love it. I can't even say that I hate it. No, I love that song. All right. $1.99 from Carrie Sage 4020 says, there is proof at my work of a guy named Jesus. He probably doesn't pronounce it that way, but maybe. Maybe. Never can tell. $1.99 from a Profolk, also known as Professor Oak, says, you can't disprove the science of salami tree. Do I have a sound for salami tree? Yep, there it is. Anyways, let's see. Oh, and Jake the Skeptic. Oh my God, with his... You even have things on YouTube too? God, like literally, I don't know what. Okay, what is your profile picture? Is that supposed to be me? What is that? I don't like it, but I don't hate it. If you can't handle me at my Jesus and Paul never existed, then you don't deserve me at my we have nothing to lose but our chains. Okay. But thank you very much, Jake the Skeptic, for becoming a member there on YouTube. All right. Let's see here. We do have some people who are coming up, but thank you very much, Jake the Skeptic, for becoming a member of the 35-second gang. They're on YouTube. Zach says, LMAO, shut all the way up. All right. Why on earth? Why on earth did I get you after mentioning that thing? Okay, Red Pill, what's going on?
How you doing, man? Well, I found you like half an hour ago on YouTube and jumped on TikTok, so I don't know much about you. But thankfully, someone in the super chat asked you like, what are you trying to achieve, which you very vaguely answered. Because I find it important. So let's say if you're against Christianity,
I'm not.
it important to know. Pardon?
Say what?
Yeah, I just want to know. Do you believe in God in general?
What does that have to do with whether or not Jesus and Paul existed?
Right. So yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm talking about like history and stuff like that.
Yeah,
What does like
no
my
problem,
belief in
right.
a deity have anything to do with it?
Right, so I know nothing about your book, nothing, but based on what you said, you just said that there was a Jesus that existed before the Jesus that we know, right?
No. What I said was that there was a Christ figure, a Christ deity that was worshipped by the Christians. Christian doesn't mean anything it doesn't have anything to do in the word itself, doesn't have any connection to Jesus. It has a connection to the word Christ, which means anointed, which was a term that applied to people and gods prior to the Jesus story. So, I mean, being a Christian just means that you believe in a deity or someone who you know as anointed. That's all that it means. It does not require a Jesus.
That's
Please let me give him the evidence. It will take 5 seconds to give the evidence.
all right, cool. All right, cool. What do you consider to be sufficient evidence?
Well, there's historical evidence.
I'm not talking to you.
Outside of the Bible.
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, okay, hold up. There are two people on the panel talking. Garrett, just, well, give me 1 second here. I want to hear your evidence. I really do. But Red Pool. That's actually pretty cool. All right, no, Red Pill. What did I answer? I feel like I answered your question, but did you have more questions about it?
No. Well, I don't. Like I said, I found you like a half an hour ago. What do you consider to be sufficient evidence for Jesus to exist or Paul to
Like,
exist?
what would I accept for them? Is that what you're asking? It would be great if we had something within, like, say, the 1st century that mentioned their real names in a mundane way.
Well, Jesus' real name was Yeshua.
Yeah, it'd be great to see something that mentioned Yeshua in a mundane way.
I don't even know what that book is, to be honest. Well, to be mentioned where? Say that again.
In a mundane way. So, like, in a way that's not like, oh, Yeshua is a fucking god or something like that. Like, it'd be cool if we had something that said, hey, Yeshua was arrested or Yeshua was crucified, or just talking normal about them in the first century.
So all you want for it to be in the first century. All right. Well, I'll be looking into it, but I'm going to tell you something. I don't want to talk too much about myself, but I'm going to tell you like where I'm from and all that. But I can tell you
I'm
this.
guessing it's
My
over the
father-
pond.
Pardon?
I'm guessing it's over the pond
No.
or across the
I
pond.
just want to tell you that my father, yeah, when he was born,
Yeah, that's
he's,
definitely
I don't
okay.
know. No, listen. He's now maybe
Ain't it?
60 years old. Where he's born, he doesn't know the exact date and time that he was born in, right? So Jesus is very well documented, but I'm just saying, being 100 years off here and there, you know, if you don't want to really believe in him, you're not gonna believe in him. You know, it's just that even if
What?
you get that, even if you find it, you're
So
not
how?
gonna believe in him.
What is the evidence that he's well documented? What are you referring to when you say that he's well documented?
Right. Mention me one other person that is as well documented and people laid down their life, literally died.
I
Yeah,
don't know
for this
anybody who
person.
laid down their life because they believed in a person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't have CCTV to prove everything, but all we have is the Gospels and the word of mouth that got, you know, kept on going through the ages, and that's the only thing we have, unfortunately. Which I know for you is probably not sufficient.
What are you saying? You said that he was heavily documented, or it's highly documented. How did you determine that? Where are you getting this?
Right. Listen, I don't want to waste your time, but
No,
I'm
you're
gonna
not. I'm just
definitely-
asking you, like, what did you mean by that?
Listen, I'll tell you one thing. Well, if I'll tell you two things. If you don't want to believe, really, no one will be.
That's
ever
fine, man.
be
Stop
able
talking
to-
about the meta. Just give me what you meant by that. Like,
Meant by what?
you said that he was heavily documented, or he was documented a lot. Like, where did you get
how
that?
the religion spread? Because, well, I'm pretty sure you read the Bible and people
Right.
believed in Jesus.
Right.
And they went all over the world.
So
yeah,
are you saying
preaching.
that because the Bible talks about him, he's documented through the Bible? Is that what you're saying? Like, when you say he's heavily
We
documented,
have
documented by
other people as
what?
well, other books and all the apostles were documented, really.
No, they're not. What are you talking about? We
years
literally have no mention of any of the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament outside of Christianity. Not once.
So where do you want them to be mentioned?
Literally anywhere outside of Christianity, outside of the book. Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Like, the only reason anybody ever mentions the disciples ever in history is because they're either Christian or they're someone who is talking about a Christian saying something. There's literally never do we have any mention of the disciples from hey, this person came over here and did this. We don't have any mention of Paul. We don't have any mention of the disciples. Nothing at all.
You know, when you're interested in a certain topic, let's say I'm interested in gaming,
That's not true.
right? And I got a channel for gaming. I'm not gonna come and talk about Friedrich Nietzsche's out of nowhere. You know, that's why you hear about the disciples in in things that are related to Christianity. You're not gonna hear them about like something else.
Yeah, but you just said that it's been documented that they like laid down their lives and stuff. No, it's not.
So you're basically saying that none of the disciples existed, not just Paul and Jesus.
Yeah, dude. It's kind of hard to have disciples if you don't exist.
Right. What about the Old Testament? Yeah, I'm
You let
pretty
me
sure
give
you
him
don't
the
believe in that either.
evidence. Please let me give him evidence.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Geraldine, which sounds like a weird like pomegranate flavor of My Chemical Romance. What do you got for us?
Okay, Jesus is very well documented within history outside of the Bible. Josephus, AD 37. Tacitus, AD 56.
Wait, hold it. When you say AD 37, listen, slow down. When you say AD 37, do you think he's writing in 37?
Well, he's born in AD 37.
Okay, so
Jesus was
okay.
33. Jesus lived until AD 33. So this is 4 years after Jesus was crucified. That's our earliest record of it.
That doesn't make any sense. You think he was writing as soon as he was born?
No.
Well, then how would it be 4 years? You think it was documented 4 years after Jesus died when Josephus was born?
It's his writings. His writings come in 37 AD. Do you know how history works?
You think Josephus's writings come when he was born?
They come in 4 years after.
When he was born. You literally said that Josephus was born in 37, and now you're trying to say that his writings.
37 years old. 37 years old.
You think Josephus was 37 in 37?
Man, don't play mind games, man.
No, he was asking for evidence, and now he's.
Well, no, you said you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, because you said that the writings show up in 37, the documentation is in 37, but you also said that Josephus was born in 37.
In 37 AD.
Is when the writings show up, or when Josephus was born?
When the writings show up.
Well, from Josephus?
Oh my God.
Who wrote them? Okay, well, Josephus was born in 37. Do you think he was born?
Am I speaking English?
I mean, you are, but in a way that shows that you're really stupid.
Clearly stupid. I'm giving you actual historians.
You're saying Josephus was born in 37 and he was writing in 37?
I did not say such a thing.
Okay, when was Josephus born? What year was Josephus born?
I don't know. I didn't check that.
Okay, well, slow down. Well, Josephus, Flavius Josephus, was born in 37 in Jerusalem, Roman Judea. That he was born in 37. The reason you gave 37 earlier was because you saw it online whenever you searched for it and just read some AI thing. It says 37 because that's when he's born, not when he's writing.
I've been studying Jesus Christ for 6 years.
Well, then you maybe should try reading. Try that.
Maybe you should let me list all the historians that you said there's no account of.
Okay.
There's 7 of them.
So listen. So Josephus, you've been researching this for 6 years, and you can't tell me when Josephus was born. You think Josephus? That was literally the first thing out of your mouth. Was Josephus? Josephus. 37 was the first thing out of your mouth, and you think you think that was when he was writing?
Now I'm here to give you evidence, and instead of listening to the evidence,
Uh-huh.
you're now arguing with the evidence.
Well, you haven't given me evidence. You're just kind of saying stuff.
The third historian, and you're already cutting me off.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to know the truth, do you?
Yeah. No. You see this list back here? This shows us that in the I've been keeping this these tally marks for the last almost 2 weeks. In almost 2 weeks, we have 24 fucking morons who keep coming up here and saying that Josephus, or whatever they try to pronounce Josephus' name. Yeah. Anyways, the point is, they come up here and try to say that Josephus is evidence for Jesus because they actually haven't looked into it very well. You very clearly haven't, because you randomly pulled 37 out of your ass and you didn't know what 37 meant.
Okay, let's leave Josephus. Let's go to the book of Jesus' enemy, the Talmud. The Talmud.
When was the Talmud written?
The Babylon Talmud.
Yeah, when was the Babylonian Talmud, Sanhedrin 43a, which is what you're about to start reading from? Just giving you a head start. When was that written? When was it written? Please, enlighten us with all of your knowledge. Oh, you're the one who's been researching for 6 years. Please.
You the clever one.
Please.
You're asking for the evidence.
You've been, well, I'm asking for the evidence, yes. And you've got it because you've been researching for 6 years.
Even give the evidence.
You've been researching for 6 years. Please provide it.
You guys don't want to know the truth.
Uh-huh.
I'm here with actual evidence.
I don't even know what you're
Let me
saying.
get to the second historian. You haven't let me get. Let me get
Your second
to the
historian
second
was apparently the Babylonian Talmud.
Already looking- No, it wasn't.
Okay.
I was listing them in the orders of the years that the evidence came in for Christ.
So you skipped from 37 to the 3rd to 6th century?
Atheist.
Do you have anything else?
You should be laughing at yourself. I'm
Yeah.
here with actual evidence recorded in history, and you're laughing.
You don't even know when it was written in history. Yeah, okay. Do you have anything else?
Did you actually? Do you know that Richard Dawkins will even laugh at you because he even admitted that Jesus existed, and that's not even
A literal quote from Richard Dawkins on the Joe Rogan show is, "The evidence for Jesus is not great."
Joe Rogan. Like I said, assumption is
I
that
don't
if you
care. I'm
always
just
have
telling you that Richard Dawkins literally said within the last few years the evidence for Jesus is not great. That's a direct quote.
He's a gay man scared of hell.
You
doesn't want Jesus
said,
to be
and what did
real.
you say? What did you say, by the way?
He's a gay man scared of hell. He doesn't want Jesus to be real because he knows if Jesus is real, where he's gonna end up going.
I don't even really know what this person's talking about. I don't know. I don't even know. What are they saying?
Of course you don't, because you're not even allowing me to give.
No, shut up. I'm not really sure. Did she say something? Yeah, it sounded homophobic, but I'm not really exactly sure, like, what the de-antword this person said. I have no idea what they tried to say.
I am homophobic. I'm Christian.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
supposed to be homophobic.
Sweet. Hey, why don't you do us all a favor and go fuck off? Try that. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. Humbleness leads to wisdom. Please. Help. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do you consider Jesus Christ the Testament? It's a myth to you. It's all a myth.
All right, let's try the question again just to make sure that I follow you.
So, do you believe everything about Jesus Christ is a myth?
Everything about Jesus Christ is a myth. I mean, like the Jesus presented in the New Testament? Yeah. I mean, okay, so yeah. I mean, that's kind of a weird... I mean, yes, but I'm not really sure exactly if you're trying to do like a weird like technicality gotcha or something. But for the sake of conversation, yes.
Okay. So
like that's like saying, do you believe everything from James Bond, everything about James Bond is fictional? And if the answer is yes for most people, well, technically there was a James that it was based off of. So
I see what you're saying. I'm not trying to do a gotcha, but
oh, okay. Well, then yes, for the sake of conversation, yes, I do. The Jesus in the New Testament's fictional. Yeah, even the natural Jesus in the New Testament's fictional. Yeah.
So, the movie Troy, you know that came out recently, right?
You mean Odyssey?
Or Odyssey? Yes, sorry. I don't even watch movies anymore. But the movie Odyssey.
It came out like yesterday or like 2 days ago.
Okay, so you know, for the longest time, that story was considered a myth.
The Odyssey, the one with fucking mermaids.
No, I mean with the city of Troy. Sorry,
that's not the Odyssey. That's the Iliad. Uh-oh.
The city of Troy is within the Odyssey, right?
I mean, maybe mentioned a little bit.
Okay, so, but they basically, for the longest time, people said the city of Troy did not exist. And they just...
I don't know if they said the city of Troy did not exist. I think it's more that the Trojan War or something didn't exist, or it didn't happen.
The city of Troy, they always thought it was a mythical city.
Okay, so you're saying like that likewise Jesus could possibly have existed, but we just don't have evidence? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, you're just appealing to mystery, and that's weird. Heady Artist in the chat says, appeal to mystery is a fallacy. I don't care. Jesus, it's also possible that Jesus could have been a velociraptor. We just lost all the documentation.
No, because there's quote unquote a myth. There was these stories.
Sweet. Well, it's also quote unquote a myth that Jesus was a velociraptor. Can you prove that he wasn't?
No, because you don't have these stories passed down from generation to generation.
Sure I do. You know who told me the idea that Jesus could have been a velociraptor? Someone older than me. That's a generation.
Okay, but you don't have millions of people.
So what I need is millions of generations and millions of people?
People.
All right, well, there's 20 million people in multiple generations that think that Joseph Smith was visited by Angel Moroni and given golden plates with Reformed Egyptian, a language that isn't even found anywhere else on the planet on it, and now it belongs in heaven.
That's not true either. Study it. Look at, there's different types of...
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Reformed Egyptian is not a thing, and the Book of Mormon is bullshit.
No, it is. There's actually...
Did I just stumble on a fucking Mormon? Are you that stupid?
Examples of it.
There are not.
If you let me get off, I can give you the scientific...
You can get off on your own time, dude. Right here, you're an idiot and everyone knows it.
I'm not. You're speaking out of ignorance.
Of Reformed Egyptian?
Yeah, it's just not called Reformed Egyptians, but there's this hybrid. There's this hybrid of Hebrew and Egyptian.
There's this thing that we have. It's not called what we call it. But I determined that that's what it is. Sweet. So how did you determine that that's what was on the golden plates? How did you determine that was on the golden plates?
Reformed.
How did you I'm going to ask you a direct question. If you can't answer it, fucking Momo boy, we're going to go ahead and drop you down. All right? How did you determine that that was on the golden plates?
There's actual written documentation of the characters you can look up yourself.
Sweet. The Anthon document? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. We don't have the Anthon document. What are you going to say now, dipshit? And there's not.
You can look it up.
We don't have the Anthon document. I looked it up. That's how I know what the fuck it's called, Mormon boy.
Where'd it come from?
Where did it come from? We don't have it.
So someone just made it up.
The concept of it?
So can I?
What are you talking about? How did you determine that that language that we have that you just kind of pulled out of your ass is actually on the golden plates?
Can I explain something?
How did you determine it?
How did I determine?
How did you listen here, mother soaker? How did you determine that that language that you're saying is Reformed Egyptian was actually on the golden plates?
Because Joseph Smith wrote some of those characters down.
Cool. Do we have the document that he wrote?
There's a.
Do we have the document that we? No, the character's document is not the Anthon document. Try again. Why don't you feel the burning in the bosom whenever you ask these questions? Why don't you ask God?
Can I ask you,
maybe try asking your prophet for it. Will that help?
Can I ask you a question?
Would that help? Maybe you'll figure it out when you go to the celestial kingdom, dipshit. What else do you have?
Can I ask a question before you keep insulting me?
Yeah, please. Liken to a dish. Enlighten all of us.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, you're mocking my faith, and I'm not.
I don't give two shits. Your faith is toilet paper.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
Please provide evidence for how this language that you think is Reformed Egyptian was on the golden plates.
So, before I get to that point...
No, what you're going to do is you're going to answer the question or I'm going to remove you.
Okay, so what is your question exactly?
I've asked it 5 times. Answer it.
So I'm not sure if...
You're someone who can't listen? Yeah, that makes sense because you're Mormon.
No,
Is your underwear a little too tight? Your magic underwear? You keeping the demons
why am I
out?
so threatening to you? Like,
You're not. You're just an idiot, and it's very clear to everyone in this chat that you don't know anything that you're talking about, and you pulled something way out of your ass. I don't know how you got past the underwear to get up there, but you still went in elbow deep, and now you're pulling it out, and you're saying, oh, hey, here's the evidence for the Book of Mormon being real, or the Book of Mormon being even remotely close to something that isn't just from the mind of Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery. Please give us evidence that this hybrid Egyptian Hebrew was actually on the golden plates.
So the Book of Mormon is a testament of those.
Awesome. Please give me evidence that this language that you talked about was on the golden plates. You can't do it because the little missionaries or whatever that probably, did some homoerotic shit around you or whatever, all that they did was just filled your head with lies. All right? But when you were off on your little 2-year mission or whatever, you were pumped full of bullshit. And then you came back and you just decided that, hey, everything that I have heard is just true.
Can I ask one question? Is a hybrid of Hebrew and Egyptian, does that exist in the world? Besides the Book of Mormon, is there examples of that?
That has nothing to do with my question.
Why can't you answer that?
Because it's irrelevant to the question.
It's not, because people laugh
even if it exists, even if it exists, how did you determine it was on the golden plates?
So there's a.
How did you determine it was on the golden plates? And the character's document is not the Anthon document. You're going to have to try harder.
Okay, so what's your problem with the character document?
Because it is something that is written later. And if you really think that that is something that is actually that has nothing to do with Egyptian nor Hebrew. If you think the characters document is an actual document that is depicting what Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery presented to Charles Anthon, that is dog shit. And it actually has been looked at by multiple people who have actually studied Hebrew and Egyptian and says it has nothing to do with either one of them. In fact, there are multiple things in there that are literally copies. There's multiple characters on there that are the exact same, and they say that they're two different letters. That's stupid as shit. So, do you have anything else? Because you tried to appeal to the Anthon document, and we don't even have it.
Okay, so here, let me.
Do you
ask
have
another
anything else?
I don't know. I'm.
Do you have
sticking up for
anything
Jesus
else?
Christ. I don't know why it had to go.
No,
through
what you're
this
doing is you're sticking up for a fucking cult.
No.
Yeah, you are.
We
Yeah.
believe in Jesus Christ. So.
Sweet. Do you also believe in the person who you paid to jump on your bed while you soaked? Anything else?
No. See, that's just internet rumors. You guys listen to
Oh,
tabloids.
cool. So you haven't even tried sex. That's a shame. All right. So that being said, do you have anything else to suggest that Mormonism is remotely true?
It's not Mormonism, it's Christianity. That's what I'm
It is
defending.
not. It is not. And this right here is one-ply toilet paper. Anything else?
Have you read it?
Yeah. I read it every time I need a wipe.
Okay, and that's sad because you.
And no, it's not too terribly sad, unless some of Alma just actually your finger pokes through. That sucks when that happens.
So another testament of Jesus Christ is like it's another witness, right? And
No, it's not.
teaching a
No
different
one
Jesus.
no one who ever wrote the Book of Mormon or had anything to do with the Book of Mormon ever saw Jesus. So that doesn't make any sense. All right, please provide evidence for that. Provide evidence for that.
Read the Book of Mormon; it's right in there.
Sweet. So when a book says something, does that mean it's true? Do you also believe in Clifford the Big Red Dog? Probably. You're Mormon. Or no, sorry. I guess that's a deer.
If someone wrote about Jesus Christ and it was totally different, it would be pretty obvious. This literally testifies.
Cool, yeah. It's almost as if Joseph Smith had read the fucking Bible before. How long had the Bible been in English prior to Joseph Smith? Yeah, 300 years. Yeah. Yeah. It's almost as if he fucking read it before, which is probably why he copied from the King James Version specifically for Isaiah. Dipshit. Did you not think before you read it?
So you're saying that in Scripture, prophets don't quote other prophets?
Prophets don't quote specifically the King James Version, which is the only one that has those particular words that he uses. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's almost like Joseph Smith knew what was in the Bible before he decided to write about a character that was in the Bible. What you're doing is you're saying, oh, hey, this book from the 1800s has something that is very similar to a book that was part of that guy's religion or the religion that he tried to join multiple denominations of prior to coming up with his bullshit fiction, and it had been around for 300 years prior. Oh my God, that must mean that it's from the same fucking Jesus. It's not. Just because someone read a book and decided to write a sequel to it later on, 300 years later, I might add, doesn't mean that suddenly makes it real. Where did you have any evidence that he actually saw Jesus? Go ahead, missionary. Tell me. What do you got for us?
Actually, okay, so he prayed because look at
Sweet. What is the evidence that Joseph Smith actually saw Jesus? Give me the evidence. Give me the evidence for it.
What is it? James 1:5 that any of you.
Sweet. What is the evidence that he actually saw Jesus?
So he prayed.
What is the evidence that he actually saw Jesus? And by the way, the 11 witnesses don't say that he saw Jesus. So please give me the evidence that he saw Jesus.
Seeing Christ.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. So
what is your evidence that this actually happened?
The Book of Mormon.
Okay, so when a book says something about something, that means they're real. Harry Potter's real. Bob the Builder's real.
So if I'm studying some type of science, right, and science builds.
Sweet. Well, we're not pivoting to science. We're still in science fiction at best.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it has to be. Otherwise, you can't have glass windows in 600 BCE. That doesn't make any sense.
What?
Yep. The windows of the boat. The windows of the boat that the Jews used to come over to North America, according to the Book of Mormon, would be dashed into pieces So in other words,
You
they
don't
didn't
know
have.
if
Yeah, that means they
that's
were
not an
glass.
accurate. That's not an
Yes,
accurate. No,
yes.
that's
It
not
literally
accurate.
says dashed into pieces.
Yeah, but it's not glass. It's
What
not.
other windows would be dashed into pieces?
So you know, like
What other
Vikings
windows would be dashed into pieces, Elder
would
Dumbfuck?
use quartz that were like see through.
What other what other window? Quartz would not be dashed into quartz would not be dashed into pieces on the sea. Do you understand that quartz is extremely dense? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying, there's other materials besides glass.
Sweet. Okay, well, so when it actually talks about materials that don't make any sense, how does Lehi have a bow made of steel? How does he have a bow made of steel? We do not have any steel. No, we do not have steel. Name me one instance of steel being used by Native Americans in 600 BC.
It's by the Great Lakes, in Pacific Northwest.
Not steel.
Yeah, dude,
No. No.
Go talk to Native Americans, man.
No Native American will tell you that they had steel bows. Bows, it doesn't even literally steel doesn't even bend. Steel doesn't even bend. Steel doesn't even bend. It wouldn't even make a good bow. That doesn't make any sense. Do you not understand how bows work? Let alone do you not understand how history works?
There's different types of steel.
There is no steel. There are no evidences of steel used by the Native Americans, especially for bows.
So there's different combinations of when you combine metals, right? And you
there is no evidence whatsoever of any type of steel used by the Native Americans in 600 BCE. That is not true.
Go talk to Native Americans.
There is no Native American who will tell you that unless you're talking about one that you converted. And by the way, when he converted, did he turn white?
Okay, so go.
Provide me some kind of evidence for provide me some kind of evidence for steel being used in 600 BCE by Native Americans.
Talk to Native Americans, and they will tell you there was.
There's not a single. There's not a single. I didn't ask about horses. I didn't say anything about horses. I didn't say anything about horses. I didn't say anything about horses, Elder Dumpfuck. What I asked you is for evidence for the steel that is used in 600 BCE. Provide it or you're gone. Provide it. Did it go the way of the elephant? Did it go the way of the honeybee? Did it go the way of the silkworm? Did it go the way of the fig tree? Is that where it went? Is that where it went?
Technology can disappear.
Yep.
Like the dodo.
Yep. The dodo we actually have evidence for. You don't have any evidence for your Book of Mormon bullshit. We don't have any evidence for your Book of Mormon bullshit.
I'm telling you, and you.
We don't. You literally never gave any evidence for it. So, that being said, Red Pill, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna admit that I didn't do as much research as you did. I do have personal experiences, which I don't wanna.
With Mormons?
Right. Right, but you know, I did a quick search, and I found that there were some documents documenting the 12 apostles, some of their deaths.
Like what?
But here, let me just give me a minute.
All right, and hopefully this guy can get back to us in just a couple seconds. But thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints, just in case he doesn't come back with us. Elope Nope $2 says Mormons run. Yeah, that was my section on the newest book. So yeah, it's all fresh on my mind.
Right, I lost it. Sorry, I did a bunch of research. But if you just search, are there any non-secular historical documents about the 12 apostles outside the Christian faith? Something do pop up. I didn't memorize it. Right.
No one mentions them outside the Christian faith.
Well, if you just do a quick Google search, you will find something. But let me just land, right? So we do have kings and everything documented, even like before Christianity. How can we prove that they existed actually? And that was in 93 AD when I did the search about the 12 apostles.
Yes,
It
but
was
primarily as groups or movements rather than individual names. The clearest extra biblical references come from 1st and 2nd century Roman and Jewish historians. So in other words, just the groups. This isn't an actual disciple. This is supposed to be James, the brother of Jesus. Tacitus just says the Christians, the vast multitude, but they just say that might be disciples or something like that. The disciples are never mentioned.
Right, no worries. So that's what I was gonna say. So listen, even let's say in 100 years, if they find actual documents buried somewhere, right, that doesn't mean that you are gonna believe in it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, you have built your online persona solely based on what you're doing now. So
Right.
who knows? Maybe later on, if it gets proven, you might even get a bigger following. I'm not saying you should believe. So you can get a bigger following.
I don't care, dude. What was the evidence for these people?
Pardon?
What was the
for
evidence that you had of anything that you're talking about?
Right, so that's what. Listen, the evidence that you want. You said you want documents
Yeah,
outside
that'd be
the
nice.
Christian faith within the 100 years, like of Jesus, right?
No, like just something that has his name and talks about him in a mundane way.
Right, I didn't search it, man. But like, listen, even if you find it, you're not gonna believe. But listen,
No,
you
yeah,
have
okay,
probably-
no, I'm not gonna listen to that shit. That is just somebody saying, oh, hey, like, even if I gave you the evidence, you're not gonna listen. Listen, I absolutely would. I've been asking for it. It's the fact that you're not going to have it because it doesn't exist. That's very different. It's very, very different. And ultimately, that's like a bullshit claim because it's like projecting. Because, like I talked about earlier with that other guest, if anybody's been watching for that long, there are people who you talk to that truly do not care about whether or not they believe something is true or false. They're still going to believe it even if they're proven wrong. And someone admitted earlier that was the case. And that's terrible. That's a cult-like way of thinking. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that at all. I'm telling you right now, if someone presented what I just said, I would take that as evidence. I absolutely would. And in this particular case, he just said, you know what? You're not going to believe it even after I showed you. Try me. Find it, show it to me, and let's see. But anyways, thank you very much, guys, for hanging out. $2 says from Gummy Bree says, stop cutting your own hair. I don't cut my own hair. It's just it gets curly and stuff like that. But anyways, I will see you guys later. Again, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. See you tomorrow, about 9:30 a.m. Central. And again, make sure you're following Mezzo. To people over there on YouTube, thank you very much for the super chats. Again, if you wanted to come up and you didn't have a chance, again, I do take callers there on TikTok. I've now shut it down, so I can't take any callers. But if you shoot me a subscription there on YouTube or follow or whatever it is, definitely make sure that. Make sure that you got the little notifications turned on so that you can see when I go live, because I go live every weekday starting at about 9:30 to 10 a.m. Central. If you can, just hop in and, you can either send a super chat and I'll read it and respond, or you can click the link in the chat and come over to TikTok. And I'd be glad to have a conversation there with you. But I will see you guys later. You've been you, and you've been